Hi, I'm David Bach. I want to welcome you to the Automatic Millionaire program. And I want to congratulate you. I want to congratulate you because you are somebody that does it. You took action. You know, a lot of people got the invitation to buy this audio program. And they looked at the Automatic Millionaire and they said to themselves, oh, come on, can't possibly work. How could I become an automatic millionaire? And they took the invitation and they threw it away. You, on the other hand, did something different. You looked at that title, The Automatic Millionaire, and you said to yourself, why not me? Why couldn't I become a millionaire? And the fact that you did that makes me feel like I know you. I feel like I know you because I'll tell you what, I did the same thing about 15 years ago. About 15 years ago, I started buying every audio program and reading every single book and taking every single seminar I could find on how to become rich. And it didn't happen overnight for me. It took 10 years. By the time I was 30, I was a millionaire. By the time I was 35, I was a multimillionaire. Now, I don't tell that to impress you. I tell that to impress upon you that the only difference between me and you right now is that I went out and learned some things about money that I didn't know before. And that's exactly what we're going to do in this program. I'm going to teach you some concepts, some tools, some ideas that will literally transform your life by teaching you how to be somebody that wants to be rich to somebody that can be rich. The Automatic Millionaire program, the one you're listening to right now, I got to say something to you right up front. This is not a motivational program. Now, why do I want to say that to you? I want to say that to you because you know what? When it's all said and done, motivation's great, but it wears off. I mean, let's face it. Again, I've been to the seminars. I've gotten motivated. I've gotten pumped up. And then later, what happens? It wears off. The Automatic Millionaire, the idea behind this program is that in the next few hours, I'm going to teach you how to set up a system that doesn't require motivation. It won't require you to keep the energy going to be rich. It won't require you to have a budget. Believe that. No budget is required for this program. It won't require you to have discipline. See, these are very important things. You always hear, you got to have a budget. You need to have discipline. You need to be motivated. You need to write out your goals. Well, guess what? All those things ultimately fail when you're trying to be wealthy. Because you know what? Here's the truth. You're busy. In fact, right now, I'm willing to bet that you're listening to me and you're doing something else. You might be in your car on the way to work. Now, if you're in your car on the way to work, great. That's when I used to listen to these programs. That's when I do listen to these programs. You may be in your office right now checking emails. Maybe you're in the kitchen. Maybe you're cooking dinner right now or you're cleaning the house. Or maybe you're even in your gym working out and you've got me on a Walkman. I don't know where you're listening to me, but I do know this. Nobody buys these programs, sits down at their desk, cleans off their desk, does nothing else, and then listens and takes notes. You're busy. And yet, it's very important to say that because you're busy, you need a system that will work while you sleep, that again is automated. So I want to go back for a second. What's the Automatic Millionaire all about? The Automatic Millionaire is this. I'm going to teach you in the next few hours a system that you can use to completely automate your way to wealth. Some of the ideas that you're going to learn today you've heard before. You'll go, God, I know that. That's so obvious. But you won't be doing them until now. Because with my coaching, you can tell I've got a lot of energy. I'm going to motivate you to take the 1 or 2 steps that you need to take to totally automate your way to wealth. Now, what does that mean? I keep saying wealth, riches. Look, the idea behind this program is I want you to have the American dream. Well, what is the American dream? The American dream means different things to different people. For some people, a lot of people, quite frankly, the American dream is to have $1 million. It's not a coincidence that the most popular televisions on show always have $1 million in it. Who wants to marry a millionaire? Who wants to marry Joe Millionaire? Who wants to date a millionaire? Who wants to meet the millionaire's father? Who wants to win $1 million? Everybody in America wants to be a millionaire. In fact, one of the things I just started doing is I just started becoming the money coach to America Online. So I've been spending a lot of time on America Online. So just last week, I'm on America Online, and I see this survey, and the survey pops up on the welcome screen. And it says, what's your best chance of being a millionaire? And they give you a bunch of different options. Win the lottery, inherit it, divorce, marry it, earn it, stock market. You know what the number one choice people selected? Win the lottery. At the moment I checked the survey, over 49% of the people who did this survey, at the time I think it was like over 5,000 people had clicked on these buttons, 49% put down that their number one option for becoming a millionaire was to win it. Now, folks, we all know how ridiculous that is. We know that the likelihood that you're going to win millions of dollars by playing the lottery is slim and none. I mean, I do seminars all the time, all over the world, and I always ask the room, how many of you have won the lottery? We're talking, I've been in front of tens of thousands of people, and I've almost never had anybody raise their hand and admit they won the lottery. Now, maybe that's the key thing, nobody wants to admit it. But what happens a lot of times, I say, okay, how many of you know somebody who won the lottery? And usually about 10% of the room's hands go up. And I always ask the question, well, how many of those people gave you money? The answer is always nobody. Everybody laughs. But here's the thing. If you can't win the money in the lottery, how are you going to get it? How are you going to get the American dream? You're going to create it. So let me ask you, what is that American dream? Again, I haven't really answered the question. Well, the American dream is not necessarily $1 million. I believe that the American dream is this. The American dream is having the freedom to do what you want to do when you want to do it. You know, whenever I sit down with people who are talking about retirement planning, I say, you know, what is your goal? And people always say, I want to do what I want to do when I want to do it. But here's the problem for most Americans. Most Americans, maybe even you, are putting off their life today, looking forward to retirement, age 65, 70. Someday when I retire, I'll go live the American dream. Well, that's a bummer. I mean, who wants to put off your whole life waiting for the American dream? I don't want to. I've found out that you don't have to. You can have the American dream today by putting in place a plan. Now, again, the idea behind the American dream is freedom. But you need to have money to have that freedom. And you can have a really big income and make a whole lot of money and still not have freedom. I'll give you an example. I've got a really good friend of mine. His name's Chris. Chris and I went to college together. When Chris got out of school, he started his own business. And as you know, if you've ever tried to start your own business, it's not easy. So in the beginning, he wasn't making a lot of money. I think his first year, he made $35,000. And he said, God, you know, it's the end of the year, I haven't saved anything. I said, you know, you always have to pay yourself first, which is a concept I'm going to teach you later. And he said, you know, I will eventually. When I get to $75,000 in income, I'm going to start saving money. And every year at the end of the year, we get together for Christmas and we talk about, well, how did your year go? And every year at the end of the year, his company's incomes were going up. So one year he made $35,000. The next year he made $75,000. But guess what? The year he made $75,000, didn't save a dime. Then a year goes by. He's making $150,000. Got a much better lifestyle. Still is not saving a dime. A couple more years go by. Now he's making $250,000. Now think about that. The American dream. The guy's making $250,000 a year. But you know what? Hasn't got anything in savings. He's spending every dime he makes. Last year we got together and he had his best year ever. Last year he made over $500,000. And you know what? He's got a really nice house now and 2 beautiful cars, a Mercedes, a BMW. I think he's actually got a Range Rover too now that I think of it. And we're sitting at his golf club and he says, you know, David, I'm making $500,000 a year. This is way more money than I ever dreamed possible. But you know what? He said, I hate what I'm doing. I hate my job. My business has become my job. I don't enjoy it anymore. And he said, even worse than that, I really hate the fact that every single year, no matter how much more money I make, I'm trapped. In fact, I need to make this kind of income now because no matter what I make, I'm living paycheck to paycheck. And he said, and I'm so frustrated. I said, well, it still comes back to the same basic problem. You haven't put in place a plan to be rich. You're just working harder and harder and harder, doing it, making more and more and more money, and you're always spending it. You're always living paycheck to paycheck. He said, yeah, that's right. That's exactly what I'm doing. I said, I know. I've been talking to you about this for 10 years. I said, people read my books and they take my programs and they act on them, and you don't listen to me. You got me for free. That's the problem. Well, the reason I tell you that story, and it may even be hard for you to relate to, you go, oh my God, please give me a break. If I made more money, I'd be rich. The reason I tell you the story is this. Income does not create wealth. Income does not create wealth. You making more money won't make you rich unless you do something with that money for yourself. And again, that's what this program is about. So let me tell you one more story. This is about a good friend of mine named Fred. Now, Fred was one of these guys that always wanted to take the guaranteed route. So he always worked really hard in high school to get really good grades. And then he went off to college. And again, he worked really hard to get really good grades. And he decided at a very young age he was going to be an attorney, because if he became an attorney, he would make more money than most of his friends. So he went off to law school. He got himself a good law degree. And then guess what he did? He got himself a good job at a good law firm, making a good amount of money. In fact, to be honest with you, right out of school, he's making more money than any of us. He had a six-figure income. He got $125,000 his first year out of law school. And he was happy. In fact, he's very proud of himself. He went out and bought a very fancy car. He's one of our first friends to buy a home. And he had a lot of nice clothes. But you know what? Fast forward now 10 years later, he's still making a lot of money. In fact, right now he's making over $250,000 a year. And where he lives, that is extremely high pay. But you know what's really sad? He's in his mid-30s. And he hates his job. He hates being an attorney. He regrets that he's an attorney. Now, logic would tell you to say, oh, well, then go do something else. But you know what? He's trapped. He has decided in his mind, partially because of the way he's handled his finances, he has very little savings, that he needs to continue to make $250,000 a year. And as an attorney right now, he can't think of anything else that he can go and do where he could make the same amount of money to provide for his family. He's got 3 kids, his wife doesn't work, so he's trapped. Now what's sad about this is that here is a guy in his mid-30s, looks like he has the American dream, looks like he's got everything we all want to have, and yet deep down inside, he's really, really unhappy. One of the things I always suggest to him whenever I see him is, you know what? If you deal with your financial life, if you would pay yourself first, if you'd start saving your money for the future, you could buy your way out of this problem in less than 5 years. We'll see what happens. All right, you might be wondering, well, who is David Bach? Well, first of all, let me give you my quote-unquote credentials. My background is that I worked at Morgan Stanley from 1993 to 2001. When I left Morgan Stanley, I was a senior vice president and a partner of the Bach Group. We managed over $750 million for individual investors during my tenure there. So yes, I've got a lot of practical experience as a financial advisor. In fact, I worked with over 1,000 clients. 100 of those clients were millionaires. So I know what it takes to work with people one-on-one. Since 2001, I've been focusing all my energy on working with more people through financial education. In fact, that's one of the reasons right now I'm here with you communicating through these audio sessions. Maybe you've read my books. Maybe you read Smart Women Finish Rich. Maybe you read Smart Couples Finish Rich. Maybe you read the Finish Rich workbook. We've got over 1 million of these books now out all over the world. In fact, my books are in 7 languages in over 20 countries. Maybe you've gone to one of my seminars. We've had 500,000 people in the last 4 years go to my Finish Rich seminars. Maybe you've been to my website, or maybe you've seen me on AOL, or maybe you saw me on the Today Show, or The View, or The Early Show, or CNBC, or CNN. Or maybe you have no idea who I am and you just thought, the automatic millionaire? I want that. Well, let me give you some background on me. First of all, I have to tell you the truth. I'm a weird kid. I grew up very strange. See, something happened to me at a very young age that changed everything for me. What happened was, at the age of 7, I had a grandmother, a Grandma Rose Bach, that changed my world. Here's what she did. One day at McDonald's, my favorite restaurant in the whole world, my grandmother looked at me and she said, David, you don't just have to be a kid that eats cheeseburgers and french fries. She said, you could get rich at McDonald's. Now, I looked at my grandmother and I said, Grandma, I think I'm a little too young to work here. And she said, no, David, I've got a bigger plan for you. She said, when we get home, I'm going to teach you how you could own McDonald's. Own McDonald's, Grandma? I'm 7 years old. I'm thinking, boy, is my grandmother rich? Is she buying me a McDonald's? Is there something I don't know here? But I knew my grandmother had something else in mind. And that day, she took out the Wall Street Journal. And she proceeded to explain to me that McDonald's was what was called a publicly traded company, that I could buy 1 share of the stock and I could own a piece of McDonald's. I said, Grandma, does that mean when my friends go to McDonald's and they buy cheeseburgers, I'll make some money off of them? She said, you got it. And I was like, wow, this is cool. This is like Monopoly for big boys. She said, well, kind of. Yeah, sort of the same idea, but that's the whole idea. She said, David, whenever you go somewhere, if the company is publicly traded, and you buy stock in it, you own the place. So you know what I did that year? I saved my money. I saved my birthday allowance, and I saved the cutting the lawn allowance. At the end of the year, she helped me buy a few shares of stock in McDonald's. Now, here's a true story. Had my parents bought 100 shares of McDonald's back when I did this almost 30 years ago, today those 100 shares would have grown to over $500,000 in McDonald's stock. Pretty smart kid, right? The truth was, I wasn't a sophisticated investor. I just knew I loved cheeseburgers. And my grandmother knew that the time to teach me about money was when I was young. Now, my grandmother Bach was an amazing woman. She's from Milwaukee, Wisconsin. And my grandmother Bach did something that changed the destiny of our family. She decided at the age of 30 that she wanted to be rich. Now, why was that a big deal? It was a big deal because she was poor. My grandfather and my grandmother were poor. They didn't have any money. They were renting a home. They were living paycheck to paycheck. In fact, both of my grandparents worked. My grandmother was working way before most women were working. In fact, my grandmother was a buyer of wigs for a company called Gimbels. You might even remember Gimbels if you're much older. And my grandmother decided at 30 that, you know what, this not having money stuff, this is not fun. The way she told the story is she said she looked at my grandfather and she said, Jack, this is not working. Now, when you're a man and your wife tells you this is not working, this is not a good thing to hear. But my grandfather said, well, what do you mean it's not working? She said, Jack, in case you haven't noticed, we're poor. We don't have any money. And he said, well, what do you want to do about it? And she said, I want to start investing. And what she did is she started taking $1 a week out of her paycheck. She was making $10 a week. She took $1 a week, started paying herself first. She put that money in a coffee can. At the end of the month, she took that money down to a broker's office and she started investing in the stock market. Now, the way the story turns out is that my grandmother became a self-made millionaire. And she taught the rest of the family how to do this. She taught my father how to do this, and he became a self-made millionaire. She taught me how to do this, and I became a self-made millionaire. And the whole family learned from this one woman the principles of building wealth. And now I've been going around the world for the last 5 years teaching other people the principles of building wealth. But for nearly 10 years, from 1993 to 2001, I was a financial advisor, working with clients every day in the trenches, helping some people that were retired make sure that their money would last their lifetime, and helping a whole lot of other people, probably like you, who want to build wealth, starting with nothing, get on a program. I've had clients literally come into my office and start with nothing. We've gotten clients to start saving $25 a month, and we've put them on a program. I've also had clients come into my office with over $10 million. Many of those clients I did not spend 8 hours a year with. Why do I point that out to you? What you've got is 25,000 hours of my knowledge of working with clients. And in fact, I worked with over 1,000 clients one-on-one. But I've also taught, again, tens of thousands of people all over the world about money. And you've got me right here in your little audio program for 8 hours. But the best part is you can play these over and over again. I hope what you'll think about when you think about this program and you think about me is that you'll consider me, David Bach, your personal financial coach. That's the role I want to play with you. I want to be your personal financial coach that is going to take you on a plan to live the life you want to live. Give you that American dream of freedom, whatever that freedom means to you. Help you achieve financial security so you don't have to worry about money. The biggest thing that holds us back from living the life we want to live is we wake up every day with financial pressure. We wake up and we don't know, how am I going to pay the bills? How am I going to pay for the kids' school? Where am I going to get the money to cover the mortgage or the rent? What am I going to do every day when I wake up? I got to go make money, spend money, make money, spend money. It's a vicious rat trap. It's a circle. It's like the hamster in the hamster cage. It goes around and around and around and never makes progress. We want to get you off of that. So I'm a big believer in the power of questions. I want to start by asking you 6 questions. 6 questions. You don't have to take out a pad of paper. I just want you to think about these questions for a second. Now, here's the miracle or the magic, if you will, of these questions. I can tell you with 90% accuracy whether or not you'll be rich in less than 3 minutes with these 6 questions. Are you ready? Let's go into them right now. The first question is, do you pay yourself first? And if you do you pay yourself first 10% of your gross income? Now, you may not know what that means, or you may know what it means, but the answer is either yes or no. You either do pay yourself first or you don't. Most people don't. Most people, when they earn a paycheck, the first person they pay is the government. I can tell you beyond a shadow of a doubt that if you earn $1 and you pay the government first through federal taxes, Social Security taxes, and state tax, you pay them all that money first, you're going to end up with about 60 cents. And if you end up with 60 cents and then you try to pay everybody else, your mortgage, your rent, your credit cards, your utilities, your food bills, your gym bill, your cell phone bills, your personal phone bills, your kids' clothing, you pay all those bills and then you try to have something left over for yourself, you will never be rich. You will have paid everyone else first and you last. And that is a recipe for poverty. And that is why most Americans don't have any money. They pay everyone else first and themselves last. So the first question again, do you pay yourself first? Do you pay yourself first 10% of your gross income before tax? Now the answer again is either yes or no, or I don't know, I should say. If you don't know if you're paying yourself 10% of your income, you're going to need to find out, but later we'll go through this. You have to be paying yourself first 10% of your income. Now that may sound impossible, but I promise you, as you go through this program, you will learn over time, maybe not tomorrow, but over time, that you can do this. We've had thousands of people go from saving absolutely nothing, in fact being minus 10% a month, to being 10% a month in a matter of weeks. And I'm going to give you some tricks on how to do that. The second question is, do you have an emergency basket of cash? Now, I don't literally mean a basket sitting in your house with cash, but what I mean is this. Based on how much money you spend, do you have 6 months of expenses put aside in case of emergency, not tied to your checking account? Now, almost always the answer to that question is no. And unfortunately, that's the financial disaster that wipes people out. In fact, I just read that there's over 2 million people in America who have been without a job for 27 weeks. 1 in 4 Americans have less than 2 weeks of savings set aside. So the moment they lose their job, they're wiped out financially. You need to have an emergency basket of cash. Again, in this program, I'll teach you how to do that. The third question is, do you know what your latte factor is? Now, I've become famous for the latte factor. You might have heard about this. Now, that's latte factor. You know those lattes that you get at Starbucks? The latte factor is a simple idea that we all spend small amounts of money on little things. Millions of people every day wake up and go to Starbucks and get a nice fancy grande latte. And that little latte costs over $3.50. And then they get a muffin and it's $1.50 and they're out the door for $5. Now, maybe you're going, that's ridiculous. I would never spend $5 at Starbucks. Well, it's not about Starbucks. The latte factor is a metaphor, which I will teach you later in this program about. The latte factor is a simple, powerful, life-changing idea that we've all got small amounts of money that we're wasting on little things. Could be a cup of coffee at Starbucks, could be cigarettes, could be bottled water. But it's a radical principle. In fact, People magazine did a feature story on me, and it said, a latte spurned is a fortune earned. I went on The View with Barbara Walters and I talked about this principle. It's the most popular thing I've ever taught because it's so simple to use. And later in this program, I'm going to teach you how to find your latte factor and redirect that wealth to literally, if you wanted to, make you hundreds of thousands of dollars, if not millions, in extra savings during your lifetime. The fourth question is, do you own your own home? See, if you're a renter right now, you have almost no statistical possibility whatsoever of being rich. Now, how do I know that? Because a recent study showed that the average renter in America has a net worth of less than $4,000. Now, what about homeowners? The average homeowner has an average net worth of nearly $140,000. Now, think about that for a second. That's almost 40 times greater than a renter. So here's what I can tell you. If you're listening to this program right now and you're a renter, the only person who's getting rich is your landlord. So if you want to be rich, you have to be a homeowner. Almost 40% of Americans rent. If you want to be a homeowner, you will learn in this program the secret to being a homeowner. But if you are a homeowner today, it's too early to pat yourself on the back, and I'll tell you why. Most homeowners have a 30-year mortgage. And if you've got a 30-year mortgage and you're paying for your home over 30 years, here's what I can tell you. A 30-year mortgage is the biggest financial banking ripoff in the world. What you're going to learn in this program is this. If you have a 30-year mortgage and you pay for your home over 30 years, you will work until you're in your mid-60s, maybe even your late 60s. Now, if that doesn't sound good to you, then you're going to want to keep listening to this program because you're going to find out that there's a much better, a smarter way to pay your mortgage that can literally put you in a position to pay that home off in less than 20 years. The fifth question is, do you tithe? Now, maybe you've heard of tithing. You've probably heard of it at your church or maybe your temple. It's the idea that you give a percentage of your income back to charity, back to the community. And I'm going to cover later in this program why it's so important. You know, we all know that we should do this, but why financially should you do this? Why would it help you to become rich to give money away? You're going to learn that in this program. And the sixth question, is your financial plan automatic? Are you doing questions 1 through 5 completely automated? Or do you have to write checks and do everything manually? And that's the key, the core of this program, is this idea that we can take the first 5 questions, answer them for you, direct you on what to do, and get you to automate your plan. And you can do all of this in less than a few hours. Now that's power. Because here's the thing. If all the first 5 questions I talked about, paying yourself first, 10% of your gross income, having an emergency basket of cash, buying a home, finding your latte factor, if you have to have a budget to do all those things, if you need discipline to do all those things, if you need motivation to do all those things, I can promise you it won't work. It won't work. You need an automatic plan because, again, you're busy. So that's the core of this program. How do you take all those things I just talked about and completely make your plan automatic? So you can literally have this plan work while you sleep. That's the idea behind the Automatic Millionaire. And that's what I want for you. I want to talk to you for a second about the title, The Automatic Millionaire. Because maybe when you got this, you thought, well, gosh, is this a get-rich-quick scheme? Because we've been exposed to so many of those things. You know, this is the way to find the hot stock. You need our software, and then you can do this. Or maybe you think, well, I'm going to need to run my own business to be an automatic millionaire. You're not going to need to. The one I like the best is that infomercial that's been airing for like 20 years, which tells you that you can place tiny little ads while sitting on your couch and people will just mail you in checks. That is not what this program is about. In fact, I just got a quote from Bill O'Reilly. You probably know Bill O'Reilly from the O'Reilly Factor. And Bill O'Reilly, if ever there's been a skeptic about anything that's about spin, it's Bill O'Reilly. Bill O'Reilly gave me a quote for this approach. There's no spin here. So let me go through why there's no spin here. The Automatic Millionaire is not about getting rich overnight. What the Automatic Millionaire is about, what my grandmother taught me, which is that you don't get rich in days, you get rich in decades. By creating a system that makes it so that you literally can't fail. Again, most people don't do it. You're going to learn there's all kinds of ways to pay your bills automatically, so that you don't have to write the checks yourself. You're going to learn that today with technology, you can literally, in less than 1 hour, so that you can completely automate every aspect of your financial life. So that literally, if you were in a great situation where you could take a month off, which you probably can't even fathom right now, but if you went on vacation for a month, you went to Europe on vacation, you wouldn't have to even think about your finances because your bills would be paid automatically, your savings plan would be handled automatically, your mortgage plan would be handled automatically. You'd have everything automated and you wouldn't have to think about it. Now, doesn't that just make you feel better knowing that you could do this? One of the things that's going to hit you as you go through this audio program is that you're going to be bothered. And I want to tell you why you're going to be bothered. You're going to be bothered because the plan is so darn simple. You're going to say, I don't get it. I don't understand how anything this simple could work. You know, when you got CNBC on and CNN, and by the way, I go on all those shows, but everybody on there is talking about the market and the economy and the GDP and all these things that you need to know about when you're an investor. And yet here you're talking about, David, having a financial plan that's totally automatic in less than an hour. How can that be? There's all these technical books out there right now. Technical analysis of this investment, technical analysis of that investment, and there's 8,000 mutual funds, and there's 11,000 stocks, and how can it be this simple? Well, it can be this simple. The reality is there's a big business in making it complicated. There isn't a big business in making it simple. I don't know why that is. I don't know why more people are not out there sharing a simple message, but they're not. The stuff I'm going to teach you today, I have to tell you the truth, you should know everything I'm about to teach you. Should have been taught in school. You should have gone to school in the first grade, and they should have started teaching you all these principles so that by the time you got out of high school, you wouldn't even need this program. You'd already have an automatic plan for wealth. But it's not there. The government's not teaching it. Now, there are all kinds of reasons why the government might not be teaching it. The government might not be teaching it because if you're not financially secure, you could be dependent then on government services. The government might not be teaching it because guess what? Insurance and the financial service industry makes a whole lot of money out of our financial ignorance. But again, all those issues, that's not what really matters. What really matters is you. What matters is what happens in your life and what you do with your money and whether or not you have freedom and whether or not you get to live the American dream and whether or not your family, if you have one, gets to live the American dream with you. That's what matters. So again, I have learned a lot from teaching people about money, and what I've learned is when you make it simple, people act on it. When you make it simple, people use it. When you make it simple, people's lives changed. And again, you know what? When you look at simplicity today, some of the most powerful books out there today are the simplest ones. I mean, look at the book right now that's sold over 10 million copies. It's called Who Moved My Cheese? Chances are you've read it. Now, could you go take an MBA program to teach you on how to handle the change of the economy and the change of companies? Yeah. Or you could just read a 100-page little book and learn about the power of change. It's the same principles here with the Automatic Millionaire. You don't have to make something great complicated. In fact, in many cases, it's harder to make it simple. But that's what we've done here for you today. Now, I just told you what you're going to be bothered by, that you're going to be bothered by the simplicity of this program. So now let me tell you what you're going to love about this program. The first thing you're going to love about it, you don't need a lot of money to get started. If you've got $1 a day, I can get you going on this program. Now, let's not kid ourselves. You're not going to get to where you want to go quickly on $1 a day. But just saving $1 a day, if we get you set up automatically, will create the wheels in motion for you to believe that you can do this. Hopefully we can get you to do more than that. But you won't need a lot of money to get started. The second thing you're going to love about this program is you don't have to go and change your life. Now, the truth is, most Americans want to have their own business. They want to be their own boss. But you know what the other truth is? Most Americans won't go start their own business, and they won't be their own boss. And if you're an employee right now, and you don't want to start your own business, but you want to be rich, you're going to love this program because you can do it being an employee. You can do it earning $8 an hour. You could have minimum wage earnings and start to put the Automatic Millionaire plan into place. Another thing you're going to love about this program, you don't have to be overly interested in money. Now that might seem strange. The program's called an Automatic Millionaire, but I don't have to be interested in money. It's true. Again, this is a pretty boring program. The program itself, hopefully I will not bore you. But I can tell you, creating an automatic investment plan is boring. Because once it's in place, you don't have to think about it anymore. You get to go back to your life. You get to go back and have your life and not think about money. That's great. I think you'll like that. The other thing you're going to like about this program, you don't have to be good at math. Now, there's a reason you have to be good at math. I'm not good at math. I can tell you for a fact, you don't need to know a whole lot about math to get rich. If you understand the principle of $1, and you can do some basic math, like 10% of $1 is 10 cents. That's all you need to know to become rich using this program. And a few more things you'll like about this program. You don't need discipline. In fact, as I said earlier, discipline will require you to fail. You don't need to be disciplined. I'm not disciplined. That's why I have an automatic approach to wealth. You don't need a budget. You'll really love this part. This program is set up so that you don't need a budget. Now, why wouldn't you want a budget? Because budgets don't work. We've been hearing about budgets for years, and they don't work. If they worked, we'd all be on them, we'd all be using them, and we'd all be rich. They don't work. And you won't need one once you set up your automatic plan. And the last thing, and again, I say this to you in all sincerity, you don't need to be a landlord to get rich. You do need to be your own landlord. You do absolutely need to own your own home. And you do want to pay that home off early, but you don't have to go in the rental business of real estate to get rich. There are people that are getting rich every single day that don't have tenants in rental property. And you know what? Here's the truth. It always sounds great to say you should go out and buy real estate with no money down, and other people will pay for your real estate, and you'll have positive cash flow, and you'll live happily ever after. What people don't tell you is that is really tough. It's really tough to buy real estate with no money down, and it's really tough to find tenants that will pay enough rent for you to have positive cash flow. So this program doesn't require you to do that. You want to go do that, fine, but this program won't require you to become a landlord and buy real estate with no money down and have tenants. You won't have to worry about any of that stuff. Again, you'll be able to go on vacation and not think about your money because your plan will be automatic. All right, now I know with everything I've already shared with you that there's still got to be a voice inside of you going, yeah, but this, yeah, but I don't know if it'll work for me, yeah, but, you know, it just seems like it's too good to be true. So I want to share something with you that's very honest. And I don't go out and tell this to everybody, but I'm going to tell it to you right now. The truth is, even though I started buying stock at 7, going to investment classes at 9, telling my friends' parents how to invest at 12, the truth is this. I didn't do everything right after that. In fact, I went to college and I got myself in huge credit card debt. By the time I was a junior in college, I was $12,000 in credit card debt. And I'll go through later how to get out of debt because that may be an issue for you. Then I got my first job. I was only making $1,200 a month. I had to borrow money just to pay my bills. At the end of my first year of college, I was $30,000 in debt. And again, like you, I went out and listened to other programs, got incredibly motivated, and figured out a way to make a lot of money quickly. Got myself out of debt. But then I went into the financial service field, and I was in the business for about 2 years. And I was teaching other people all these principles. Pay yourself first. Do it automatically. But you want to know the truth? I wasn't doing it. Some months I was saving money. But then the next month I'd go and spend it. Some months I was paying myself first. But then the next month I'd forget. And so 2 years into being a financial advisor, teaching other people how to do this, I had barely grown my net worth. In fact, I had almost nothing in savings. And I was really frustrated because it's an awful feeling to go out and tell other people how to do something and then find out that you're not walking your own talk. And I was in my early 20s at the time. And I had just been teaching a class when at the end of a class, a couple came to me that really illustrates the power of the automatic millionaire. In fact, if anything, they're the ones that pushed me over the edge to become one. I remember like it was yesterday meeting Jim and Sue McIntyre. This couple came up to me at the end of a 4-week class that I was teaching at a local adult school and said, David, we want to come into your office and we want to talk to you about retiring. Now, I had met Jim earlier in the class, and one of the things Jim had told me is that he'd never made more than $50,000 a year. He told me he was very conservative with his money, and I also knew that Jim was 52 years old. So one of the things I started thinking was there's just no possible way that this couple can retire in their early 50s, unless maybe they inherited some money or something. I was doing the classic rookie maneuver, they say. I was judging a book by its cover. But I said, yeah, come on into my office. Let's sit down. Let's see what your situation is. So about a week later, Jim and Sue come into my office. Now, let me just first of all describe to you Jim, so at least you'll understand why I was such a rookie judging a book by its cover, okay? Jim comes into my office. The guy is wearing one of those short-sleeve dress shirts, you know, the ones that you just think to yourself, why do people wear those? Okay, maybe that's a little bad to say, but he's wearing one of those short-sleeve dress shirts with a T-shirt sticking out underneath it. He's got himself a little pocket protector with a whole bunch of pens in it. Again, he just doesn't look like somebody who's going to be a millionaire. Oops, I already gave it away. Now his wife, on the other hand, she's also dressed a little bit funky. She's got some pretty serious blonde highlights. They just didn't look rich. But I was in for a shock, and I was in for a lesson that would change my life. So we sit down together, and I say, well, so tell me about your situation. And they start telling me, oh, isn't it great? Jim's going to retire. He's 52 years old. We're so excited. He's not going to need to work anymore. And I go, whoa, wait a minute, guys. What makes you think you have enough money to retire? Now, again, at this point, I didn't know they were millionaires. So they said, well, why? You don't think we have enough money to retire? We don't look like people who would be rich enough to retire? And I said, well, Jim, wait, you told me you're 52. You told me you never made more than $50,000 a year. You certainly don't look like a multimillionaire. Did you inherit any money? He laughed. He said, inherit any money? Of course not. Didn't inherit a dime. He proceeds to take out his net worth statement, and he shows it to me. So the first thing that Jim showed me was his tax returns. Now here's the amazing thing about his tax returns. The year before he came into my office, ready for how much money he earned? He lied. He earned a little bit more than $50,000 a year. He earned $53,946. And I guess it's because he combined his income with Sue's income. So, again, not a whole lot of money that he was making, but not so bad either. About your average American family. Certainly not enough money to be rich, right? Wrong. He proceeds to take out his brokerage statements. Here's what he shows me. First of all, his 401k plan at work. $610,000. But wait, there's more. Sue takes out her retirement accounts. She's got $72,000 in retirement accounts. Then they take out their brokerage statements. $160,000 in municipal bonds. And then they take out their bank and savings accounts. $62,500. Wow. That's a lot of money. But wait, there's more. Now they show me their real estate holdings. They own the home they live in. Free and clear. It's worth $450,000. But wait, there's more. They have a second home, a rental property. It's worth $325,000. Free and clear, no mortgage. Did you just do the math there? That's $775,000 worth of real estate with no mortgage. Combined, they've also got 3 cars and a boat, and they have no debt. So collectively, they've got a net worth approaching $2 million. Now, as if this isn't enough, they've also got a stream of income coming in the form of interest and dividends from their investments. Between rental income and municipal bonds, they've got $26,000 a year in income coming in. Now, this is what's really killing me at this point. Now I'm going, wait a minute. Not only is their plan to retire at 52 realistic, but it's amazing. Now, one more thing about the McIntyres that's totally amazing is that they had 2 kids. You know, it's easy to go, oh, well, they didn't have kids. It's easy to get rich if you don't have kids. They had 2 kids. They probably still have those 2 kids. And they sent those 2 kids off to college, and they paid for their college education with no student loans. And an important thing that the McIntyres did, and I'm going to share with you later why you should do this too, if you've got kids, they taught their daughter and their son how to do this at a young age. Because what's the fun of getting rich if you don't transfer that knowledge, not just the money, but the knowledge to the next generation? Now, I have to say something to you at this point. As a financial advisor, I don't normally get impressed with people's wealth. I'd seen a lot of people who are as wealthy as the McIntyres before they came into my office. But what amazed me about the McIntyres was, again, was not so much their wealth, but they didn't look like people who would be rich. I mean, again, he never made over $53,946 in a year. And here he is sitting in my office in his early 50s, 52. He's got almost a $2 million net worth. So now at this point, I'm hooked. And, you know, I'm a new financial advisor. I'm supposed to know all this stuff, but I'm not practicing it. And I sit back in my chair and I look at them and I said something I'll never forget. Would you mind sharing with me how you did this? They said, David, you got to be kidding me. You've been teaching us a class for 4 weeks. I said, I know I've been teaching a class, but I'm amazed. I go, honestly, I don't see people like you every day. I mean, yeah, I've seen people come in here with money. But you know what? You've come in here with a lot of money. You've never had a high income. And yet you're almost worth $2 million. I need to know how you did what you did. Because, you know, here I am making, quite honestly, more money than you. And I got to tell you, I'm finding it tough to save. Would you guys sit down and share with me how you did this? And Sue looked at Jim, and they said, yeah, of course. Absolutely. How much time have you got? I said, well, how much time would it take? And they said, it wouldn't even take an hour. And the truth was they sat down in 20 minutes and laid out for me exactly how they did what they did. And the amazing thing is that they did everything that I'm going to share with you in this program. They paid themselves first. Didn't start off paying themselves first, but they paid themselves first. They automated their plan. They bought a home. They paid that home off early. They set up everything in their system so it was totally automated, so they didn't have to budget or write checks or think about saving. In fact, they got rid of their budget. Very, very important. But they created an automatic plan to be wealthy so they could not fail. Now, here's the kicker in their story. I asked them, how did you learn about this? And they said they learned from their parents. Now, they lived in a community called San Leandro, California. And I got to tell you, these were such nice people, but they were such average Americans. Like those people you hear about, the millionaire next door. But they weren't people who scrimped. They had lived a totally full life. The guy had a boat, 3 cars. I mean, this is a guy who's enjoying his life. And he lived on a block where he said, David, you know what? I got to tell you something. The street I live on, most of my friends have all been doing the same thing too. In fact, this is what we would talk about on the Sunday barbecue, was how we were all doing these things so we could all retire early in our 50s when our kids were out of our house and hang out together. And he said, I'm really not that special. Sue and I have just been doing, what you teach people to do, only we really did it. We lived it. We lived these concepts you teach. And he said everybody else in our street is living them too. But that story profoundly changed my life. Because when I walked out of the conference room, I went back into my office. I sat in my office and I stared at the wall for 2 hours. I'll never forget this. My dad comes in and he goes, what are you doing? I go, I've just had the most amazing life-changing experience. I said, it's going to totally change my life. And within a week, I had completely transformed my financial life to doing everything that I lay out in this program for you. And it worked. And now I'm going to take you through, in the remainder of these audio sessions, how to do what the McIntyres did. How to become that millionaire next door that lives a fun life. You don't have to scrimp, save, but automate your way to wealth. Wouldn't it be great to not have to think about your money? The power of the automatic millionaire is its simplicity. Just take that voice, that yeah, but voice that you're hearing right now in your head, and shut that little voice up. Put it off in a box somewhere. Maybe stick it in a closet, if you will. And give yourself the next few hours of having an open mind and allowing these ideas to sink into your soul so that you'll take some action immediately to become the automatic. All right, well, we've come to the end of the first session, and what I'm going to do right now is introduce you to a concept I call automatic millionaire action steps. Each audio you've got is going to end with specific action steps that you can take. Now, why is it important to take action steps? You can listen to me, and if all you do with these audio programs is listen to me, you'll still make changes in your life. You will, because subconsciously the stuff will sink into your brain, it'll get into your soul, and before you know it, you'll be doing things differently financially. But if you start taking specific, measurable actions following each audio session, you're going to make progress towards being an automatic millionaire faster. So if you're somebody who's what I call a quick start, you really want to get going quickly, then all you need to do at the end of each audio is follow the action steps, and you'll get to where you want to go faster. All right? Makes sense, right? So let's talk about the first action step. Here's what you're going to do right now. Very, very simple. I want you to take out the workbook that was included with this audio program. If you don't have a workbook, if you're in your office, go, I don't have the workbook. What am I going to do? What a nightmare. I knew I should have brought the workbook. Don't worry about it. All right? Just take out a pad of paper. Here's what you're going to do. All you need to do today is the following. I want you to do 2 things. 1, I want you to commit to yourself when you will listen to the second audio. All right? Really important. It could be tomorrow. It could be next week. You have to make a commitment to yourself. I want you to write it down. What day I'm going to listen to the second session of this audio program. Now, in a perfect world, I'd like to see you put this in your calendar. I'd like you to literally make an appointment with yourself to listen to session number 2. And let me tell you why this is so important. You would be stunned on how many people buy these programs, open them up, listen to the first audio, and never get to the second audio. In fact, it would be depressing for me to actually know those statistics, but we don't care about the statistics. We care about you. I want you to get to the second audio, okay? So go to your Palm Pilot, go to your calendar, whatever you use, and make a date with yourself to do session 2. The second thing I want you to do is this. I want you to take a look at this question, and I want you to answer it for yourself truthfully. Here's a key thing to know. Financially, all progress begins with telling the truth. So tell yourself the truth right now. I call this the Finish Rich Clarity question. Over the next year, what one thing would have to happen for you to feel you've made great financial progress? Over the next year, what one thing would have to happen for you to feel you've made great financial progress? Now, in your workbook, there's a whole page there that you can fill out to give yourself that answer. Again, if you don't have your workbook, don't sweat it. Just take out a pad of paper and write it down somewhere that you won't lose it. I want you to be really specific. If you're right now $6,252 in credit card debt and your number one dream is to get out of credit card debt, then let's write that down. Put down in there, you know what? For me to feel I've made great progress, I want to completely pay off the Visa credit card. Maybe you really want to buy your first home. You know what? Write that down. For me to feel like I've made great progress, I want to buy my first home. Whatever it is that's really important to you, I just want you to focus on one thing. The power of focus can change your life. And when you write it down, it starts to become real. You can see, am I making progress as I go throughout this year? And another thing is, I want to hear from you. So at the end of this year, after you've done this, later on this program, I'm going to give you my email because I want to hear from you. How did you do on your number one goal for the year financially? We hear from people all over the world every single day, their success stories. And I want you to be one of those success stories. All right, so we're done for the day. Congratulations. Go make that date with yourself for session 2, and I'll be back with you when you return. Thanks. Well, hi, and welcome back. This is David. And I'll tell you what, if you were sitting here right next to me right now, I would give you a big high five because you are on session 2 and you are clearly a doer. You are not a watcher. You are not a wannabe. You are a doer. And I'm just really proud of you that you came back, that you made a commitment to yourself to follow through. And we're going to have a great session right now. Session 2 is probably my favorite session because it is the latte factor. The latte factor is an incredibly powerful metaphor that can change your life. And it's the powerful idea that you can become a millionaire on a few dollars a day, and that more than likely you're already wasting a few dollars a day on little things. We all do this. I'm equally guilty of doing this. One of my central beliefs when it comes to money, because I've seen this to be true, is this. It's not how much we earn that determines whether or not we'll be rich. It's how much we spend. Now, how do you use that in your own life? Well, first of all, let me start by busting a few huge financial myths. One of the biggest myths out there, which is leading to so many people being poor and unhappy and stressed financially, is that you need to get a budget. It's just amazing to me. Any week of the year, you can turn on the television and see somebody on a morning show or an evening show or an afternoon show talking to you through your television set and telling you what you need to do, Mr. and Mrs. Jones, is you need to get a budget. You need to take a look at where all your money goes, and you need to track your expenses. And then once you figure out what your budget is, you need to live within your means. And who does this? It's just ridiculous. The idea that you would sit down and figure out how much money you spend for housing and how much money you spend for food and how much money you spend for utilities, and how much money you're going to spend on clothes, and how much money you're going to spend on restaurants and entertainment and on and on and on. Who does this? Do you know anybody who does this? And if you do, they're not any fun, are they? Now, here's the worst part about budgeting. There are two types of people in the world. There are those that are born, literally born, wanting to budget. I mean, they come out and from the moment they can talk, they want to carry a calculator and track where everything goes. That is their life. And you know what happens to those people? They fall in love with their financial opposite. Somebody who loves to shop. And the two of those people drive each other crazy. I wrote Smart Couples Finish Rich because fighting about budgets is one of the number one things that people in America fight about. So I want to help you throw out that budget. And the first way I'm going to do that today is by teaching you the principles of the latte factor. Because you're going to see that you've actually got a lot of money. And once you realize that you've got this money and we can get you to redirect it, then I'll take you into the principles of paying yourself first and automating it. But first, I need you to believe at a core level that you may have more money than you think you have right now. And that's really where the latte factor begins. Most people believe that the secret to getting rich is all about finding new ways of increasing their income as quickly as possible. If only I could make more money, people will say, I'd be rich. And there's all kinds of programs out there that sell you on that idea, that what is missing in your life is more income. Well, let's be honest, we'd all like to have more income. But the key thing to realize is making more money doesn't translate into more wealth unless you do something with that money, right? Haven't you gone through that experience? Aren't you making more money today than you were making 10 years ago? What about 5 years ago? My experience working with people is this. As our incomes go up, our spending goes up, right? If you're making $20,000 a year, you live off $20,000 a year and then some. If you're making $30,000 a year, you live off that and then some. And as our incomes go up, even though we tell ourselves every year, if I could just get a raise, then I'd start saving, we don't. We increase our style of living and we just spend a little bit more. Now, before I go right into the latte factor, I want to say one more thing to you that's really important. You cannot, I repeat, you cannot positive think your way to wealth. There's a great book out there called Think and Grow Rich. It was an all-time classic, and I love the book. It was written by Napoleon Hill. But a lot of people took off on that premise, didn't read the book because the book talks about action, and they took off on the concept that it's all about the way you think. In fact, there's a financial guru out there right now, and I heard her speak recently, and she said to the audience, what you need to do is this. You need to wake up in the morning and look in the mirror and say 9 times, I am powerful over my money, I am powerful over my money, I am powerful over my money. And if you say that 9 times in the morning, you will start to believe that you are powerful over your money. And then the way you think, you become. Well, I've got news for you. That's ridiculous. You could say, I'm powerful over my money 100 times in a day. And if you spend more money than you make, at the end of the week, you'll be broke. And if you get a raise and you spend more money than you make, at the end of the month, you'll be broke. So you can't positive think your way to wealth. You have to positively do your way to wealth. But your thinking does need to change before your actions change. And so to take you into the thinking behind realizing you have the money it takes to be wealthy, I'm now going to take you into the story of the latte factor. Because the latte factor started with a real life woman telling me, David, you're full of it. I'm teaching a 4-week class. I had been teaching for almost 10 hours. All these ideas. You got to pay yourself first. You need to save some of your income. And a woman came up to me and she raised her hand. She said, David, I got to tell you something. Everything that you've taught us in this class over 4 weeks is good in theory, but not in reality. Now, when the woman raised her hand and said this, first of all, let me tell you her name. Her name was Kim. When she raised her hand and said this, it was like somebody was throwing a spear into my heart. I've only got 10 minutes left in the class. I thought I taught this great class, and all of a sudden somebody is standing up and telling me that everything I taught is good in theory, not in reality. And I was just totally 100% shocked. I said, Kim, what are you talking about? She said, David, first of all, I'm only 2 years out of college. She said, I'm making right now about $35,000 a year. I live in San Francisco. I don't have a dime to pay myself first. I'm living paycheck to paycheck. I'm totally broke. There's no way any of these ideas can work for me. Now, it would have been easy for me to just poo-poo that. But what I started noticing, much to my dismay, was that a lot of people in the room were nodding, which meant they agreed with her. They could relate to what she was saying. So at that moment, I stopped what I was doing and how I had planned to end the class, and I walked up to a blackboard, an honest-to-goodness, old-school blackboard with chalk. You know when you used to have those in your classroom? I walked to the blackboard and I said, you know what, Kim? Let's just play a game here. Let's take a look at where you spend money. I want to go through your day. So let's start with the morning. In the morning, I said, when you get up, do you drink coffee? And her friend was with her, and her friend kind of gave her a nudge and went, oh my God, you don't even want to see Kim in the morning without coffee. I said, great. Is it the coffee that you get at work, the free coffee in the dirty coffee pot? Kim kind of giggled and went, well, no, I stop in the morning and I get my coffee on the way to work. I said, oh, I bet you go somewhere fancy to get your coffee. She said, no, I don't go anywhere fancy. I go to Starbucks. I go, oh, okay. The whole room's kind of laughing at this point. I go, oh, the non-fancy place, Starbucks. Okay, you get a regular cup of coffee? She goes, well, no, I get a grande non-fat latte. I said, a grande non-fat latte. Out of curiosity, Kim, what does a grande non-fat latte cost? And she said, well, $3.50, of course. And, at this point, there are other people in the room who actually had lattes in their hand that were sipping, so they started kind of squirming in their chairs. And I said, okay, Kim, and I went to the board and I wrote $3.50. I said, now, do you get anything to eat with that? She said, well, yeah, I get a muffin. I said, okay, well, what's the muffin cost? And she said, $1.50. So I went to the blackboard and I wrote $1.50. At that point, somebody said, $1.50 for a muffin? How can a muffin cost $1.50? Kim said, well, it's fat-free. And again, the whole room kind of started laughing. And I said, no, wait a minute, we all do this, so let's not pick on Kim. Let's just keep going through her day. So I said, Kim, now you get to work. You've already, by the way, spent $5. And that doesn't include the fact that you got to leave some change in the tip jar at the front desk or they'll be mad at you. But you've already spent $5. I know you have no money, but you already spent $5 and you're not even at work yet. Okay, great. So you get to work. Now what happens? She says, well, I go to work, and then I go, well, hold on. Do you have a break? You get to work at 8. Between 8 and 12, do you take a break? She goes, yeah, I take a break. Okay, I know where you're going with this, David. I said, well, where do you go on your break? She said, at 10 o'clock, I go and I get some juice. I said, oh, again, does your company give you fresh squeezed juice? She said, no, I go to a place called Jamba Juice. Now, depending on where you live right now, you may have not heard of Jamba Juice, but Jamba Juice is opening up next door to every Starbucks. Basically, they make this great, fresh, squeezed juice. It's delicious. It's healthy for you. I said, Kim, how much does Jamba Juice cost? She said, oh, it cost about $3.95. So again, I'm up at the blackboard, $3.95. And yeah, and her friend goes, yeah, but Kim, you also get that juice boost thing in it. That ginkgo biloba stuff. I go, you put ginkgo biloba into your juice boost? She's like, oh, come on, you need to have a fresh, breathing, clean brain, right? If you're in California, you got to have your brain clear. So now at this point, after we found out about the ginkgo biloba, the powder that she's got to put into her juice so that her brain has oxygen in it, the whole room's cracking up. And I'm still up at the board, and I go, okay, great. So you got your juice boost, you got your ginkgo biloba, which we know it's not called ginkgo biloba, but you got your fresh squeezed juice. Do you get anything to eat with that, Kim? And Kim goes, yeah. I get a power bar, David. I'm starving. All I had was that non-fat muffin earlier. Well, what's a power bar cost? $1.75. Now, again, I'm up at the blackboard, and I total it up. And it's $11.20. Now, remember, she spent $11.20, not including tax and tip, and she hasn't even got to lunch yet. The poor girl is starving. She hasn't even got to lunch yet, and she's already spent $11.20. Now, at this point, the room's having a pretty good time with this. Everybody's kind of laughing. Now, one of the reasons they're all laughing is because we're all guilty of this. But I go, you know what, Kim, let's just stop right there. We don't have to go through the rest of your day. Let's just do some basic math. All right, for the sake of argument, let's just pretend for a moment that instead of every morning going and getting a grande non-fat latte, you actually made your coffee at home. Instead of spending $5 in the morning, you'd have coffee that cost about a dime and maybe a piece of toast or an apple. So you'd only be out of your pocket, let's say 25 cents, and you'd go to work. Now, again, I'm not trying to get you to starve or change your whole life. I just want to use this example. Imagine, for the sake of argument, that you could save $5 a day. I said, do you think you could do that? She said, fine, let's just see what happens. I said, okay, great. $5 a day over the month is $150. Now, let's take that out over the year. That's $2,000 a year. I said, now, you're really young. How old are you? She said, I'm 23. I said, okay, great. 23 years old. What would happen if, for the sake of argument, I know this is crazy, I know you say this stuff doesn't work in practicality, but what would happen if you put that money into your 401k plan at work, where you paid yourself first and you saved the money? How much do you think you would have when you got ready to retire? She says, I don't know, $200,000? I said, try again. She said, I don't know, $500,000? I said, try again. How about, and I ran the calculations, nearly $1.2 million in savings. I said, now the truth is, that's a lowball estimate. I go, because where do you work, Kim? And it turned out she worked at the Gap. I said, doesn't the Gap match your 401k plan? When you put money in your 401k plan, don't they actually contribute extra money? She said, yeah. I said, okay, great. So let's factor in that. And I ran the numbers. Here's what it came back at. At the age of 65, and I'm not suggesting that she's going to work till 65, but we just wanted to do the calculations. I said, Kim, if you save $5 a day by cutting back on your latte and you put it away, by the time you're 65, you're going to have $1,742,467. Now, at this point, Kim's a pretty smart woman, and she puts her hands on her hips and she kind of looks at me and she says, David, are you trying to tell me that my lattes are costing me $1,742,467? And what did I say? Yes. The whole room looked at her like, duh, aren't you listening? Now, here's the interesting thing. I don't know if that moment her life was changed. Here's what I know happened. As the class ended, and everybody was getting ready to leave the room, the thing that everybody was talking about after 10 hours of teaching, after 4 weeks, was the latte factor. And as I walked back to the parking lot with some of the students, I couldn't get over how much the latte factor, the simple idea that where we spend our money, a few dollars here, a few dollars there, can add up to a fortune. And I have to tell you something, that's where the idea for the latte factor came to be. Now, one part of the story that I forgot to bring up is that here I am standing at the chalkboard really proud of myself because I've convinced Kim that she's actually got the money to save. And no sooner am I feeling proud of myself than one of my other students decides that he wants to throw that spear at my heart. And he says to me, you know, David, he raised his hand. His name is Roger. He said, I got to tell you something. That's a really cute idea for somebody who's young, but let me tell you something. I would never waste money on lattes. It's ridiculous. So I don't understand how this applies to me because I'm not wasting my money. I said, look, it may not be lattes. It may be bottled water. It could be cigarettes, gosh forbid. It could be buying magazines at the checkout counter at the grocery store. It could be always paying full price for things instead of getting them on sale. I don't know what it is for you. I said, all of us spend money in little ways that add up to a fortune. And I named it at that point the latte factor. Go, Kim's latte factor. The message here about the latte factor is not the latte. It's a metaphor. So all I want you to do when you go home tonight, is think about what is your latte factor. For some of you, it could be $5 a day. For some of you, let's face it, it could be over $100 a day. It all depends on your lifestyle. Well, here's the interesting thing. As we walked out of the classroom, what I found is that most of the people in the room were talking about the latte factor. They were all excited. Oh, what's your latte factor? What's my latte factor? And as I got to my car, I realized, God, this is a pretty interesting concept. It's so basic, it's so simple, but people can relate to it. And I thought the next time I go back and teach a class, I've got to teach this latte factor idea. Well, it's been almost 10 years, and now I've been teaching it all around the world, and it's taken off. As I told you earlier, it's been everywhere. But the idea of the latte factor, again, it's the metaphor. It's taking a look at how we spend money in small ways that can literally add up to a fortune. And I want to give you some of that math, what I call the latte factor math. Because when you really think this through, it's shocking. So let's just try this on for size for a second. And you'll find a little chart in your workbook that highlights this so that you can kind of look at it visually. But right now, wherever you are, I just want you to listen to this for a second. I want you to think about this. If you have a latte a day, and you are paying $3.50 a day for a latte, at the end of the month, you spent $105. At the end of the year, you spent on a latte a day $1,260. At the end of a decade, you spent $12,600 on your latte a day. Now, I got a little thing in my book. I call it a latte a day keeps retirement away. But a latte a day can also keep your financial dreams away. It's not just about retirement. Now, a few years back, I gave this exact example on The View with Barbara Walters. And I said, you know, if you do this over 3 decades, you could almost have spent nearly $40,000 on lattes. Somebody said in the audience, yeah, buy a coffee pot. I said, seriously, if you're going to spend this much money at Starbucks, at least buy Starbucks stock. And everybody kind of laughed. But again, it's a metaphor. So we just picked on Starbucks when we used the example of coffee. What about cigarettes? I live in New York City here. A pack a day, which a lot of people smoke, is $7. A pack a day for a month, $210. How about a pack a day for a year? $2,520. Now, what if you've been a smoker for 10 years, a pack a day, which a lot of people have? That's $25,200 during a decade. Man, that's a lot of money. God forbid what it's doing to your health, right? Now, there's so many examples like this. I mean, the newest one has got to be bottled water. Everybody drinks bottled water. Can you imagine 30 years ago when somebody came up with the business plan for bottled water? Hey, I've got this great idea. We'll take water and we'll put it in a bottle and we'll sell it. Water's free! Why would anybody buy water? Now it's a multi-billion dollar industry. Now you can buy water with vitamins in it. What? You can't drink free water out of the tap in your house and put a little pill in your mouth? You got to buy $3 vitamin water? It's all marketing. We're being marketed to more effectively than ever. And the entire purpose of marketing and branding today is to separate you from your hard-earned dollars. So that when you see that pretty package was developed to you go, I deserve this. I deserve this good cup of coffee. I work hard. I deserve this bottled water that's really cool, got a great label and a nice little bottle. Look, I'm not trying to take anything away from you. If you want to drink coffee or drink designer bottled water, that's great. Because, again, the point of the Automatic Millionaire is not to get you to be frugal. I'm using this latte factor as a metaphor because I just want you to think about where your money's going. I'm going to give you an exercise a little later to find where your money's going. But I just want you to change your thinking for a second. I don't want you to be frugal. I'm not telling you to be cheap. And I'm not trying to take the joy out of your life. Some people get really mad at me. They go, oh my God, he's trying to take away my latte. It's the best thing of my whole day. It doesn't have to be a latte. What else could it be? There's so many examples. I mean, here in New York City, it's very easy to take a cab everywhere. You can spend $10, $15, $20 a day in a cab, or you can get in the subway and spend $1.50. For some people, it's where they park their car. At work, you can spend $10 a day to park your car. You can park a few blocks away for $4 a day. For some people, it's that everyone in the family has a cell phone. Now, how much do we all have to have cell phones and talk on them all the time? We all did fine 10 years ago without cell phones. Everybody today has to have a cell phone. It could be the $100 a month that some people are paying on cable, or the $50 a month that people are spending on videos. You know, the Blockbuster video factor. In my family, we used to have a Blockbuster video factor. We would rent videos and then never return them on time. So we were spending $30 to $35 a month on late fees at Blockbuster videos. I'm like, this is ridiculous. That's like $500 a year in late fees at Blockbuster videos. No wonder they're growing. This may be happening to you. Again, I don't know what your latte factor is. I just read an amazing article about gyms across America saying that the average American who signs up for a gym visits the gym less than twice a month. So it's actually costing them almost $50 per visit to the gym. Now, here's a crazy idea. If you're going to join a gym and not use it, why don't you try this? Wake up, go for a walk. It's free. Now, again, I'm not trying to take away your joy. Seriously, the point of the latte factor, I just want you to think. I just want you to think, where am I spending this money? Now, as you're thinking about this, if you're really cynical, it's okay, I understand. Your brain, again, there's that yeah, but brain. Yeah, but. Okay, we know it's there. We're going to deal with that in a second. I want to share with you a story about a huge yeah, butter. A real story. You know, you can't make the good stories up, I promise you. So, I'm in New York City. This is before I moved here. And I'm doing a radio show. And I go through these principles of latte factor. I'm really excited about it. I think it's a great idea. And the host says to me, David, that is the stupidest idea I've ever heard in my entire life. He said, you know what? My listeners are more sophisticated than that. My listeners need concrete tools that they can use to make their life better. And for you to be sitting here talking about the latte factor is a bunch of fluff. You know, I'm on this radio show. It's going out to millions of people all over the country because this guy has a show that's syndicated everywhere. So I'm not really feeling good about this at that point. And I said to the host, and I won't tell you who the host is. I get asked the question all the time now, who was this guy? But I looked at the host in the eyes, pretty mad, and I said, you know what? I'll bet you $100. I'll write you a check right now for $100 that if for 1 week you tracked your expenses and found out what your latte factor was, it would change your life. He says to me, David, again, I got to tell you, that's the dumbest idea I've ever heard in my life, but I'll try it. I said, great. At the end of the week, have me on your show and let me know what happens. So a week goes by, and I'm, of course, waiting by the phone, want to hear what happened. Do I hear from him? No. So I pick up the phone, and I call him. He says, yeah, I was kind of expecting your call. I said, you were? Well, what happened? Did you try it? He said, yeah, okay, here's what happened. He said, the true story is that I did track my expenses. And he said, you know what I found out? This week in New York City, I spent over $500 eating out. Now, you're listening to this audio right now, depending on where you live. You go, $500 a week eating out? That's insanity. But anybody who's in New York City, a lot of people can relate to this. It's very easy to spend $500. If you eat out breakfast, lunch, and dinner in a major cosmopolitan city, you can do that. But the point is, he said to me, you know what, David? I realized that's $2,000 a month I'm spending eating out. He said, so during the year, I'm spending over $20,000 eating out. He said, now here's the sad part of this story. He says, I've been working at this radio station for over 10 years, making over 6 figures. He said, 9 years ago, I shut off saving in my 401k plan because I was living paycheck to paycheck and I didn't feel like I had enough money to save. And he says, today I have less than $20,000 in savings. I said, well, great. What'd you do about that? He said, I went back and signed up for my 401k plan this week. So I said, it did work, right? It totally got you to change the way you think about your money and take action. When am I coming back on your show? Needless to say, I was never back on that show again. So the message is, look, his is an extreme example, but the message is this. I don't know what your latte factor is. In this guy's case, he was eating out a lot. But we've all got it. We're all spending money somewhere. And the sooner we find that little thing that we can redirect, that's how we start to build real wealth. Now, I want to give you a little bit more latte factor math because I talked about how spending the money adds up. I want to talk to you for a second about how saving the money adds up. And again, you'll find this in your workbook, but just listen, because I know if you're in your car or you're doing something else, you're not going to stop what you're doing and take out the workbook. So just listen to me for a second and try this math out. If you saved $10 a day, that's $300 a month. If you put that in an investment account, you let it grow, and it earned 10% a year, which I know right now may seem absolutely impossible, but the reality is the stock market has averaged over 10% a year for over 50 years. Let's just use that example for a second. You save $10 a day, $300 a month at a 10% return. In 10 years, you'd have $61,000. In 30 years, you'd have $678,146. In 40 years, remember this is just $10 a day, you'd have $1,897,224 on $10 a day. Now I want you to imagine something else for a second. What if you were married and you got your partner to do this? What if the two of you saved $10 a day? So $20 a day. That's $600 a month. Let's go through the same math. In 10 years, you'd have $122,907 in savings. In 30 years, $1,356,293. How about in 40 years? Ready for this? $3,794,448 on $10 each a day. Now, that's a lot of money, folks. And, hey, let's just deal with the yeah, but again, okay? Because the moment you share an idea, the brain wants to do two things. Acknowledge it or defeat it. So your brain right now could be going a couple things. Yeah, but you know what? 20, 30 years from now, that's not going to be a lot of money. I can't tell you how many critics and pundits have said to me, you know what, David? 30 years from now, $1 million won't be worth anything. Well, I'll tell you what, it's going to be worth a whole lot more than zero, which is what the average American is on track to have. If you don't put anything away for the future, you know what you have when the future comes around? Nothing. So I'd rather see you have $1 million or $2 million or $3 million, even with inflation, than not have anything, right? Doesn't this make sense? Isn't this totally logical? Somebody says, yeah, but I don't want to put off waiting for the future. I agree with you. That's why later we're going to share with you how you take your latte factor and some of the money goes for the future and some of the money goes for now. The way you get a big future is you buy it. The way you get a great presence is you buy it. Okay, that's just the truth. You need money to do a lot of things that you want to do that you're not doing right now. And the truth is, you've got the money, just somebody's separating it from you. You work all day long, you get all this money, and then great marketers and brilliant branders figure a way to separate you from that cash. That's the truth. The latte factor is intended to get you to think about this differently. All right, so we've come to the end of this session, but your challenge now is just beginning. Here's what I want you to do. Here's your automatic millionaire action step. And again, this is so easy to do that you might not do it. I want to repeat that. It's so easy to do that you might not do it. Well, when I say you might not do it, I don't mean you. Other people might not do it. You're going to do it. You're going to do it, right? So here's what I want you to do. I want you to turn to the workbook, and you're going to find under session 2 what I call the Latte Factor Challenge. Now, what is the Latte Factor Challenge? It's the simple idea that we want to find your latte factor. So starting tomorrow, this is what you do. From the moment you wake up until you go to sleep, I want you to track your expenses for 1 day. Everywhere you spend money. Now, I talk about this all the time and people get really confused. So here's some of the questions I've got you may be asking. I've had people say, David, does that include cash? Yes, of course it includes cash. What about checks? Yes. What about credit cards? Yes, it's everything you do during the day to spend money you're going to put down on this Latte Factor Challenge form. At the end of the day, I want you to take a look at where did the money go. And I want you to ask yourself honestly, what did you spend money on that was something you could cut back on? Something you'd be willing to redirect that wealth to build your dream basket, to build your security basket, to build your retirement basket, something you could give up or redirect. Don't think of it as giving up. Redirecting that cash flow of yours to help you use this program as we continue to go through it. Because let's face it, you can't get rich with air. You're going to need some money. And we need you to find your latte factor in order for you to have the money to do it. You'll find a second form in there called Latte Factor Math. What I want you to do is once you've found your latte factor, I want you to calculate what this would be worth to you over 10, 20, 30, and 40 years. And then there's actually a calculator. You can go to my website at finishrich.com, click into the calculator section, and there's a latte factor calculator. And you can actually calculate based on your numbers how much money you would have. You can choose the rate of return. If you think 10% is too high, you can do a lower rate of return. And it'll come back and tell you over what period of time how much money you can have by finding your latte factor and investing it. And that's beautiful because that's going to lead us into the next session, which is all about paying yourself first. I just have to say the reason I put the latte factor here before pay yourself first is I wanted to change your thinking. I wanted to change your thinking so that in the next session, it'll be easier for you to change your action. Again, you need to positively think your way to wealth and positively do your way to wealth. Thinking without action doesn't work. Now we're going to combine the two. So congratulations. This has been a great session. You've done a fantastic job. Easy principle, fun concept. Share it with people you love. If you've got kids, get your kids to try this. If you've got a spouse, get your spouse to try this. You've got my permission. Xerox off that workbook page. Give it to somebody else to try. At the end of the day, you can sit down together. The whole family can look at what their latte factor is. You can find your family's latte factor. You'll be shocked by how much money you've actually got. Hi, this is David. Welcome to session 3. This is the session where we're going to talk about the critical concept of pay yourself first. But before we go into this concept, I want to know something. Did you go find your latte factor? What was it? How much were you spending? I am totally curious. I wish you were here in this room with me because I would love to know what happened. If you've got a family, did you get your wife to do it or your husband to do it? Or your boyfriend to do it for that matter. Maybe you got your mom or your dad to do it. I hope you're helping other people find their latte factors. And I hope the biggest thing that came from finding your latte factor, or maybe it was just thinking about your latte factor, I hope the biggest thing that came is that you saw the possibility that you actually do make enough money to be rich if you just start saving a few dollars a day that you might be spending on something you really don't need. I hope that happened for you. And if it hasn't happened yet, don't worry. Keep going through this program. This stuff is going to sink into your system, into your brain, through osmosis, and begin to work. I promise you. So what we're going to do right now, you guys go, he's crazy. What's he talking about? What we're going to do right now is look at pay yourself first. Now, this concept, the idea that you should pay yourself first, I touched upon it in the first session, but I am going to drill the message home now. Because I know chances are you've heard of pay yourself first. I mean, every time I go into a room and I do seminars, I just did a seminar recently, we had 5,000 people in the room. I said, how many of you have heard of the idea of pay yourself first? And you know what? 5,000 people's hands went up. I said, really? A lot of people have heard of pay yourself first, but let me ask you some questions. Number one, do you really know what it means? Number two, do you know how much you should pay yourself first? Number three, do you know where you should put that money? And number four, is your plan automatic? And as I started asking those questions, the hands started dropping. Before I knew it, there were very few hands in the room that were up. So first, let me say something to you about pay yourself first. I want to go back over this message. It's really important. I want you to ask yourself a question. Why would you wake up in the morning, leave your family, not do what you want to do with your day, go to work all day long, upwards of 8, 9, 10 hours a day, commute back home, get up and do it all over again? Why would you do that 5 days a week, 4 weeks out of the month, 12 months out of the year? Why would you do all of that to earn money and not pay yourself first? Doesn't make any sense. But I want you to know something. Most Americans don't pay themselves first. Most Americans, again, when they earn a paycheck, the first person they pay is the government. See, the government takes money out of your paycheck automatically. The government goes and they suck out what's called federal withholding tax, right? You know about this. Depending on your income level, it can be anywhere from 15 to over 30%. Then the state, depending on the state you live in, they come and they suck money out. It can be as upwards of 11% if you live in New York City. Then Social Security comes and they suck money out, and it's upwards of 7%. If you're not in your car, you can take $1 out, stare at the dollar right now, and I want you to imagine, or you could actually do this physically. It would upset the Treasury, but you could do this physically for dramatization here. I want you to imagine that you cut off 40% of that dollar, so that all you were left with is 60 cents. Now, so most people, again, they paid the government first. Now they go and they start paying everybody else. The first payment people make is always their mortgage or their rent. Then they pay the utilities. Then they pay the food bills. Then they pay things like credit cards. And everything else you can think of, HBO and the phone and the cell phone and the gym, all that stuff we've talked about. The insurance for the car, the insurance for the house, the insurance for the jewelry, life insurance they got. They pay everybody else first. They get to the end of the month, and guess what's left? Nothing. Nothing is left. You worked all month long and nothing is left. And you keep hoping. People hope, oh God, I hope. I hope as I get to the end of the year, I'll have something left so I can put it away for savings. And what happens? In the real world, here's what happens. We get to the end of the year, and it's Christmas time. It's the holiday season. It's Hanukkah. It's Thanksgiving. We spend more money in the last 6 weeks of the year than in any other time of the year. That's why you hear all the news about the retail season. That's when people go spend their money. Right when they're hoping to have something left over to save. So that everybody else gets paid first. And if anything's left over by a miracle, which is what it would take, a miracle, then they pay themselves first. Well, folks, this is all backwards. This is what I call pay everyone else first and you last. And that system stinks. And if you have that system right now and you don't have money, that's why. The odds are set up against you. It's too tough for you to get rich if you're paying everybody else first. So we need to change this. We need to completely redirect your income so the first person who gets paid is you. So let me say this to you. Before I jump into pay yourself first, I want to just go through the budget again. Because the reason people try and have a budget is that they do this whole thing where they're not paying themselves first, they're paying everybody else first, they're paying themselves last, and they think to themselves, you know what, the only way I'm ever going to find money to pay myself first is to budget. And again, I don't want you to have a budget. The whole point of finding the latte factor was not to get you to have a budget. It was simply to get you to realize you had some money. I don't want you to have a budget. What I want you to do is pay yourself first automatically. See, if we take the money automatically out of your paycheck and we get you to pay yourself first, and you just spend what's left over, you won't need a budget. You won't need a budget to save because the first thing you do every dollar you earn is save. But before I go into percentages, how much you should save, where you should put the money, how you do all of this, I want to stop for a second. Not physically stop. You can keep doing what you're doing. But I want to stop for a moment, and I want to give you one more thought. One more thought that you need to process in your head to really grasp this concept. So here's what I want you to do. I want you to think. You don't have to write anything out. I just want you to think. How much money do you earn an hour? Now, if you take a look at how much money you earn an hour, let's say it's $10 an hour. How much money did you earn this week? Let's say it's $400 during the week. Of that money, how many dollars did you pay yourself first with? Now, I can tell you for a fact, if you're not using a retirement account, a pre-tax retirement account, a 401k plan, a deductible IRA, if you're self-employed, a self-employed retirement account, if you didn't use one of those accounts this week, you didn't pay yourself first a dollar. The average American saves less than 22 minutes a week of their income. Did you get that? Less than 22 minutes a week of their income. Now, how did I get that number? It's based on the average amount of money that the average American saves percentage-wise. The average American saves less than 2% of their income. In fact, a year ago, we had a negative savings rate. Now, again, why would you work all week long and not have some of the time in your day go to you? So here's what I want you to psychologically think about. I believe that the first hour of every day that you work should be going to you. And now I'm going to share with you how you do that. But I just want you to think about that. Why not have the first hour of income that you earn every day go to you? So that by the time you've been at work for 1 hour, you at least know that you paid yourself first. The rest of the day can be for everybody else. But the first hour that you worked, at least it was for you and your family. Right? Doesn't this psychologically make sense? Doesn't this mentally make sense? I hope it does. Now, I know, again, there's that yeah butter inside of you that's going, you know what, pay yourself first, heard it, was looking for a new idea, give me something else. And you might even want to fast forward through this audio. Don't do that. Because I want you to look at, right now, we're going to look at how do other people try to get rich. If you're not going to pay yourself first, how else would you get rich? So let me go through the other ways that Americans try to get rich. Let me go through what I think are the top 6 approaches. When you boil it down, there are basically 6 routes to wealth in this country. Let's go through them. The first way, the number one way in America, what's the number one approach to getting rich in America? You can win it. Yeah, I talked about it earlier, the lottery. Sure. Go out and buy lottery tickets and be the one of the few that ends up with money. Now you might go, that's ridiculous. Of course I know that's not a real approach. Yet did you know over $500 billion have gone into lottery tickets since the early 70s when the lottery was started in the United States of America? Think about that for a second. Imagine if that money had actually been put away for the future. There'd be trillions of dollars in savings today for Americans. But the first approach is to win it. The second approach, marry it. Yeah, wouldn't it be great to marry rich? You know, I heard Dr. Phil recently say on Oprah that when you marry for money, you pay for it for the rest of your life. You know, it's not that easy to marry for money. First of all, how's that working for you so far? You might be laughing right now. Yeah, it's not easy to marry for money, and if you do, you might pay for it for the rest of your life. Listen to Dr. Phil. So that takes us to step number 3. I wouldn't try to marry it. The third step is inherit it. Now, honestly, inheritance is actually a real approach to wealth in this country because we're going to see more wealth transfer in this country in the next 15 years than we've ever seen in the history of humankind. Reportedly, there's $15 trillion in wealth transferring from one generation to the next generation. So if you've got some wealth, if you were born under a money tree, well, good. That's a good thing for you. But let me just say this. If you go home during the holidays and you see your parents and you say, hey, how you feeling? They say, great. And you're depressed by this? This is a little sick. All right, so inheritance may come to you and that may be nice, but that's not a retirement plan. That's not your American dream. Yeah, I hope my parents die and leave me some money. That's not what you want to be counting on. The fourth approach in America to getting rich, you can sue for it. Hey, why work? Let's just go out and sue for it. Sock it to them. You know, over 90% of the attorneys in the world are in America, and over 90% of the lawsuits, guess what, in the world are done in America. This is not a real approach to wealth, though. The last approach is you can budget for it. You know what? You can try and scrimp and save and cut back on everything, track where all the money goes, not have any fun in life. I don't think that approach works. I think it's a lot like dieting. You know, you can go on a diet, but if the fundamental principles, including exercise, aren't there, you're not going to be healthy. When it comes to your money, it's the same thing. You can try and go on a budget. The chances are very slim that you'll stick to it. I know every time I meet somebody who tells me that they budget, when you really come down to it, they really don't. They tried budgeting for a few months and they gave up. So I suggest, again, you throw the budget out. And that leaves us with the sixth approach, the sixth route to wealth. That's the number one route, and that's what this whole audio is about. This audio session right now is about the sixth route, and that is pay yourself first. Okay, so earlier I told you I wanted you to make a promise to yourself. You would start working the first hour of every day for you. Now I want to answer the actual numerical question. What percentage of your income should you pay yourself first? Is there a magic bullet? Is there a magic number? I mean, this is what people ask me all the time. Okay, how much do I need to pay myself first? So I'm going to give you the formula. You don't have to agree with it, but I'm going to share it with you. And the formula of paying yourself first is this. I know everybody's different. I'm just going to give you the generic formula. If you want to live a life where you're dead broke, stressed, living paycheck to paycheck, always worrying about what happens if I lose my job, here's the formula. Don't pay yourself first anything. In fact, if you really want to be dead broke, what would be better is don't pay yourself first, spend more money than you make, and rack up credit card debt. All right, that's the dead broke approach. You may go, yes, I know, I relate to that one very well right now. Thank you very much, David Bach. I want to get out of that approach. So what's the second approach? The second approach is what I call poor. Now, how do you get to be poor? See, first I had you at dead broke, right? Not you, but other people. Now, here's poor. How do you get to be poor? Just spend everything you make. See, if you make $100,000 a year and you spend $100,000 a year, you're still poor, right? I mean, I meet people who do this all the time. It's really easy in major cities to make 6 figures a year, spend everything you make, and be poor. It's what we call rich poor. They seem rich, but they're actually poor. So save nothing. That's the second approach. The third approach is what I call middle class. If you want to be a middle class person, you want to pay yourself first 5 to 10% of your gross income. So whatever your gross income is, let's use $50,000 right now as a benchmark. Well, 5% of $50,000 would be $2,500. 10% of $50,000 would be $5,000. Now that's sounding like a lot of money, but I'm going to share with you later how to break it down so that you'll realize it's not a lot of money. But remember, we're only at middle class here. How about upper middle class? If you want to be upper middle class, you want to pay yourself first 10 to 15% of your gross income. If you want to be rich, you want to pay yourself first 15 to 20% of your income. Remember, this is gross income. If you want to be super rich fast, you want to pay yourself first at least 20% of your gross income. All right, so I just shared with you the formula. That formula took you from dead broke to poor to middle class to upper middle class to rich enough to retire early. And here's what's interesting about that formula. It's not a fluke. You know, when you look at that formula, you look at some people are poor, some people are dead broke. I want you to think about the people you know. Some people you know are dead broke. Some people you know are poor. You know people who are middle class, you know people who are rich, and you may know people who are rich enough to retire early. A lot of times people think, oh, it was just a coincidence, they got lucky. Most people don't end up wealthy through luck. They created their luck. You've got a formula now that you can use. You may not like the formula. In fact, I want to address that right now. A lot of people, when they hear this formula, they actually get mad. They get angry. I've had people say, you know, David, it's ridiculous. I mean, you know, I'm not saving any income, and you just told me I need to save 20% of my income. There's no way. I mean, I've got credit card debt. Maybe you've got credit card debt right now. You know, I'm spending everything that I make. My wife just lost her job, and now you want me to go and save 20% of my income? No. I don't expect anybody to go from 0% paying themselves first to 20% paying themselves first. The equivalent of that stupidity would be you've never exercised and you're 200 pounds overweight and I want you to go run a marathon. No, I don't expect you to do that. I don't expect you to change all of your habits overnight. I didn't change my habits overnight. Remember when I was talking about how I was with the McIntyres and I wasn't practicing what I preached? I wasn't paying myself first? When I met the McIntyres, the one thing that happened after I walked out of that meeting and stared at the wall in my office for 2 hours is I went, you know what? This is ridiculous. If they can pay themselves first, the McIntyres saved during their lifetime over 10% of their income. They averaged about 15%. If they can do it, I can do it, but I need to start somewhere. So where should I start? So here's what I did. Okay, this is pathetic, but this is what I did. And I throw that out there on myself saying this is pathetic, but this is how little I was willing to commit to starting this program. I set up to save 1% of my income. 1 pitiful percent, because I thought, okay, if I set up a system to pay myself first, which I'm going to share with you in the next session, how to do this automatically, I can at least save 1% of my income. I'll at least be able to save 1% of my income and not notice it. And I did that. And you know what happened? About a month went by, and sure enough, I got my paychecks, and I didn't notice it. And I'm like, okay, you are such a loser, David. God, 1% of your income. Can't you at least save 3% of your income, David? So I changed it. I went to 3% of my income. Then another 6 months went by, and I went from saving 3% of my income to saving 6% of my income. Now, again, the whole time at this point that's gone through my life is only 9 months. At the end of 9 months, I'm now saving 6% of my income. I'm the same guy that was 9 months earlier not saving a dime, spending more than he made. By the end of the year, I had increased my savings from really what was a negative percentage, because I was spending more money than I made many months, to over 12% of my gross income. And I did that all in 1 year. And I did that again because the McIntyres influenced me. I felt like if they can do it, I should be able to do it. But I didn't do it overnight. And I'm not suggesting that you should do it overnight. And again, I'll show you later how to do this all automatically. Now, truthfully, have I had people go through my programs, read my books, take my seminars, and decide overnight to save 10% of their income, or 15% of their income, or 20% of their income? Yes, I have. Sometimes it's harder to do it that way. You've got options. You can start with 1%. Here's the thing. If you started with 1% of your income and you just increased that 1% a month for a year, you'd be saving over 12% of your income, and you wouldn't even notice it. All right, so right now, your brain, depending on where you are, your car, your office, your gym, could be going, is that all there is? I've got to just pay myself first a percentage of my income? There's got to be more to getting rich than this. Well, here's the thing. All fundamental wealth begins by paying yourself first. That's just the fundamental truth of getting rich. Unless you're going to inherit the money or win the lottery or get lucky somehow, all fundamental wealth, financial security begins when you decide that, you know what, I'm going to get paid first. I'm going to go to work, and the first person who's going to get paid is me. Once you make that decision, that's when it all changes. And I have to tell you something, and it's okay if you're angry right now, because sometimes anger is good. Sometimes it's good to be mad. If you're not paying yourself first right now, you may be very upset right now. How could I not be doing this? If you are paying yourself first right now, I want to challenge you right now that you may need to increase how much you're paying yourself first. Saving money is like exercise. The more you do it, the easier it gets. And again, I'm not suggesting you do this with a budget, because remember, in the next session, I'm going to teach you how to make this automatic. But we can always be getting stronger financially. And one of the things that happens when you do this is that as your wealth starts to build, as you start seeing the effects of paying yourself first, you get excited. You get excited because often for the first time ever, you'll start seeing financial progress. And that excitement will motivate you to do even more. So now I've got you motivated, and I'm sure the question you're wondering is, okay, great. Where do I put this money that I'm going to pay myself first? Is this going into a retirement account? Is this going into a mutual fund? Is this going into real estate? What if I've got credit card debt? Am I supposed to pay the credit card debt down first? I know you've got 1,000,001 questions right now. I don't want you to think about those questions, okay? Just put those in the back of your mind because I'm going to get to them. In the next session, I'm going to go through retirement accounts and how you pay yourself first before the government. In the following session after that, I'm going to go through credit card debt and what percentage of your income should go to pay down your debt. So don't even worry about that right now. There's only one thing left for you to do today. And by the way, you've done a great job. You've done a great job listening this far. I'm very proud of you. The only thing left for us to do today is, again, go to the Automatic Millionaire action step. Okay, so in your workbook, there's a little section called the Automatic Millionaire Promise. I want you to turn to that right now. And if you don't have your workbook in front of you, that's okay. Then just keep listening to what I'm about to suggest. You can think about this concept or you can take action. I want you to take action. Here's all you need to do today. In the workbook, there's this section, the Automatic Millionaire Promise. It says, I blank, insert your name, that's you. Hereby promise myself that starting this week, I will work at least 1 hour a day for myself because I deserve it. Therefore, I promise that I will start paying myself first, blank percentage of my gross income, no later than blank, that's where you insert the date, signed by blank, which is you. This is the only thing you got to do today. So I want you to take a look at how much money you're making right now. Go out and pull out your last W-2, your last paycheck, your last pay stub. Look at how much money you're making. And I want you to ask yourself a very simple question. How much of that money that you're making do you believe you deserve to pay yourself first? If you only believe you deserve to pay yourself first 1% of your income, then that's all you should write down. If you believe you deserve to pay yourself 20% of your income, write that down. I'm not going to force you to go and do that, but I want you to not just mentally get this. I want you to physically write this out because it's been proven that once you write something out with a pen, you start moving your body, moving yourself mentally, physically, emotionally towards that goal. And that's what I want to see happen for you today. You've done a great job. The next time we speak will be session number 4, where you learn how to make your entire financial plan automatic. I'll see you then. Hi, well, welcome back. This is session number 4. This is David. You're at the Automatic Millionaire program, and I want to say to you, congratulations. You are at the halfway mark, which is really well done. I don't know how many days you've done this in, but here's what I know about you. Again, I said this to you in session 3, but I just want to commend you now in session 4. A lot of people buy programs like this. A lot of people have good intentions, but not everybody does what you're doing, which is actually using it. So to be at the halfway point, you're doing a great job. I'm very proud of you. I'm going to challenge you in this session, and I just want to tell that to you up front. I'm going to challenge you in this session that I need all of you. I really need you to show up. And again, I know you may be listening to this in your car, and if you're in traffic, you can only show up so much mentally. Or if you're in the gym right now, you may be focused on working out. But I really want you to focus on this. I want to even suggest that you might go back and listen to it again, because the concepts of making your financial life automatic, this is the core principle of this entire program. And if it goes by you and you miss it, this program will still help you, but it won't help you as fast. So before I go into how you make your whole financial life automatic, I want to go back and tell you a story. All right? Because sometimes I think stories can really lead to ahas, where you go, yep, I get it. So let me just tell you a story because it happened to me yesterday. Honest to God, can't make this stuff up. Yesterday, I went to the gym, and I went to go work out, and there's a woman in front of me that gave the gym her card. You know, the little card you use to get in the gym? So she gives the guy her card, and the card goes through the machine, and the guy looks at her from across the counter and says, I'm sorry, ma'am, but your credit card has expired. We can't let you in the gym. And she says, well, gosh, I've got a new credit card, but I didn't bring my wallet with me. And he says, well, I'm sorry, you'll have to go get your credit card and set up the system again because we can't just let you into the gym. Now, what just happened there? First of all, what happened to her? She didn't get to go work out. She had to leave. But what just happened there is that this major company that has thousands and thousands of members figured out a long time ago that unless they get their members' credit cards where they're automatically being paid every month on a certain date, they figured out that their members won't pay them or they won't pay them on time. So they figured out that the only way they could run their business was to automate the process of getting their customers, you and I, to pay them directly, automatically, from their credit card. Now think about that for a moment. We're talking about Fortune 500 companies today doing this. In fact, in most cases, when you go out today and you sign up for a service, they're asking you for your credit card number or your checking account number because these companies know that the fastest way for them to get paid is to be paid automatically. It's for them to be paid first instead of you. By the way, how did these companies learn this? How did they learn they should get paid first automatically? Well, they took a page right out of the government's playbook. See, the government, the good old US of A, didn't used to get paid first. It used to be that you go to work, you'd make money, and then you had to pay estimated taxes. But something happened. Some miraculous thing happened. You know what that was? Believe it or not, people weren't paying the government on time. So somebody in Congress and the Senate got together and they said, you know what, guys? We can't run the government on the hopeful expectation that Americans will budget. Now, granted, the government can't run on a budget, but they said we can't hope that Americans will budget and then pay us. We've got to suck the money out of their paychecks automatically and get paid first. So when did they do that? Well, believe it or not, it wasn't that long ago. They started doing it in 1943. And you know what? They haven't had a problem getting paid since. Then the states started doing it. They haven't had a problem getting paid ever since either. So now, pull back for a second, wherever you are. Just mentally think about this. The government figured out how to get you to automatically pay them first. Corporate America has figured out how to get you to automatically pay themselves first. Why in the world wouldn't you use the exact same technology that they're using to pay yourself first before you pay them? Why wouldn't you use that technology? It's not difficult to use. What do you need? You need a phone and a pen. So that's what this session is about. All I'm talking about in this session is doing exactly what the government is already doing to your paycheck and exactly what the gym wants you to do with your paycheck. And that is get paid first automatically. So let's get to it. Okay, so repeat after me. I want you to say this to yourself. I, insert your name, deserve to be paid first. And unless you are paying yourself first automatically, it's not going to work. You just have to trust me on this. Unless you pay yourself first automatically, the likelihood that you will do it long term is next to nil. Having worked with clients as a financial advisor for many years, I can tell you that when you present this idea that all you need is a phone and a pen and the ability to make one decision and then you can automate your financial plan, there are always people that want to short-circuit the system. I can't tell you how many times I've sat across the table from my clients and had them say, David, you don't know me. I'm so disciplined. I'll write you the check every 2 weeks. I can pay myself first without automating it. Well, you know what? Here's what I had happen in a 9-year career. In 9 years, I only had one client pay themselves first manually, meaning that they wrote the checks and they mailed them in for more than 3 months in my entire career. The average person did it for less than 2 months and stopped. Now, everybody else who set it up automatically, in most cases it ran for years, if not indefinitely. It's still running because once they set it up, they set it and they forget it. And that's the key thing here. So now I want to go back to Jim and Sue McIntyre. Remember our couple, the famous automatic millionaires? I want to share with you what they did because they're such a great example. And again, they were the motivating factor that led me to want to do this. Now, when the McIntyres started, the first thing Jim did was he signed up to use his 401k plan. I'm going to explain what that means in a little bit and talk to you about how you can do this too. But in their case, they used a 401k plan, and originally all Jim did was sign up to save 3% of his gross income off the top. So when he got his first paycheck, after he had started saving, he barely noticed it. Then he gradually increased it. In fact, what he told me is he bumped it up to 5% about 6 months later. And then another year went by, and he gradually increased it again from 5% to 7%. He said it took him 4 years to get to 10%. And a few years after that, they decided to go even further, and they increased it to 15%. Now, the reason I share that with you is it's important to say, yeah, you know what? They became very wealthy. but they didn't go from saving nothing and being in credit card debt to saving 15% of their income. They did it over time. And you might want to use that same approach also so that it doesn't feel like a big deal for you to go and do this. Now again, I don't want to beat this to death, but after they left my office, the decision that I made that changed my financial destiny is that I went back to my benefits person, and I'll explain this in a second, and I signed up for my 401k plan. Originally, I wasn't even using it. All I did was sign up to save 1% of my income. I was in my early 20s. Over time, I realized this is really not a big deal, and I increased it to 3% of my income. And then later on, I made a phone call and I increased it to 10% of my income. And a year later, I bumped it up to 15% of my income. Now today, my wife, Michelle, and I, we make it a goal to pay ourselves first 20% of our income off the top. And I have to tell you, the key again is that because the money is being taken away from us automatically and we don't see it, we live below our means. Now, I'm not sharing this story with you to brag. Really, this is not about what I'm doing. The reason I'm sharing this story with you is to illustrate the point that if you're thinking right now in your mind, there's no way I can go from saving nothing to 20% of your income, you're right, you might not be able to. I certainly didn't do that. The idea is you can do this gradually over time. The first thing we want to do is get you to pay yourself first to build what I call a secure future. Somebody once said to me, David, you know how you get a secure financial future? I said, how? They said, you buy it. And that's what we're going to look at right now. How do you automate your way to having a secure financial future? So are you ready? Let's go. All right, so your first priority is to pay yourself first for a secure future. Now let me explain to you why this is so important. Earlier I told you that normally the government gets paid first, right? They're taking anywhere from 20, 30, 40% of your paycheck. If you've got a high income, they're taking as much as 50% of your paycheck. Again, you earn $1 and they've got the ability to take anywhere from 15 cents of that dollar upwards of 50 cents of that dollar. That is what you call income shrinkage. It's very hard to get rich when you have that income shrinkage. Let's just go back to an average American family again, earning $50,000 a year. If you lose a third of that to taxes by the time you get your paycheck, you're now only earning $30,000 a year. It's tough to live off of that, isn't it? That's why people go, gosh, no matter how much money I make, I still feel broke. There's only one legal way for you to get out of those taxes. Only one. The key word here is legal, with a capital L. The only legal way for you to get out of those taxes is to pay yourself first using a pre-tax retirement account. Now, what's a pre-tax retirement account? That includes the following: a 401k plan, a 403b plan, a deductible IRA account, a SEP IRA account if you're self-employed. Those are the 4 core types of accounts that exist for people to pay themselves first. There's one more type of an account if you're self-employed. It's often referred to as a KEO account. But those are the core ones. Now, if you were in a room and I was doing a speech, I asked everybody in the room to raise their hand. I'd say, how many of you have a 401k plan? And the majority of people in the room would raise their hands. But right now, let me ask you, do you have a 401k plan? Let's start with the idea that you do. If you don't, a little bit later, I'm going to cover what to do. But let's just start with the idea that you've got a 401k plan. Or if you work for the government or a nonprofit organization, it'll be called the 403b plan. These plans are provided by your employer. These plans allow you to contribute your own money to your own personal retirement account without paying taxes on it. That's the most important part of the whole system. The money goes in before it's taxed. Now, the other thing that's really important with these plans is that they're what's called self-directed, meaning you tell your employer how much money to take out of your paycheck and how much money you want put into the plan. You also tell your employer how you want the money managed. You have complete control over how that money is managed. Again, that's why it's called self-directed. Again, there are 6 key reasons why you shouldn't pass up the chance to sign up for your 401k plan or your 403b plan. Number 1, you don't pay any tax on the money. I cannot overemphasize that enough. Number 2, you've got the ability to put away in 2004 up to $13,000 a year of your income into the plan. The third thing, you can arrange to have the money automatically taken out of your paycheck and automatically put in your retirement account. You don't have to touch the money. You don't have to do any work. The fourth thing, In most cases, your plan at work is free because your employer is paying the administration costs involved in running the plan. The fifth thing, you get free money. You get two forms of free money. One, you're getting free money because the government's not taxing you. And two, if you have an employer that matches your contributions, you're getting free money from your employer. As an example, you may put in $1 and your employer may have what's called a 50% match. So for every dollar you put in, they may put in 50 cents on that dollar. That's free money. Why would you pass that up? You shouldn't. And the sixth thing is that by contributing your plan every single paycheck, every single month, you get to enjoy the miraculous benefit of compound interest and buying the market at different prices. Now, why is that important? Well, let's just look in the last 3 years. The market's been going down almost for 3 years straight. Now it's starting to come back up again. I don't know where the market will be when you listen to this, but that's not a bad thing, especially when you're young. If the market's going down and you invest in your retirement account, you'll be buying the stock market every single month as it gets cheaper, so that when the market starts to go back up again, you've been buying something on sale and now it's going up to full price. That helps you get rich faster. All right, so right now I need you to bear with me for a second because what I'm about to share with you is life-changing. In fact, I've put this in your workbook. You can go back to your workbook later and look at it. But right now, I just want you to visualize. Just visualize what I'm about to say to you. If you had $1 bill, and you took that dollar bill and you put it in a pre-tax retirement account, again, the 401k plan at work, the 403b plan, or an IRA account, $1 at the end of the year, if it earned 10% interest, you'd have $1.10. All right? Now, don't even focus on the 10% interest. I just want you to follow the math. You put in $1, it wasn't taxed. At the end of the year, you have $1.10. And because it's in a retirement account, by the way, you won't owe any taxes on this money until you take it out. So you put in $1, you got $1.10. You follow me so far? That's the pre-tax, pay yourself first retirement account. Now, let me show you what it looks like otherwise if you do an after-tax account. Let's say you earn $1. You're going to pay taxes first. So you're going to pay your federal tax and state tax. Let's say you lose a third of that, 30 cents. So you paid $1. Now you've got 70 cents in your pocket. Now, if you take that 70 cents that you have in your pocket and you earn the same 10% interest, at the end of the year, you've got 77 cents. So imagine you had two pockets. The left pocket, you have $1.10. That's the money you paid yourself first before taxes in your retirement account. The right pocket, you've got 77 cents. You did the exact same thing. You basically took the money and you made 10% on it, but one's got $1.10 and the other has 77 cents. Now, which would you rather have, $1.10 or 77 cents? Right? This is easy. This is obvious. Now, let me take it a step further. Imagine that you had $1. You put it in your retirement account. Your employer matched you just 25%. So they basically gave you a quarter. You put in $1, you got a quarter. Now that money earns 10%. So the $1.25 earns a 10% return. At the end of the year, you would have $1.38. Now remember, that's $1.38. It's in your left pocket. You pay yourself first, pre-tax, special pocket on the left-hand side. On the right-hand side, you still have the same 70 cents that you put into your after-tax account that earned 10% that's now worth 77 cents. So now you take your hands out of your pocket, and in the left hand, you've got $1.38. In the right hand, you've got 77 cents. Now I ask you, which would you rather have at the end of the year, $1.38 or 77 cents? Now, this is so obvious. Whenever I do this on a chalkboard, the whole room goes, oh, duh, I want to have $1.38. No question, right? It's almost twice the amount of money than you have in the after-tax pocket, the 77 cents. So the question is always, well, why wouldn't everybody use their pre-tax retirement account? If it's so obvious that you can have so much more money at the end of the year, why wouldn't everyone use their 401k plan or their 403b plan or their IRA account? It's so obvious, it doesn't make sense that anybody wouldn't use it. Well, let me tell you all the reasons that people make the wrong decision and they don't use it. Let me go through them because we got to get that out on the table. There's a lot of reasons that people will tell you not to use your retirement account. I want to get those on the table now. Number one reason I hear, well, my employer doesn't match. What difference does it make? Again, go back to the example where your employer doesn't put any money in. You invest $1, you have $1.10 at the end of the year, or you invest 70 cents after tax and you have 77 cents. We've already agreed that $1.10 is better than 77 cents. Right? So that's a dumb argument. Don't even listen to that one. The second argument is this. Well, the investments inside our company plan stink. I hear that all the time. Well, it's not doing well. Our investment plan is not doing well. I don't want to use it. All right, first of all, if the stock market goes down, chances are that your money that you put inside your plan is going to go down if you invest in the stock market. But a key thing when you invest in a 401k plan at work, you're given a host of options. You can put your money in a money market account. You can put your money in bond funds. You have stock funds. Geez, if all you did was put some of your money, let's say half of it into bonds and half of it into an index fund, chances are you do very well over a long period of time. You'd probably earn 6, 7, 8, 9% because that's what things have earned historically. Another thing that you should know inside your 401k plan is that most retirement plans today offer what is called a lifestyle fund, which is something I'm going to go through in a little bit. Lifestyle funds are professionally managed funds based on when you plan to retire. So let's say right now you're young. Let's say you're in your 30s and you want to retire 30 years from now. Well, today companies are offering plans that have a due date, coming due 2030, for example. So you don't even have to think. You can sign up for your 401k plan, use that fund, have it completely professionally managed and rebalanced, and there's nothing for you to do and there's nothing for you to think about. It's all automatic. That's a great approach. Other reasons that people won't use their plans. Once I make the decision, there's nothing I can do about it. It's not true. Most companies today will allow you to change how much you contribute to your plan every 90 days. Some companies will actually allow you to do it every paycheck. But in most cases, it's every 90 days. So that once you make a decision, if you're not happy with how much money you're having taken out of your paycheck, if you don't feel like you have enough money at the end of the month, you can go back and have them change it. Now, in my experience, most people who set it up never go back and change it. They leave it alone. Another reason people say, well, geez, I don't want to put any money in my plan because I can't ever get to it. Okay, that's not true either. Most plans today allow you to borrow out of your plan. Now, I'm not suggesting you do this. I actually think borrowing money out of your 401k plan is a mistake. But it is an available option. In most cases, you can borrow up to $50,000 of your money out of your plan. And provided you pay that plan back, there's no taxes involved. The last example I want to give you, because it's probably the most common one I hear, is, well, when you take the money out, you're going to have to pay taxes anyway, so I might as well just pay the tax up front and get it over with. All right, folks, that's just nonsense! Ridiculous! Absolutely not true! Let me give you an example. Imagine that you had a $100,000 pile of money. All right, you with me? $100,000 pile of money. And you put it in your 401k plan. And you let it grow at 10% a year. You never added another dollar to the plan. In 30 years at 10% interest, you'd have $1,744,940. Okay? That's the pre-tax plan where the money grows tax deferred. Now let's use a second example. You have $100,000 and you invest that, instead of being in a tax deferred account, in a taxable account. How much would you have at the end of 30 years? Well, in this example, if you're in a 35% tax bracket, the answer is you'd have $661,437. So you get to the end of 30 years, and in one pocket you've got $661,000, and in the other pocket you've got $1,744,000 and some change. Now, that's a huge critical mass difference, right? The pre-tax retirement account has over $1,083,503 in additional value. That is huge. Now somebody says, yeah, but when you go to take that money out, you got to pay tax on it. When you pull money out, because the pile is so much bigger, if you just pull out a year, 10% of the money, even after you pay taxes, you're going to end up having $113,422 a year in income versus the taxable account, which would have $66,143 in income. So now, I know I just threw a bunch of numbers at you. Here's the bottom line. A taxable account can never catch up to a pre-tax account. It's virtually impossible. You're starting too far behind. The only way you can catch up is if you're in an unbelievably low tax bracket. And the chances are, if you're listening to this program, I'd be willing to bet that you're not in a low tax bracket. In fact, I'd be willing to bet that your taxes are probably at least 30% of your income, which is why you'll always come out ahead with a pre-tax retirement account. Okay, so again, I think at this point now, you get it. You get the idea. You got to pay yourself first. So let's just go through now, how do you do it? All right, let's start with your 401k plan, or it could be, again, your 403b plan. Whatever you have available to you at work, you want to sign up for the plan. All right, now this is so darn obvious. But again, I know how it works in the real world. In the real world, you get a job. And what happens is you get to your desk, and there's a lot of stuff on your desk. And then one day, a nice little woman comes across the office, maybe a man, and they hand you this stack of stuff. It could be 3 inches thick. It's called your sign-up plan. And you look at this stack of information and you go, oh, I don't even want to deal with that right now. And you put it off to the side of your desk. And then what happens is a few weeks later, you get a memo that says, you know what? Enrollment closes on Friday and it's Thursday. What do? Well, what do most people do? A lot of people take that information and they set it aside and they never get back to it. That's why they don't sign up for their plan. Other people go and they sign up for their plan and they turn to the person next to them. I call this cubicle copying. And they say, well, what did you do? The person says, oh, well, I checked off the box that says 4%. Well, why did you put 4% away? Oh, the employer, they only match up to the first 4%. Oh, okay. Well, which funds did you use? Oh, I used this one. They just copy their neighbor. They do exactly what their neighbor did. Doesn't matter if their neighbor lives on the same street that they do or has the same financial situation or the same dreams. They just copy their neighbor. That is just dumb. All right, now that's just dumb. Now, how do I know that people do this in the real world? Because I live in the real world just like you. And I teach seminars and I talk about this and people crack up. We all do things like this. So I don't want you to. I want you to take that paperwork. If you've already signed up, I want you to go back and get the paperwork. I want you to look at, number one, what percentage of your income are you putting away? Now, again, I went through a while back the percentages that you should consider. I'm going to suggest to you right now that whatever you're doing, your goal should be at least 10% of your income. Ideally, what you want to really do is what's called max out your retirement account. And again, in 2004, the maximum you can put away if you're under the age of 50 is $13,000 a year. Now, I know for some of you are going, there's no way I can save $13,000 a year. But the goal here, let's at least get you to save 10% of your income pre-tax. Now, again, if you can't start at that amount, start at something, but consider the idea that every 90 days you'll revisit it and increase it. Now, let me give you a couple secrets. A lot of times your plan gives you a few options. You can either choose a percentage of your income or you can choose a dollar amount. Always choose a percentage, and here's why. As time goes on, you're going to get raises. If you get raises and you have a percentage, the amount of money you put into your plan will automatically increase. If you choose a dollar amount, when you get a raise, you won't be automatically putting more money away. It's very, very important. Now, another thing that's very, very important is to know that every year the tax laws are changing. Make sure you revisit that, because every year if you want to put more money away, you may need to go back into your benefits department and fill out paperwork again and change the contribution rate. Now, a lot of companies today have made this so easy you can either do it online with a password. Some companies will even allow you to do this over the phone through an 800 number. So again, they're making it easier and easier for you to automate your way to wealth, but you have to do the fundamental decision, the critical decision of signing up and using it. Okay, now, again, I know if you're listening to this program and you don't have a 401k plan, you're probably ready to scream. Don't scream. I promise I'm going to get to what you can do next. But one more example, and then I'm going to get to the other plans. I want to give you one last example, a story, if you will, that really illustrates the power of paying yourself first and putting the maximum away. All right, are you ready? Here it goes, because this is a true story. I used to teach retirement planning seminars. This is back in my days at Morgan Stanley. When I was at Morgan Stanley, we would go into companies and we would do what are called IRA rollover seminars. And we usually were brought into companies to do this when they were having a downsizing. They weren't calling them downsizings back then. They were calling them right sizings. But whatever the case was, a lot of people in their early 50s were being forced out of these companies in the Bay Area, and they were bringing us in to do the seminars. So at one company, which was PG&E, I was doing a rollover seminar. And two women came into my office after that seminar. One of the women was named Marilyn, and the other was named Louise. They came in together. They were best friends. Marilyn sits down with me first, and she says, well, I didn't do a very good job, Dave. I'm not proud of my situation. I said, well, what's the problem? And she proceeds to open up her 401k plan and show it to me. I said, well, you got $250,000 here. That's great. She said, yeah, but it's not that great. She says, I haven't been saving as much as I could have over the years. She said, I've saved about 4% of my income. She said, I always planned to increase it, but I never did. She said, I thought I would get around to it, but I was married, and then we had children, then we had to send the children to college. And she said, now I've got $250,000. Do you think I can retire? Well, the honest answer was, at age 51, which is what she was, no, she couldn't retire. She had to go back to work. She said, wait till you see Louise's account. She said, Louise was much smarter than I was. Well, Louise walked into the office after her. And now, at this point, Louise has a pretty big grin on her face. Now, she opens up her statement, and in her statement is almost $1 million. She had a little over $900,000 in savings. She says, yeah, I did pretty good, didn't I? I said, you sure did. She said, we went through her situation. She says, do you think I could retire? I said, yeah, absolutely. There's no question you can retire. And she actually ended up retiring at 52. Now, here's the interesting thing about their story. These two women who had been best friends for 30 years started work at PG&E on the first week together. They started working together the same week. They worked in different areas of the company but had very similar incomes, and they lived in the same exact neighborhood. How is it possible that Louise could end up with almost $1 million at age 52, and Marilyn, at the age of 51, has to go and work for at least another 10 years, and she'll actually never even catch up with Louise? How's that possible? Well, it's very, very simple. Here's what happened. When Louise went to sign up for her 401k plan, before she signed up for her plan, this is the amazing part of the story. She was very young, and her husband had dinner with her parents. And they were discussing with her parents what they should do. And her parents, who were really Depression-era kids, said, you know what? If you don't save now when you're young, you'll probably never save. They said the truth is you can't afford not to do this. See, Louise was thinking to themselves, there's no way we can afford to do this. They had just had a child. They had just bought a home. But her parents said something that rang in their ears and stayed with them on the drive home from dinner. And that was this. Again, you can't afford not to do this. Now, again, going back to Marilyn didn't get that advice. So Louise goes, puts the full amount into the plan that she can, which was 15%. Marilyn, her and her husband said, well, let's put away 4%, and what we'll do eventually is we'll put a little bit more away. And over time, we'll increase it, which I know I've talked to you about doing. But the challenge was they never went back and increased it. A lot of times we do these things with good intention, but then we never get around to fixing it because we're so busy, and life sort of just takes over. Fast forward that story 30 years. Louise retired. Has loved retirement. She works for a community center. She does different things to get involved with her grandchildren. Marilyn's gone back to work. She's actually had 3 different jobs now because she's older. She's working at companies. She's the first one that keeps getting downsized. It's been a challenging time for her. And the interesting thing, again, when you go back to these two ladies who were very good friends, they didn't lead very different lifestyles. The fact that Louise was taking more of her paycheck, it's not like she wasn't leading a great life. She just wasn't spending quite as much money, but it wasn't that big of a difference over a long period of time. But when it came to the finished result, it was a $750,000 difference. And that's not the key thing. The American dream of retiring 10 years sooner is the dream that she got to lead. And that's the one that I'm hoping you'll get to live when you make that critical decision right now to pay yourself first and hopefully put the maximum away in your plan. Okay, so I promised you that if you didn't have a retirement account at work, and I know a lot of people don't, if you didn't have one, what do you do? Well, let's start off with the simplest thing you can go and do. You can open what is called a deductible IRA account, individual retirement account. Where would you open these? You can open them at a bank, brokerage firm. You can even open them today online. In fact, in the workbook, I'm going to give you a long list of companies that you can go to. I'm going to give you the phone numbers, the websites, everywhere you can go to open up an IRA account to make the process really easy for you. What I want to do right now is just explain to you what an IRA account is and what it is not. Very important, okay? So the IRA account, you pay yourself first. How much money can you put in an IRA account? The answer right now is $3,000. If you're over the age of 50, you can put more away. You can put $3,500. Now again, depending on the year you listen to this, the numbers may have increased or changed, so check in your workbook. But for right now, it's $3,000. You can put that money away pre-tax. Here's the key to an IRA account. In order for it to work, you've got to make the plan, again, automatic. See, the 401k plan was easy because your employer did all the work for you. With an IRA account, you have to go be proactive. When you walk into a bank or brokerage firm, this is exactly what you tell them. You say, I want to open up an IRA account, I want a deductible IRA account, and I want to set up what is called a systematic investment plan. Now, what that means is that you'll be putting money into it automatically whenever you get paid. And they'll ask you two questions. How do you want to do that, Mr. and Mrs. Jones? The answer could be one of the following. I want you to take the money out of my paycheck. They'll ask you for a specific form that you need to get from your employer to do what is called payroll deduction. Most employers today offer this feature. And it's a great feature because that way the money will be automatically moved before you get paid directly into your IRA account wherever you opened up that account. Now, if your employer doesn't offer this, you can have your bank set it up so that the moment you get your money put into your bank account, by the way, I recommend you do automatically. You do what is called automatic paycheck deposit. That's where your employer will automatically deposit your paycheck into your bank account. Let's say you get paid automatically if you do this right on the 15th. You can basically tell your bank that on the 16th, the next day, you want them to transfer money from your checking account directly into your IRA account. Now, the whole key here is the automation process. Now, let me tell you something. Years ago, this would have been very, very complicated, but today, it's not complicated at all. Today, literally, in less than 10 minutes, any bank or brokerage firm can give you the paperwork, have you sign something, and you can be done with it. That's all you need. You need a pen and your name. That's it. They take care of everything else for you. Now, why is it so important to do this automatically? Well, you know already. If you don't pay yourself first automatically, you'll be paying the government, you'll be forced to budget. And then you gotta get to the end of the year and hope and pray you've got money left over to save. It'll never happen. Now, let me explain to you what an IRA account is not. This may come a little bit as a surprise to some of you. An IRA account is not an investment. When you go to a bank or a brokerage firm, you don't buy an IRA account. A lot of people think when they have an IRA account that they actually own an investment. You don't. When you open up an IRA account, what an IRA account is a holding tank. That IRA, if you will, is nothing more than a holding tank. It's like a checking account. You put your money inside that holding tank. Now you have to invest it in something. What you invested in determines how fast it grows. So if you invest it in certificates of deposit and the bank gives you a fixed rate, say 3% interest, that's what it's going to grow at. If you put it in a bond fund and the bond fund earns 6%, that's what it's going to grow at. If you put it in the stock market, we don't know what it's going to grow at because some years it'll go very high and some years it might go down. But what we hope is over time, with a good stock market mutual fund, you'll average about 10%. The key to how your money grows is what you put the money in. I can't say that enough to you. So many people, maybe even you, think you own an IRA account because when you went to the bank, you said, I need an IRA, and then they gave you one, and then they told you, here you go. And you thought, oh, thank you very much. I must have bought an IRA. No, you didn't. And if you're not sure right now what's in your IRA, you should go back to your bank or your brokerage firm and have them meet with you and explain to you what you actually own so that you can figure out if you've got the right investments. Now, in the workbook, I'm going to give you a bunch of websites that you can go back and look at that you can use to actually take a look at the investments you may own. For instance, if you've got mutual funds, you're going to want to know, are my mutual funds performing well? A great website you can go and look at to help you evaluate how your funds are performing is called morningstar.com. My favorite website for looking at the performance of mutual funds. Now, before I leave this section on IRA accounts, I want to talk to you about a concept called Roth IRA. That's R-O-T-H IRA. You've probably heard of this before. It's a new retirement account. Now, here's how it's different. When you put money into a deductible retirement account, again, the money goes in pre-tax. You understand that now. And it grows tax-free. And when you go to take the money out after the age of 59 and a half, you're going to have to pay ordinary income on that growth. And I explained to you earlier why that can still work out to be okay. With a Roth IRA, though, it's a little different. The money doesn't go in pre-tax, so you're going to lose whatever your taxes are first, and then you're going to save in a Roth IRA. You can put the same dollar amount away, but here's the key thing. Money in a Roth IRA grows tax-free. You have to leave it in for 5 years minimum. After the age of 59 and a half, the magic retirement year, I don't know why they came up with it, but that's what they picked. After 59 and a half, you can start pulling money out of your Roth IRA without any taxes. So it's a totally tax-free retirement account when you go to take it out. Now, a lot of proponents right now are preferring and recommending the Roth IRA over the deductible IRA, especially for young people. And, this is a really tough issue to tackle because there's all kinds of mathematical formulas to help you determine which is better. I'm going to give you one website you can go to. You can go to www.rothira.com. Once again, that's rothira.com, rothira.com. And on that website, you'll find a bunch of calculators and a bunch of articles that really help you decide what you should use, a deductible IRA or a Roth IRA. I'll tell you my personal opinion. I think you should use the deductible IRA, and here's why. In order for you to save $3,000 in a regular deductible IRA, you only need to save $3,000. And the reason you only need to save $3,000 is because you're not paying any taxes on that money. So that money's all going in pre-tax. It's not costing you anything to put it in there, and that makes it easier. In order for you to save $3,000 in a Roth IRA, you actually have to earn at least $4,000 to put that $3,000 in. Because remember, you've got to pay taxes. So if you earn $4,000 and you lose 25% of it to taxes, which the truth is you'll lose more, but let's just use that number. You make $4,000, $1,000 goes to taxes, now $3,000 goes in your Roth IRA. It's about 30% harder for you to put the same dollar amount in the Roth IRA than the deductible IRA. So here's the thing. If you can get yourself to save and max out your Roth IRA and you feel like you can handle that, then that's a great way to go because the money will come out later tax-free. But if you're worried about how much money you're going to save and you feel like it's hard for you to do, then look at the deductible IRA because it's easier for you. I hope that helped. When you think of paying yourself first, I have to say something to you again that I don't want it to slip by, and it is this. This is not about you just putting money away so you can someday retire. I'm not suggesting that the whole reason to save is that you can get to be 65 and then go fishing, because we all know that there are a lot of people who retire and then literally drop dead a year later. So I'm not suggesting that what you should do is not enjoy your life, work for 30 years, 40 years, 50 years, then retire and have fun. That is not the principle of pay yourself first. The principle of pay yourself first, which we're going to continue to go through throughout the rest of these sessions, is that some of your income is going for the future, your retirement accounts. Some of your income is going to go away for now, your security, your dreams. Some of your income is going to go away for your home. Maybe you'll be paying yourself first right now with the sole reason being you want to quit your job and go start your own business. Maybe you do want to retire young. Maybe you're listening to this program right now and you're in your early 20s and you're thinking, you know what? I would love to be an automatic millionaire by the age of 40 and just absolutely be done working so I could enjoy my life early at a young age. And I'm willing to sacrifice for 15 or 20 years to retire early. Well, then that could be an option for you. The key behind paying yourself first goes back to the beginning of the first session that we did, which is the American dream. What I want you to do is realize this. Every single day of the week that you wake up and go to work, you are in essence trading your time for income. And the faster you pay yourself first, the faster you stop trading your time for income. Because you start to build a pile of cash, which becomes your financial security. And let's face it, when you've got financial security, you have money that allows you the freedom to do what you want to do when you want to do it. And that's my dream for you. All right, so the last retirement account for us to look at today is the SEP IRA. This stands for Self-Employed Pension Plan. It's the self-employed retirement account for people like you who may be entrepreneurs. Or if you're listening to this program and you're an employee right now, but you started a business on the side, you can also use a SEP IRA. Now, here's the thing. I'm all for being an entrepreneur. I think it's great. There is no question that if you have your own business, you've got potentially a better chance to get rich than if you're an employee. But there's a lot of reasons why you have potentially a better chance to get rich. The number one is this. The government allows self-employed people to get rich faster than employees. It's truly amazing. The new tax laws allow you, when you're self-employed, to put up to $40,000 a year away pre-tax. Now compare that to an employee. Again, an employee only gets to put away $13,000 a year right now, and a self-employed person gets to put away up to $40,000 a year. That, my friends, is how self-employed people get rich quicker than employees. But the key thing here is you got to use your plans. So here's what you do. If you're self-employed, you walk into a bank or a brokerage firm, or again, you can do this online, and you sign up for a SEP IRA. They're going to allow you to put up to 25% of your gross income up to $40,000 a year away. You just got to think that through for a second. That is just unbelievable. Now, what's really sad is most people who are self-employed, again, maybe you're self-employed, are not doing this. A recent study said that 75% of self-employed people do not have retirement accounts, have not set up SEP IRAs. Now, why would people do this to themselves? The number one reason that I've heard is this. If you're running your own business, it's possible that you're so busy running your own business that you haven't had time to deal with your finances. Well, let me tell you something. That's a huge mistake. The entire point of being an entrepreneur, other than the freedom to be your own boss, is the ability to build your wealth. It's the ability to buy your freedom. If you're not taking care of yourself first, again, you're an employer. Now you have your own business. You may have employees working for you. If you're not paying yourself first, what's the point? Doesn't make sense. I've seen entrepreneurs work in a business for 10 years. At the end of 10 years, the business goes out of business, and they've got nothing to show for it because they haven't saved a dime. And this is really important if you're an entrepreneur. When you build a retirement account, if your business goes out of business, and we all know that this happens, you are protected against bankruptcy. In other words, that money that you put into your pension plan will not be hit by your creditors. That's the one thing the government almost always allows to be protected is your retirement account. So again, if you are self-employed, you want to go open a SEP IRA, and in the workbook you'll find a list of places you can go. I've also included a little information on the brand new 401k profit sharing plans for self-employed people. You can check that out also in your workbook. All right, we're getting close to wrapping up this session, and I just want to say again, job well done. I know there was a lot of meat in this session, and this is not always easy stuff to listen to. But here's the thing. I just want to get to one last principle. And again, you'll find this in your workbook. It's called the investment pyramid. Now, the key to the investment pyramid is this. I've shared with you in the workbook a model that you can use based on your age on where to put the money. So if you're in your teens to 30-something, you'll find in your workbook what's called an asset allocation. Basically, a breakdown of where you should put your money. How much money should go into cash, bonds, mutual funds. You'll find that in your workbook. You'll also find between the age of 30 to 50. I call that the making money years. How to break that down. 50 to mid-60s, the pre-retirement years. How to break that down. And the 60s on up, the retirement years, where you should invest your money. And I've got a very simple system in the workbook that you can use to make that clear. Now, the last question you may have is this. Is there any other way to make this automatic? If I don't have a company that will do this for me, if my employer doesn't have payroll deduction, are there any other easy ways to entirely automate my finances? And the answer is yes. The easiest way that I know to automate your entire life financially, from using your IRA account to what we're going to talk about in the next session, your security account, your dream account, buying a home. The easiest thing that I know that you can do to make all your finances automatic is use what is called online bill pay. Now, there are 3 major companies today that do what is called online bill pay. One is a company called PayTrust. It's www.paytrust.com. Another is statusfactory.com. And the third is quicken.com. Again, in your workbook, you'll see all 3 of these companies laid out for you. What online bill pay does is this. Your bills or anything you want are presented online. And you can set up your system to automatically direct money from your checking account to anywhere you want it to go, whenever you want it to go, automatically. So let's say that, on the 15th of every month, you want your investment accounts to be automatically funded. You want a mutual fund account to be automatically funded. You want your house to be paid for automatically. All of that can be done at an online bill payment company. Now, the cost to do this right now is running a little bit less than $10 a month. Many banks today are also offering this exact same service. And some banks, maybe your bank, are even starting to offer it for free. Now, you can try using your bank. There's nothing wrong with that, especially if it's free. But I personally prefer online bill pay companies because if you get unhappy with your bank, let's say you're using Citibank and for whatever reason you're not happy with them or you decide to move your account to Wells Fargo. If you're paying all your bills through Citibank, you've got to get all those bills moved to the next bank that you go to. When you have online bill payment, let's say you're using PayTrust, all you do is you go into your website, you click a few buttons, you redirect which bank you're using, and you're done. You don't have to change anything. So I'm a big proponent. Now you may be going, oh my God, David, that's too much technology for me. That's fine. If it's too much technology for you, don't do that right now. Just do the payroll deduction that's automated or have the money automatically moved from your paycheck directly in your retirement account and worry about the bill payment process later. All right, you've arrived at the end of the session. Congratulations, you did it. We're now at the Automatic Millionaire action steps. So here's what you want to do. Again, go to the workbook and you're going to see the following things. I just want you to basically have a checklist for yourself. Number one, I want you to make sure that you are signed up for your plan at work if your employer offers one. Number two, whatever your percentage is, if you're saving right now 4% of your income, the single biggest decision you could make today that would fundamentally change your life would be to increase that. If all you did was go from 4% to 5% this year, this program has paid for itself 10 times over. If I can get you to go from 4% to say 10%, this program has paid for itself 100 times over. Your entire financial life will be changed the moment you make that decision. So again, sign up for your plan. The second, increase the percentage from whatever point you're at right now. Now the third thing, if you don't have a plan at work, again, you got to go get one. So you're going to need to get an IRA account. What I want you to do in your workbook is commit to a date in the next 30 days that you're going to make an appointment with yourself to go into a bank, a brokerage firm, or do this online from the comfort of your own home. I've given you all the websites in the workbook that you can use to go to do this from home. Make a date to really do this. Self-employed, same thing. You want to make a date to go open your SEP IRA account. Okay, so when it's all said and done now, this is up to you. You need to go make these dates. The last thing I want to say is this. Check out bill payment companies. So go visit paytrust.com or statusfactory.com or quicken.com. Again, you'll find those websites in the workbook. Go visit them, check them out, see what you think. I think you'll be overly impressed with the service these companies provide. All right, that's it. We're done. We're now going to head into, just so you know what's coming up in the next session. I know this session was really tough. There was a lot of material. Next session is a little easier. We're going to talk about how you build a protection plan, a security basket to protect your family in case of emergency. All right? I'll be back with you in the next session. Until then, have a great day. Hi, this is David. I want to welcome you back to the Automatic Millionaire. Congratulations, this is session 5. You're doing fantastic. Today is all about automating for a rainy day. I've been talking throughout this program about building your emergency basket, and that's what we're going to go through today. So I just want to say to you right up front that this is probably the least sexy part of this program. I mean, a good example would be, let's say you went out and bought a Jaguar. Imagine the Automatic Millionaire program is your Jaguar. And you go into a dealer and you get your beautiful, convertible, white. You got gorgeous leathered seats. And you're all ready to get in that car. And you've been so excited. This is a car you've been wanting to buy for years. And they hand you the keys. And before you take off, they want to explain to you the intricacies of the seatbelt and the airbag. And you're like, dude, just give me my keys to my car. I'm going for a ride with my girlfriend or my wife here. I don't want to know about the seatbelts. Well, obviously you do. You need to know about the seatbelt, right? Chances are if you're driving your car right now, you have your seatbelt on. You do, don't you? If you don't put your seatbelt on. You know, one of the reasons they put airbags in cars, quite frankly, is that people were not wearing their seatbelts. And so they said, we have to protect people from themselves. Well, the idea behind the emergency basket of cash that we're going to talk about today is really the same thing. You know, it's a boring thing to wear your seatbelt, but guess what? If you have an accident, it will save your life. You know, I can't say that again. If you have an accident in your car, a seatbelt will save your life. Well, when it comes to your finances, if you have an emergency basket of cash, and I don't mean literally cash, I'll talk about where your money's going to go, but if you have an emergency place where you've got money in case something goes wrong. All right, now I just talked about an accident, so let's talk about financial accidents. What are the financial accidents that can happen? You know, really, Murphy's Law, what are they? Well, obviously, number one, and everybody's thinking about this today, is losing your job. You know, we've got most families today are two-income households. So that means that, you know, in 70% of American households, two people are working. If one of them loses their job, the family can literally, again, be financially upside down. So that could be a financial accident, either for you or for your spouse or your significant other. Another accident is disability. 1 in 8 Americans are actually disabled and unable to work for a certain period of time during their lifetime. That can really derail your financial life. So you've got to protect for that. Now, there are other things you can do. There's disability insurance. Key thing is you want some emergency money set aside in case of illness or disability. The third accident can be something that you have no control over also, which is someone in your family can become ill, whether that's a parent or a sibling or your kids. You may need some money in case of that. I know people who have had their dogs, their pets get ill. Boy, the cost of taking care of your animals right now, your dog gets sick. I have a friend of mine that just had to spend $1,500 taking care of their dog at the veterinarian. So these are unexpected expenses. What else can go wrong? You know, you can get in a car accident, need to get it fixed. You've also got the appliance factor. I mean, let's face it, things always break in threes. The dishwasher goes, the refrigerator goes, and then the washing machine goes. And it always happens in threes. What else is there that you can be concerned with? Isn't this great? I'm giving you all these things to be concerned with. Well, just think about it. What could it possibly be? There are always things that are going wrong. Again, they're financial accidents. That's why you prepare for them. If you don't have some emergency money set aside, you can be turned upside down financially in weeks. I said earlier in this program that there's a new statistic out that 1 in 4 Americans are only one paycheck away from being unable to pay their rent or their mortgage. Now, that's just incredible. Now, when you go further out, they say the average American is only 6 weeks away from defaulting on their mortgage if they have a home. Now, how could that be? Well, the answer is that the average American family reportedly has less than 1 month of expenses in savings. It's really terrible. Another recent study was with the baby boomers. AARP did a survey of their baby boomer clients, and what they found is that 75% of the baby boomers that they surveyed had less than $25,000 in savings outside of their home, completely, including their retirement accounts. So again, what we're seeing all over America is that people just don't have enough money put aside in case of emergency. And that's what I want to help you fix today. My grandmother used to say to me, David, when the going gets tough, cash is king. You know, whenever you talk to people from the Depression era, the reason the Depression era had such an impact on so many Americans is that, first of all, that was way before they had credit cards. You know, so if you didn't have cash, you didn't have the ability to eat. You didn't have the ability to stay in your home. And millions of people literally were without food and lost their housing. They were evicted. And so that whole generation became very consumed with always having money and always having that money safe. You know, today, credit is everywhere. I mean, amazingly enough today, I'm going to talk about how to buy a home in the next session. But amazingly enough today, you can actually go out and buy a home with no money down. You can furnish that home with no money down. I mean, you can go out and buy all the furniture, the stereo equipment. You can put a car in the driveway. And in most cases, if you had a good credit record, you could do it with no money down. You could borrow all of it. And you could have no money even in an emergency pile. This is, though, how families end up bankrupt, because all of a sudden they've got all this debt, and they get all this debt when everything's going perfect, when they're both working and they've got money coming in and they can make their minimum monthly payments, and then boom, one of them loses their job, and all of a sudden, financially, they're upside down. So I think I've made the point by now that's really important. Again, I know this is not a sexy idea here, but I want you to stay with me and listen to this program because it's really going to protect you. Okay, so now that we've talked about the importance of doing this, there's really two key issues today that we're going to go through. Number one, how much should you put aside in this emergency basket? And two, where should you put the money? Okay, so let's go through the first part. How much money should you put away in an emergency basket? Well, ideally, in a perfect world, I said earlier that I'd like to see you have 6 months of expenses set aside, separate from your checking account in case of emergency. So let's just use an example here. Let's say that you're spending $3,000 a month. Not what you're earning, what you're spending. Let's say you're spending $3,000 a month. In a perfect world, again, why not make the world perfect for ourselves here, right? In a perfect world, if you came into my office and you met with me one-on-one as your personal financial coach, which I am today, I would want you to have 6 months of emergency money set aside. So we'd take $3,000 times 6, and what would we get? We'd get $18,000 set aside somewhere safe. Now, a lot of times when I tell people this, they just go, I don't even have $1,000 liquid right now, and you just told me I need to have $18,000 saved. It sounds impossible. So I'm going to go back to how you're going to do this, okay? Just like you paid yourself first using your retirement account, we want you to pay yourself first into a security account. And again, before I go into where to put this money, I just want you to get the concept. So let's use dollar amounts. Let's say, for an example, that you're earning $4,000 a month. All right, now, realistically, if you did everything I suggested that you should do, and you put 10% of that money into your 401k plan at work, that means that right now, off the top, $400 of the $4,000 is actually going away for the future. So you're actually really going to get a $3,600 paycheck before taxes. How much of that money do I think you should put into your emergency basket? I'm going to throw it back at you. How fast do you want to get your emergency basket filled? Whatever it is, let's just use dollar amounts. Could be $100 a month, could be $200 a month, could be $300 a month, could be more. Whatever dollar amount you decide you want to focus on, the key is it's got to be automatically taken from your paycheck and directed into one of the investments I'm going to go through in a little bit here. The whole key is automation. Whatever you decide, whether it's $100, $200, it could be as little as $50 a month. You decide that. It's up to you how fast you want to build your emergency basket. Some people decide that this is their number one priority, that they really do want that feeling that they're going to have from having the security of knowing they've got an emergency basket of cash. But you decide. I usually recommend to my clients at least 2% of their income should be going directly out of their paycheck into their emergency basket of cash. Now, there's 3 ways you can do this to make it automatic. Number 1, you can go back to your company, talk to your benefits people, and do payroll deduction. So you'll actually have them take money directly out of your paycheck and put it wherever you direct them to go. That's number 1. Number 2, you can get your bank to do this for you. And they have systems at your bank where they can automatically move your money from your checking account into wherever you decide to put it into your emergency account. The third way you can do it again is through online bill payment, where you've got money being moved from your online bill payment company from your checking account directly into, again, your security account. So that's the process. Now what I want to do is go through, well, where would you put this emergency money? And this is the key thing. The biggest single mistake that I see people make with their emergency money is they're putting it in the same place that they write checks out of. Now, if you have a checking account or a savings account at the bank, and that's where you're putting your emergency money, why is that a problem? It's a problem because you'll spend it. I mean, let's just be realistic. When you see that money in your checking account, what happens to it? It gets spent. So, in my household, with my wife and I, we've got our security account in a different brokerage account. It's not even attached to where my checking account is, because I want to know that there's like a firewall between myself my spending, and where that money is. Now, a lot of times my wife, Michelle, will say, we got a lot of money in that security account. You sure we can't touch it? No, honey, that's the golden goose. We don't want to touch the golden goose. We want to keep the golden goose nice and protected in case of an emergency. Now, I'm quasi-paranoid, so I actually personally keep over 24 months of expenses set aside in my emergency account. That makes it so I can sleep well at night. I know people that are totally comfortable having 1 month of expenses. Again, my goal for you, however, is 6 months. A key component of what we're doing today is what I call the sleep well at night factor. Now, what is that? Really very simple. What keeps you up at night? One of the things that keeps people up at night is worrying about money. So I think it's really important to completely put that aside. The way you put that aside, the way you're able to get a good night's rest, the way you're able to not go through your day worrying about what's happening financially, is that you have an emergency basket of cash, which is what this whole session is about. The critical thing with this money that you've got is that your emergency basket of cash is not going to get you rich. Okay, this is not about getting the highest rate of return possible. This is simply about having money somewhere very safe that you don't touch in case of emergency. What that will do for you is take the pressure off. There's that saying, boy, I feel like somebody took a load of weight off my shoulders. That's what having emergency money set aside does for you. You may be in a job that you wish you could walk away from. Having a lot of money set aside in an emergency basket of cash gives you that freedom. You may want to know that if your spouse loses their job, you're not going to be out on the streets. That's what an emergency basket of cash does for you. You may want to know, geez, if I got sick and couldn't go to work, I'm okay. I can pay my mortgage. That's what an emergency basket of cash does for you. The common thing, though, that all of this does is it allows you to feel better about your life. It gives you freedom, takes the pressure off your shoulders, and goes back to that. You can sleep well at night, the sleep well at night factor. Now let's take a look at where you put the money. All right, now before I give you the exact place to put your money, let me talk about where not to put your money. I told you how I'm pretty conservative and a little bit paranoid, which is why I have a little extra money in my security account. But I've seen really extreme examples of paranoia. So let me tell you one of them because it's pretty funny. I was teaching a seminar and I was talking about this idea that you really need to have some emergency money. Again, I'm back in Lafayette, California, teaching this class at an adult education school. And a guy in the front row raises his hand and he says, David, I've got a lot of money saved in an emergency account. I've got $60,000 saved in case of emergency. What do you think about that? I said, well, how much are you spending a month? He said, well, I'm spending about $2,000 a month. I said, well, then you've got a lot of money saved in case of emergency. Why do you have so much money saved? He said, well, my wife's really worried about UFOs. I said, UFOs. Now, at this point, the room starts cracking up. I go, no, what, are you serious? He goes, yeah, well, a lot of things could go wrong. I mean, you could have a nuclear war. You never know about aliens. He says, so that's why we keep our money in our backyard. I go, excuse me? I mean, I was completely shocked. You have $60,000 in your backyard? He's like, yeah, I buried it. It's in savings bonds and cash. I said, what, like in a box in your backyard? He says, well, I put it in it's all wrapped up in plastic and it's put in a chest, and then I dug a big hole, and I mean, it's really far down, and I always know if anything goes wrong, I can go back there and dig it up. I mean, at this point, you gotta understand, I'm almost speechless, and somebody in the back of the room says, hey, I've just got one question. He goes, what's that? Where do you live? Now, at this point, the room is cracking up, and I go, listen, $60,000 is a lot of money to have for security. But if it's helping you to sleep well at night, what I call the sleep well at night factor, then that's great. I don't think you should have it in your backyard. I think having money buried in your backyard is a really dumb idea. Because first of all, it's not earning any interest. If you have cash sitting in your backyard, you're earning no interest on it. So you'd be much better off to put it somewhere like a bank, at least in certificates of deposit. And anyway, I went through where he could put the money. I'm sure to this day it's still sitting in his backyard. What I want to do right now is suggest, don't put this money in your backyard. Don't put this money in your mattress. That's not the idea here. The idea here is, again, that you've got some liquid investments that are safe in case of emergency. What I want to do right now is go through some very simple places that you can consider to put that money. Okay, so now it's time to go shop for a rate of interest for your security money. We need to find a place for you to put your money where you'll get a good rate of interest. Now, I have to tell you the truth. If I was doing this audio back in 2000 or 1999 or 1998, this would be a lot more exciting. It would be more exciting because I could talk to you about money market accounts that were paying 5, 6, 7% interest, totally safe, completely liquid. Now that's pretty exciting to me. Today I can't do that. Today most money market accounts are paying 1%. Now I know I haven't even told you what a money market account is yet. Don't worry, I'm going to get to that. When you listen to this program, I don't know when it'll be. So the point here is I don't want to give you outdated material. I want to teach you where to go to find the rates whenever you're listening to this program. So here's where you go to find rates on different money market accounts. And then again, I promise you I'll explain to you what a money market account is. You can go get a Wall Street Journal or USA Today, and you will find in the business section a list of money market accounts. You'll find a list of savings accounts. You'll even find a list of certificates of deposit, bank CDs. And they'll give you phone numbers on what the rate is of the different banks, what the rate is of different money market accounts, and where to call. Another place you can go is online. Now, my favorite website that you can go to is my favorite website. It's mine. Go to www.finishrich.com and click into the resource area where I have a link with all the different money market accounts. So if you go in there, you go finishrich.com, go into the resource center, click into money market accounts, and then I've put a whole bunch of links to where to go to find money market accounts. I'll also give you another website I love. It's bankrate.com. www.bankrate.com. That's bankrate.com. And again, they list all the rates all over the country, depending on state, depending on what you're looking for, money market accounts, savings accounts, certificates of deposit. You can also look in your local paper. If you pull out your local paper in the business section, you'll find a listing of money market accounts and certificates of deposit. And again, they'll have the phone number in there, so it's very easy. But you want to be proactive on this. Don't just go to your local bank and say, what do you have available? You really should shop for this, just like you would shop for a refrigerator or a car. You should at least look at 2 or 3 or 4 alternatives so you really feel like, you know what, I did my due diligence. I found a really good rate. Now let me go through with you the different types of investments that are actually available for your security money. Okay, so the first thing I want to talk to you about right now is what I call money market account. Actually, I don't call it a money market account. It's called a money market account. And they're all over the world. You want to find one in the United States. Money market accounts are liquid investments, meaning that when you put your money into them, you can get your money out immediately. It's not tied up. What happens with a money market account is it's a mutual fund that invests in very short-term government securities and bonds. All you care about is that it's been around for a while, it's a safe investment, and what's the rate of return that it's paying. So here's where you can go to find a money market account. All right, first of all, you can go to any brokerage firm. When I say brokerage firms, I'm talking Merrill Lynch, Morgan Stanley, Payne Weber, Charles Schwab, Fidelity, E-Trade. All these companies, they all offer money market accounts. In your workbook, I listed all the brokerage firms that are offering these money market accounts, went through where to go, and I specifically have given you in your workbook companies that offer money market accounts with no minimum. As an example, if you're just getting started, there's a company called ING Direct. You can go online to this company and open a money market account right now with no minimum investment. And this account, as of today, is paying right about 2% interest. So it's one of the highest yielding money market accounts in the country with no minimum investment. Another company I talk about in the workbook is called Edward Jones. They've got a wonderful money market account. They're a great brokerage firm that's located all over America. They have over 10,000 branches. They've got money market accounts, again, with no minimum requirement. Now, just one thing I want to say, because this is my disclaimer. When you look at the listing of brokerage firms, I'm not endorsing anybody. Even though I just told you about ING or Edward Jones and you'll see E-Trade and Morgan Stanley or Fidelity Investments, I'm not suggesting one over another. Don't email me and ask me where you should put your money. That's a decision you're going to need to make, but I'm giving you all the tools and the resources to go and do your own search, okay? Now let me let you in on a little secret. Some of these brokerage firms have higher minimums. You may need $2,000 to open the money market account. Some actually are as high as $10,000. As I speak to you right now, Charles Schwab has a minimum of $10,000. The interesting thing that you need to know is a little secret. Some of these brokerage firms will waive the minimum if you set up an automatic investment plan. So again, I told you earlier, the whole key to funding this plan is to make it automatic, where you're sending in $50, $100, $200 a month directly from your paycheck right into the investment account. And again, the company that you set up the money market account can give you the paperwork to do this. They can help you with this whole process. It can be done in less than 10 minutes. All you need to do is tell them, I want to set up a systematic investment plan. Now, if you walk into a brokerage firm and they tell you, well, we've got a $5,000 minimum, the question you want to ask whoever you're speaking with is this: if I set up a systematic investment plan, will you waive your minimum? What you'll find out is in many cases the answer will be yes. As long as you're putting in money automatically, $50, $100 a month, they'll waive the account minimum. That's a way to sneak in under that balance requirement. Okay? All right, so I've talked about money market accounts. Now I want to talk about certificates of deposit. They're called CDs, and they're bank certificates of deposit. Basically, you walk into a bank, and a bank will give you a guaranteed rate for a specific period of time, and they'll insure that rate. So in other words, as long as you put in less than $100,000, you don't ever have to worry about the bank going out of business. You're going to get your money back. With a bank CD, they'll offer you 6-month rates, they'll offer you 12-month rates, they'll offer you 18-month rates, they'll offer you 2-year rates, and on and on and on, all the way out to 10 years. When you go into a bank, find out the following things. Number one, what's the rate? What's the time horizon? Meaning, how long do you have to tie the money up? And if you needed to sell that CD early, what's the penalty fee? Very important that you ask what that penalty fee is, because if they're offering you, for an example, 3% for 2 years, and you went and had to sell that within 12 months, and you found out that the penalty is 3%, you've given them your money basically for free. So always ask, what's the penalty fee? Bank CDs are a great place to put your money if you know you don't need to get it in case of emergency quickly. The problem with a bank CD is that, again, you're tying it up for a specific period of time. Okay, the next thing I want to share with you is how the government can help you build your security account. Now, the government has an incredible website. You want to go to this website today, okay? www.treasurydirect.gov. Again, you'll find the website listed in the workbook. Here's why I love this website. The government has made it easy for you to set up your security account and make it completely automatic. The government, again, they get it. They get this idea that the best way to invest is automatically. So you can literally go online and in a matter of minutes, with as little as $50, set up an automatic investment plan with the government. Here's your options on where you can put your money on this website. Option number one is what's called an inflation bond, an I-bond. I-bonds stand for inflation bonds. Let me tell you what this is. I love these bonds. Boy, isn't that weird? How weird of a guy am I? I love these bonds. No, I really do like these bonds. First of all, an I-bond allows you to invest with as little as $50. The maximum that you can buy right now a year is $30,000. The interest is added monthly. Now, you'll see on the website a little technical thing that says I-bonds are sold at face value. What that means is if you buy $100 worth of I-bonds, it costs you $100. The interest is earned over a 30-year period of time. You can sell your I-bonds after 1 year. So in other words, you go out, you put $100 in this bond, you can leave it with the government now for 30 years and it'll pay you interest. The kicker with the I-bonds is that whatever the rate is, let's say, for example, right now, today the rate is 4.66%. It's a fantastic rate. If inflation goes up, these I-bonds adjust. So they'll increase the rate they're going to pay you. The whole concept behind these I-bonds is that they're protecting you in case of inflation by increasing the rate the government pays you. Now, this is really interesting. We haven't seen inflation in quite some time. But as I sit here in the studio, that's the big concern about whether or not inflation is going to kick in. If you have an I-bond, an inflation bond, and inflation kicks in, you're sitting there smiling because guess what? Your security money will earn you more interest. So again, real simple, check out these I-bonds. You can set up a systematic investment plan with as little as $50 a month. All right? Now, your second choice on this website is what's called an E-bond. And these E-bonds, it's actually double E, EE bonds. These are a lot like the old savings bonds you used to get when you were a kid from your grandparents. Today, they're calling these bonds Patriot bonds. They brought the Patriot bonds back after 9/11. So after 9/11, the government reissued these bonds. They're now called Patriot bonds. The rate on the Patriot bonds is not as high as the I bonds. But here's the deal with the Patriot bonds. Again, interest is added monthly and it's compounded semi-annually. Patriot bonds are not sold at face value. So in other words, like before with the I bonds, if you put in $100, you got $100 worth of bonds. With Patriot bonds, you're actually buying them at a discount to par value. Now, I know these all sound like technical terms, but in layman's terms, if you go out and you buy $100 worth of Patriot bonds, you'll actually pay $50. And when they come due, you'll get the full amount back. So if you put in $50, when they come due, you'll get $100. Now, again, with the Patriot bonds, these bonds are good for up to 30 years. One more thing to know about the Patriot bonds is that the Patriot bonds are basically tied to the Treasury rate, and they pay 90% of whatever a 5-year Treasury is paying when you buy them. So the website's great because they really explain this in layman's terms. They show you exactly how to set it all up automatically. What they've got on this website is what's called Easy Saver. So click into that Easy Saver button and they explain to you how you can use a credit card or use a checking account. I believe they even take payroll deduction, and they will automate everything for you in minutes. You can go onto this website and literally in minutes set up your entire security account and be done with it. It's fantastic. All right, now let me ask you a question. What if you're in debt? How much money should you put in your security account if you're in debt? Well, if you walked in my office, here's what I would do. Even if your debt was as high as 20%, well, first of all, I wouldn't want your debt to be as high as 20%. If you had a credit card paying 20% interest, I would immediately do something to help you get that rate lower, down to 0% if possible, which I'm going to cover in 2 sessions later, how to handle your credit card debt. But here's what I would do. I would want you, and this is what I want you to do, I would want you to at least get 1 month of emergency money in savings. Then I'd want you to start focusing on paying down your debt. I think it's important to have at least a month of your expenses in a security account. So even if you've got credit card debt, I want you to get a month of expenses in your security account. I don't want you to stop paying your credit cards, but I don't want you to be losing sleep over the fact that you're not paying off your debt. I want you to get a month of expenses put aside, then we'll start tackling your credit card debt. And we're going to tackle your credit card debt 2 sessions from now. So don't worry, we're going to get to that. All right, so we've come to the end of this session, right? It wasn't that long of a session. I know it wasn't the most exciting session, but again, very, very important that you do this. So here's your automatic millionaire action step today. I've got 4 specific things I want you to do today. They're small things, they're easy things, but let's go take a look at them. All I want you to do today is this. I want you to go check out that website. Go to www.treasurydirect.gov. You don't have to sign up for the plan. I just want you to go on there and see what's available. The second thing I want you to do, go get a USA Today. Go get the Wall Street Journal. Look in the newspaper where they list the bank CDs and the money market accounts. Make yourself familiar with what is available out there. And the third thing I want you to do is I want you to go to bankrate.com and also see what's available on that website. Okay, so those are 3 specific things. The last thing I want you to do, I want you to really think about right now, what are your monthly expenses? What is it costing you monthly to live? Give yourself an estimate on that. And then I want you to compare that to how much money do you have in emergency savings. So if you know it's costing you $3,000 a month to live, and you've got $1,500 already right now in an emergency account, I want you to make a decision today. What's your goal? You don't have to get there overnight, but what's your goal? Do you want 1 month of expenses saved? Do you want 3 months of expenses saved? Do you want to go with the David Bach formula and have 6 months of expenses put aside? Decide that today. In your workbook, we've got a little commitment exercise there for you. You can write down, I want to have this much money in emergency savings by this specific date. You make the commitment to yourself. Again, you're playing the game called the Automatic Millionaire. This is your game. You decide what your timetable is, what your deadline is, and then you go to work. All right? Enjoy your day. I'll be back with you in session 6. Session 6 rocks, ladies and gentlemen. Session 6, we're going to go through, by the way, how do you buy your dream home and how do you pay that home off early? Okay, so I can't wait to be back with you. Have a great day. I'll see you in session 6. Hi, and welcome back. This is David. We're at the Automatic Millionaire program, and today is session 6. We're going to go through automatic, debt-free home ownership. Now, I have to say something to you. I'm really curious, actually. Are you listening to this program in order, or did you just skip ahead and throw this audio in? If you did, if you skipped ahead, that's fine. It tells me that you're really interested in either owning a home or owning a home free and clear of debt. Either one is great. And if you've been listening to this program in order, well, that's fine too. Congratulations, because you're at session 6. We're really cranking through this program. I'm proud of you. Again, good job. Now, let me talk to you again. I said this in session 1, really important. And that is this. The likelihood of you being rich as a renter is virtually zero. It's nil. It's none. Statistically, renters in America do not become millionaires. In session 1, I talked about a statistic from the government that said the average renter in America has a net worth of less than $4,000. Homeowners, on the other hand, average net worth is $140,000. Now that is a massive difference. We're looking at what? 30 times greater net worth if you're a homeowner. So the message here is critical. You must, not should, not would, not could, you must own a home. You know, you always hear about buying real estate with no money down, becoming a landlord. The greatest tenant in the world, you know who that is? You. You're the greatest tenant in the world. You know why? When you buy a home, you're going to take care of it. The pride of home ownership is amazing. In fact, you hear about foreclosures on homes, and there are foreclosures on homes, but what you don't hear about is how few homes are foreclosed on. In fact, less than 2% of the homes in America a year are foreclosed on. And that is because people will do just about anything they need to do to not lose the house they live in. So I cannot stress upon you enough that one of the first things you should be saving for, one of the most important purchases that you can make, is not what stock to buy. It's not what mutual fund to invest in. You need to go buy a home. Now, I just recently went on a show with the John Walsh Show. You may know John Walsh. He's on TV all the time, and he has his own show now. And I did a show about 8 months ago on couples and money. We had 3 young couples, and I was with a couple from Florida. And in fact, I just got an email from them, so it's really a nice success story. This couple was in Florida. They had 2 incomes, not married yet, but they're earning about $75,000 a year. They were renting. He had just bought a brand new motorcycle. They had 2 cars, and they had no savings, and they were living like rock stars, you know, living la vida loca down in Miami. They're having a lot of fun. They're young. They're enjoying their life. And they said, you know, David, what should we do? And as a part of the money makeover, I said to them, the number one thing you need to do is buy a home down in Florida. If you're going to stay in Florida, you need to buy a home. I don't care if you're even going to be there just a few years. You need to buy a piece of the American dream. You need to get some real estate. They said, oh, God, that just seems like it's so impossible. I said, it's not. I'm going to walk you through the same steps that I took them through. And I took them through these steps literally in less than a half an hour. And I'm going to do the same thing with you. It's been 8 months. They have already put a down payment on a brand new townhouse. And they're going to be moving into that townhouse in less than 90 days. So they were not even motivated when we talked about this, and they've already done it. They've done it in less than a year. So if they can do it, I know you can do it. Because I've had so many stories of people who thought, I can't buy a home. There's no possible way. How would I do it? Well, I'm going to lay that out for you today, how you would do that. Now, if you're going, David, big deal, I already own a home. Get to the point. I'm going to cover in this session, if you own a home, how to turn that home not only into a great asset for you, but also get yourself out of debt with that home. How to be smarter with your mortgage, because most people have a 30-year mortgage, and that 30-year mortgage should not be paid over 30 years. Now, one last thing I want to talk about is you hear people say, you know, your house is not an asset. Your house is a liability. Well, yes and no. Here's the thing. When people tell you your house is not an asset because you're never going to sell it, well, that's not really true. People sell their homes all the time. In fact, as a financial advisor, what I will tell you is, in my experience, people's homes are actually the greatest asset, the greatest amount of equity that they have when they retire. So, you know, I can just tell you what I've seen in the real world, having literally sat before thousands of people one-on-one and looked at their net worth statements. In most cases, people build more equity, more asset value in their home than any other single investment over their lifetime, including their retirement accounts, because most people don't pay themselves first the way you've learned how to do. So I got to tell you, your home is a great asset. The sooner you buy one, the better off I think you're going to be. And with that, I want to go through why homes are such great investments for you to consider. So let me go through 6 reasons why homes make great investments. Number 1, it's forced savings. Again, I talked about how people rarely lose their home in foreclosure. When you buy a home, you're forced to pay that mortgage, because basically you buy the home, the bank has that mortgage, you have to pay for that. You will figure out a way to pay for it. Now, in a little bit, I'll show you how to accelerate your mortgage plan. When you do that, it's just one more way to force yourself to save more money. Again, most people find out that over time, the greatest form of financial security they have is in the equity that they've built up in their home. The second thing is leverage. The power of real estate is truly about the power of leverage. If there's one reason that real estate has made so many Americans rich, it's leverage. See, I'll give you an example. If you go out and you buy a $250,000 home and the bank asks you to put 20% down, that means you'll be putting $50,000 into that investment. You'll be taking a $200,000 mortgage from the bank. Now, let's say that the home goes from $250,000 in value to $300,000. That means that your investment, your home, just went up in value $50,000, right? Well, what was your return on investment? You put $50,000 down. The house has gone from $250,000 to $300,000, so it's gone up in value $50,000. In essence, you just had 100% return on your money. Now, what we've seen recently in the real estate market is even better than that. We've seen people go out and buy a home for $250,000, which may sound like a lot depending on where you live, or it may sound like very little depending on where you live. But let's use that example. We've seen people go out and buy a $250,000 home, and 5 years later, the value of that home doubled. So it went from $250,000 to $500,000. Now, whatever the person put down, let's go back to the $50,000 example. They may have only invested $50,000. They've now got a $250,000 profit. That's a 500% return on their money in 5 years. And that happened at the same time that the stock market went down. Now, I'm not suggesting you should put all your money in real estate. I do believe in the stock market. But I think it's very important, again, that the first person you go out and become a landlord for is yourself. So that first person you want to go buy a home for is yourself. You get the benefit of living in it, and you get the benefit of leverage. Now let's take a look at the third major reason why homes make great investments. The third reason homes make great investments, really real estate makes a great investment, is what's called OPM. Now you may have heard of this or you may not have heard of it. OPM stands for other people's money. And you often hear that the way the rich get richer is they don't use their own money, they use other people's money. Well, that's exactly what happens when you buy a home. You're not using your own money. You're not going out and buying a home and saying, okay, the home costs $250,000, here's a check for $250,000. Even if you had $250,000, you probably wouldn't go write a check right now. You'd have the bank give you a loan. So you're using the bank's money to purchase the home. And again, as that home goes up in value, when you turn around and sell it, you'll be paying back the bank their money. You used their money to get into the job of investing. And the leverage with real estate is unbelievable because today you can actually put as little as no money down. In some cases, you can do 5% or 10%. The average amount of money that you have to put down on a home today in America is about 20%. It depends on the price of the home and it depends on where you live, but 20% is about the average. There's no question you can actually get into a home with less than 20% down, which I'm going to cover here in a little bit. The fourth tremendous thing about real estate is the tax breaks. The government has made it very easy for Americans to buy a home by making the interest on your mortgage tax deductible. Now, the interest on your mortgage is tax deductible on the first $1 million of money that you borrow. It's very important to say that in case you're going out and buying one of these giant McMansions and borrowing more than $1 million. But for most people, that won't happen. So the interest is deductible on the first $1 million. That is truly a tremendous break. And again, this is why homeowners can in many cases afford to pay more for a monthly mortgage than they can afford to rent, because by the time they get their tax deduction, it equals out to be the same, or in many cases, it becomes cheaper to be a homeowner than it is to be a renter. The fifth thing, which I touched upon earlier, is the pride of ownership. When you own a home, there's just a different feeling that comes from inside owning that home versus renting. It's that pride of ownership. It's that sense of security. It's that sleep well at night factor. It's knowing that you now have a piece of the American dream. I do believe that a huge part of the American dream is having your dream home. Now, one of the biggest mistakes I see people make who don't own a home is they want their first home to be the American dream, to be their dream home, to be their mansion. That's not how you get a mansion. Sometimes you have to actually buy less than what you're renting to get into the game of real estate. But that's okay, because again, you'll be surprised how great it feels to own your first home. I can tell you, when I bought my first house, I bought it in a suburb called Danville, California. And I'll never forget when my friends came over to see this house. They didn't say anything, but they looked at me like, is he insane that he bought this house? Because the first house that I bought was a total fixer-upper. It took us a year to make the house livable. But you know what? It turned out to be a great investment. It helped me go to my next piece of property, which was a beautiful place in San Francisco. And that place in San Francisco, which again, it wasn't my dream, it was one of my dreams at the time, but that place allowed me to buy my next home, which I live in now in New York City. So real estate, as it leverages and it rolls up and it goes up in value, it helps you get closer to ultimately what is your dream home. Now, I will tell you, as you go through life, what your idea of your dream home will change, because over time you may be moving into bigger and bigger homes. That's an American dream too. We're always kind of upsizing, which you don't have to do. But again, the key thing here is the pride of real estate, the pride of home ownership. It's a big thing. I cannot emphasize that enough. And that leads us to number 6. Real estate has proven to be a great investment. Now, it's really interesting. When I was writing The Automatic Millionaire and I was researching, well, how good of an investment has real estate been? I called the National Association of Realtors because I wanted to make sure that I was looking at accurate statistics. And here's what they gave me. Since 1968, when they really first started keeping national records of real estate investments as a whole have had an annualized return of 6.3%. Now, I want to explain something to you here again for a second, because what happens is you'll see financial advisors say, well, real estate's average 6.3%, and the stock market's average 10%, therefore the stock market is much better than real estate. But again, they're not comparing apples to apples when they say that, because when you buy real estate and you get a 6.3% annualized return, you didn't spend $250,000 to buy that home. So if a $250,000 home goes up in value by 6% a year, maybe you only put down $30,000 to buy it. Your real rate of return is substantially higher than that 6% return that I just talked about. So that's very important to understand, because that goes back to everything I just talked about. You're using other people's money, you're getting leverage. Your real rate of return on real estate, you will find over time, is much higher. Now, let me just answer a question which has to be on your mind because it's in all the media, and that is, what about the real estate bubble? I mean, the truth is real estate has been unbelievable the last 5, 6, 7 years. I mean, it's just truly remarkable. In certain areas of our country, we've seen real estate annualize out at a 15% increase per year. I've got a friend of mine that just bought a second home 9 months ago, and the home value has already gone up by 20%. Now, these are clearly the boom times in real estate. And I will tell you that with all boom times, what happens? It goes the other direction eventually. Real estate, just like the stock market, is cyclical. There is no question about it. And you will see the real estate market at some point turn back down again, or slow, or just stay flat. You know, when you go back to the early 90s and the late 80s, real estate values in this country went down or were flat for 10 years. So we're going to see that again. Real estate, ultimately, your goal to buy your home is for yourself, to live in it, to enjoy it. You'll long-term get the benefit of it going up in value, and depending on where you buy, you may get a short-term opportunity to have it go up in value. I will say this, I'm not overly concerned about a national real estate bubble. We've actually never seen a quote-unquote national real estate bubble. What we've seen are regional real estate bubbles or localized real estate bubbles. I mean, you know, a great example was after the dot-com boom, the Bay Area was hit hard with real estate prices, because the real estate prices had gone skyrocketing and they started pulling back a little bit. Not a lot, but a little bit. So it just depends, again, where you live. So now the question in your mind is, okay, great. You gave me 6 reasons why real estate's a great investment. I get it. I want to do this. But what about the down payment? And where am I going to find this money to make the down payment? Well, first of all, I want to go back to the basics. How much money do you need for a down payment to buy a home? It depends. That's the answer. There are loans out there right now that are available from lenders and from the government that can enable a first-time home buyer to finance their home with 95%, 97%, even 100% of the purchase price. The single biggest mistake people make who are renting is they assume they need a really large down payment. And in many cases, it's just not true. You may be able to afford to buy a home right now with almost no down payment, and that's what I want you to find out. How do I know this is possible? I know it's possible because I've done a lot of research, and here's what I can tell you. There are billions of dollars available to help you finance your first home. In 2002, President George W. Bush announced a goal of increasing the number of U.S. home buyers by 5.5 million people over 8 years. In order to make this happen, the government has earmarked billions of dollars to help first-time home buyers handle their down payment. In addition, the government has also created products to lower the overall cost of mortgages for first-time home buyers. Now, in your workbook, I've given you some agencies that you can go to, their websites and their phone numbers, and given you some paragraphs and some details on what these agencies do and how they can help you buy your first home. I'll give you an example of some things that are in your workbook. In your workbook, you're going to find a section called Agencies and Companies that can help you buy a home. One of them that's in there is HUD. Their website's www.hud.gov. This is the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development. I urge you to look at their website and get their material. They are creating programs, again, to help first-time home buyers get into a home. They've got all kinds of resources available. Another organization I've got in the workbook is called the National Council of State Housing Finance Agencies. Again, they've got a whole organization available to help you buy your first home, and they link, depending on your state, where you can go to get assistance with loans. What's nice about this website and this agency is that they're offering the ability for people to buy homes with less than 5% down. So you need to go check out this agency. It's a huge thing for first-time home buyers. Okay, 2 more agencies that you have to check out. This conversation would not be complete if I didn't talk about Fannie Mae and Freddie Mac. And again, you'll find this information in your workbooks, but here's what you should know. Fannie Mae stands for the Federal National Mortgage Association. I want you to get their free book. They've got a book called Opening the Door to a Home of Your Own, Choosing a Mortgage and Knowing Your Credit. This book is free. All you've got to do is go to their website or call them to get it. The website's www.fanniemae.com. And the phone number right now could change when you listen to this program, but the phone number right now is 1-800-688-4663. Again, in your workbook, you'll find some information about this organization. The next one I promised you, Freddie Mac. Now, Freddie Mac's been around since 1970, stands for the Federal Home Loan Mortgage Corporation. This organization has helped to finance 26 million homes in America. 1 out of every 6 built since it came into existence. Freddie Mac doesn't make the loans. What they do is they make it available for lenders to make the loans. So you got to go check them out. They've got a great tool called the Road to Home Ownership. You'll find it at www.homesteps.com. Again, you'll find this information in the workbook. All right, so I've given you a bunch of organizations that can help you buy a home, get into a home, possibly with very little money down. There's another type of loan you want to consider. It's called FHA loans. Again, a little paragraph in your workbook about this. Also, VA loans. If you've been a veteran, the Veteran Administration can help you often. The Veteran Affairs Organization has special loans available for veterans. You want to check that out. And again, there's information in the workbook on state bond loan programs. Each state has their own special bonds. They've set aside specific loans to help people buy their homes in their state. And I've given you that website, but I'll give it to you right now. It's www.ncsh.org, and that stands for the National Council of State Housing Finance Agencies. So check that out. All right, so we've talked about the loans. I want to talk to you now about if you're a renter, because it's really important to say this. If you're renting right now, there's a really good chance that the rent you're spending, basically the rent you're paying to your landlord that's making your landlord rich, it's very possible that the exact same amount of rent could help you buy a home. Let me give you an example. Put this real simple. Let's say right now you were paying $1,000 a month in rent. Well, that's enough money to support a $125,000 mortgage, including taxes and insurance. In other words, let's try $2,000. Let's say you're spending $2,000 a month in rent. You could actually afford a $250,000 mortgage. Now, in most parts of the country, this is going to buy you a lot of home. Now, why would a renter not buy a home? Let me give you an example here. I live in New York City. New York City is a classic example. It's very expensive to buy a place in New York City. And so there are hundreds of thousands, actually millions of people in New York that have gotten stuck in the rent trap. And I'll give you an example how this happens. I was just doing a speech up here in New York City, and I had a lot of people in the room, and about 75% of them were renters. And I talked about this issue because this is really, I was telling them the story of the automatic millionaire, the McIntyres, and how it's so critical to buy a home. And people were really getting frustrated. And one woman looked at me and she said, David, for what I'm paying right now for a 2-bedroom place in New York City, she said, I'm spending about $3,500 a month. She said, if I was to go out and get a mortgage, I could not buy a 2-bedroom condominium for that same amount of money. She said, I could only afford to buy a 1-bedroom condominium. I said, okay, yeah, your point is? She said, well, my point is I can't live in a 1-bedroom. I said, so how long have you lived in the 2-bedroom? She says, well, I've lived in it about 5 years. How long have you lived in New York City? Well, I've been in New York City 9 years. So in 9 years right now, I want you to figure out how much money you've spent on rent. So we started doing the math. Now, just use her example. She was spending over $3,000 a month on rent. So that is, by the time the year gets done, just use a round number, 3,000 times 12. She's at $36,000 a year in rent. Not $1 of that is making her wealthier. Now, let's just use that number and take that out over nearly 10 years. 36,000 times 10 years. This woman has spent nearly $400,000 on rent. Not one dime went into her pocket. And I'm looking at her and I'm going through this and I go, doesn't that make you sick? I go, couldn't you live with one less bedroom so that you could buy a place and start building equity? She starts thinking about it, and she almost starts kind of melting. She's like, yeah, I guess you got a point. And I told this woman, I go, I want to share a true story with you. I go, I've got a best friend that moved to New York City 3 years ago. Now, I'm going to change his name so that he won't get upset. He might not want his personal story out there. I'm going to call him Bobby. Bobby's been a best friend of mine since the 3rd grade, so he's going to know who he is when he listens to my audio. But Bobby came to New York City 3 years ago, and he was looking at renting. And I said to him, whatever you do, don't rent. I go, even if you're only in New York for a couple years, you'd be better off to buy. So Bobby calls me back, and he says, David, I've looked at 1-bedroom apartments. I can't remember exactly what it cost. I think it was about $1,500 to $2,000 for a 1-bedroom apartment at the time. He said, I can't afford to buy a 1-bedroom apartment in New York City. It's out of my price range. He said, but I can afford to buy a studio. He said, now, the studios are really small. He said, I'm looking at a studio right now. It's a little less than 500 square feet. And I can't believe how much it's going to cost. It's going to cost $175,000. But I could own it. I can get in with less than 10% down, so you only need $17,000. He says, I can get in, I can do the mortgage, I can make the mortgage payments. It's smaller than I want. What do you think? And I said to Bobby, do it. You'll be glad you did. Now I wish I had bought one with him when he did this. That $175,000 studio, remember, this is only 3 years ago. Today is worth over $350,000. Now, again, go back to that math I talked about earlier. He's had an investment go from $175,000 to over $350,000. It's almost increased by $200,000 in value, and he only put $17,000 down. Now, he's not the least bit upset today that he's living in a studio. In fact, he's been saying, geez, I might actually sell it and buy a one-bedroom, but you know what? It's great. I got a really low overhead right now. I'm actually used to living in a studio. He's not married. He doesn't have kids. The moral here, and when I shared this story with this woman, she was almost in tears. I said, the moral here, sometimes you have to buy a little less than you can rent to get into the game of ownership and building wealth. The fastest way to build wealth in America is to become your own landlord. That's how you get rich. You got to buy a home. All right, how much home can you afford? The FHA has a rule of thumb, and here's what it is. They recommend that people can afford to spend 29% of their gross income on housing expenses and as much as 41% if they have no debt. Now, I have to tell you personally, I think 41% seems a little bit high. But a great estimate, or a very simple rule of thumb, is that I think no more than a third of your gross income should be going to housing costs. And even though the FHA looks at gross income, I usually look at net, because we live in a net world. In other words, your gross income's irrelevant. I mean, if you're making $3,000 a month, but you're getting $2,000 after taxes, that's what you've got available to spend. And if you use the FHA's rule of thumb that you could spend a third of your gross income on a house, you'd spend $1,000 on your mortgage and you'd be left with $1,000 to pay for all of your expenses and everything else afterwards. So I think a good rule of thumb is more like a third of your net. That's the number I would use. It's pretty conservative, but I think it's a good rule of thumb. But again, I would compare it to your rent. I think you look at, well, what are you renting right now? Figure you might need to spend an extra 10, 20% to buy. You make that leap. You go in, you buy a place, and you figure out other areas to cut back in your life. For instance, finding your latte factor and going, you know what, I can give up my latte factor, whatever that was for you, in order to own a home so I can start getting rich. One last thing about how much you can afford to buy. There's no question that when it comes time to buy a home, depends on where you live, ego definitely gets involved. Keeping up with the Joneses gets involved. There's this new thing in America they're calling them McMansions. I mean, America's all about bigger and better and bigger and better. And today people are buying bigger homes than ever. And some of these communities, there's no exaggeration. You'll see people who have basically leveraged themselves to buy their McMansion, and they don't even have furniture in the house. I mean, there's no curtains. They really can't afford to live in the house. Now, the question is, does that make sense? I would tell you that it doesn't make sense. You don't want to be what is called house poor, where basically you can barely afford to live in the home. You got nothing left over. You're eating rice and beans every single day just to make this mortgage payment on a McMansion. I think that's a mistake. But I do want to see you stretch a little bit to get into home ownership. I think that's critical. Just don't buy a home based on ego. Buy a home based on necessity. And then the last question, of course, is, well, what about that pay yourself first stuff? If I buy a home, do I stop paying myself first? No, of course not. You got to keep paying yourself first, whatever the percentage is. Maybe you're doing 10%, maybe you're doing 5%, maybe you're doing more. Whatever you're doing, ideally, I'd like to see you keep doing that and buy a home. In a perfect world, what's going to happen is you'll be paying yourself first for retirement. You'll have a little bit of money going into your security account, and now you'll be buying a home. You're going, oh my God, I'm doing a lot here. Well, this is what you need to do if you want to be rich. Again, I know I'm suggesting a lot of work here, but the reality is, if you want to be rich, you bought the Automatic Millionaire. If your goal is to be rich, you have to do certain things. This is not one of those programs where you can become, overnight wealthy by placing tiny little ads in newspapers for almost free and hope that checks will show up in your mailbox. This is the no-nonsense, real deal approach to wealth. I'm giving you the roadmap. All you got to do now is go use it. Now, your question may be, okay, great. David, I've been listening to you now talk about this for a while, but I already own a home. So how can you help me here if I already own a home? Well, that's a great question. This is the next area, and that is financing. When you go to buy a home, you're going to have to get a mortgage. The mortgage that you decide on, the financing that you use for your real estate, is one of the most important financial decisions you'll make in your lifetime. And people do it very carelessly. Don't just go to one bank and go, what do you got available for me? You really want to shop for a mortgage. This is just absolutely critical, because the more you shop, the better deal you find on a mortgage, meaning the interest rate, You could possibly have this mortgage for years. I mean, some people have a mortgage for the lifetime of their mortgage. In the workbook, you'll find a whole list of websites that you can go to do research on mortgages. I will tell you my favorite website that I go to, and I still go to it all the time because I always want to make sure I've got the best mortgage possible. I go to www.eloan.com. Now, eLoan does not pay me. I'm not sponsored by them. I'm not getting any kickbacks. The reason I like eLoan is you can go on there and do your research really quick without giving them any of your personal information, and they'll harass you with emails. So some of these websites require you to put in all your stuff, and then they start bombarding you with information. I don't want to be bombarded. I just want to be able to go on, not have anybody know I'm there and get the things I want to know about. You can do that on eLoan. All right now I want to go through the different type of loan products that exist. There are so many types of loans today. I'm going to go through the most generic, the most commonly used mortgages right now. First, the 30-year mortgage. This one is obvious. This is what most people use. It locks in your interest rate for 30 years. It's ultra conservative. Let's go through the pros of what this mortgage does. The nice thing about a 30-year mortgage, again, you know exactly what you got for the next 30 years. You're locking in your rate. And it's affordable because you're paying it over 30 years. The con, however, is that with a 30-year mortgage, you're paying for it over 30 years. So it's actually long-term very expensive. A little bit later here in the session, I'll go through what you can do if you have a 30-year mortgage to be smarter with it. The second type of loan, which has become more popular lately as rates go so low, is the 15-year mortgage. Now, with a 15-year mortgage, again, it's very vanilla. You've locked the rate for 15 years, so you're guaranteed at that rate. The payments are higher because obviously you're paying the home off in 15 years. Now, what's happened with rates dropping from 8% to below 6% is that some people who have been aggressive have actually refinanced. Their mortgage payment has stayed the same, but they've gone from a 30-year mortgage to 15 years. Now, what's really exciting about that, especially if you're young, if you're somebody in your 20s and you do a 15-year mortgage, which would be more expensive, but if you do a 15-year mortgage, you could literally be completely debt-free, no home payments whatsoever by the time you hit 40. When you look at the McIntyres and you see what Jim and Sue did, they basically bought their first home and paid it off in less than 20 years, and then they bought another home and they paid that one off in about 15 years. And so by the time they were in their early 50s, they owned 2 homes free and clear. A 15-year mortgage is a forced way to save, but it gets you debt-free really quick. And that's an exciting thing to do right now with rates being so low. Although you can do the same exact thing with a 30-year mortgage, and I'll show you how to do that in a little bit. Other types of mortgages have become very popular. Short-term adjustable rate mortgages. They call these ARMs. They have 3-year ARMs, 5-year ARMs, 7-year ARMs. Basically what those are is they lock a rate for a specific period of time. So you may do a 5-year ARM. They lock your rate, which is a lower rate than a 15 or a 30-year mortgage typically, and you'll get that rate for 5 years. At the end of 5 years, the rate adjusts based on interest rates. Now, in a low interest rate environment, the reason people will do this type of what's called a flexible loan is that it gets them into a home with a lower monthly payment. The challenge with these mortgages is as rates move up, you could find yourself in a position that, after 5 years when the rates are higher, you may not be able to afford the home if rates go up significantly. So that's something you want to consider. Now, who typically will do a short-term mortgage like this is somebody that knows, well, geez, I know I'm not going to live in this home for more than 5 years. So I'll do a 5-year ARM. It'll be a low rate. I know I'm going to sell it in less than 5 years. That may make sense for that type of person. One other type of mortgage has become popular. This one I think is a little bit frightening. There are actually what are called monthly flexible mortgages. They're typically called LIBOR loans. They actually adjust to what is called the London Index of Bonds, basically. And these mortgages have the lowest possible rate. Like right now today in the paper I saw 2.25% on a rate for a LIBOR loan. Well, the good news, rates are low. You're getting into a mortgage for dirt cheap. I mean, it's almost free. As rates move up, though, those interest rates adjust monthly. I think it's hard to sleep at night if your mortgage payment can change every month, so I'm not a big fan of those mortgages. All right, so now I want to go back to the 30-year mortgage because, again, it's very likely that if you've got a home, you actually have a 30-year mortgage. Now, let me go through how 30-year mortgages can be a ripoff, and then I'll kind of give you the pro and con of a 30-year mortgage. Here's why I think a 30-year mortgage can be a ripoff. I'm going to give you a specific example. If you buy a home for $250,000. You get a $250,000 mortgage. And let's just use that number as an example. You get a $250,000 loan. You pay 8% interest. Over 30 years, that loan, you will actually pay $660,000 for that $250,000 home. You'll spend over $410,000 on interest payments. See, this is why the banking business is a great business to be in. They know you're not going to foreclose on your home. They like the fact that they can give you a 30-year mortgage because it will cost you a fortune, and they make all that money. So this is a problem that I've got with this. Now, not only does the bank know they're going to make a lot of money on a 30-year mortgage, but they also know something else that's really interesting. They know that on average, Americans move every 7 to 10 years. So they figured out if we do a 30-year mortgage, if we go out and sell 30-year mortgages, there's so much interest cost involved in these mortgages that in the first 10 years, almost 90% of your payments that you're paying to the bank are all going to interest. So if you have a 30-year mortgage, you barely see the actual mortgage go down until you get past 10 years. Well, the bank's really smart. They figured out, you know what? We'll do all these 30-year mortgages. People will never pay down their principal. Then they'll move and they'll have to get a new mortgage and they'll start all over again. And this is why people are in debt all their lives and have to work until they're in their mid-60s. See, this, in my opinion, is completely a game set up for our failure. Now, who set up these rules? Well, I have to tell you something. If you really look at the banking industry, which has a lot of lobbyists, they lobbied Congress and the Senate for the tax deduction on your mortgage. Now, somewhere at some point, somebody had to figure out, you know what? If we do 30-year mortgages, you know what will happen? People will have to work all of their life to pay for their mortgages. That means that we'll have people working and they'll be paying taxes. See, I don't really think the government wants an entire society of people retired at 40. That's a big reason why I don't think you see a lot of promotion of 15-year mortgages or a promotion of people paying down debt. The more debt you have, the longer you have to work. It's as simple as that. And the biggest single argument that you hear for having a mortgage and not paying it down early, and I'm going to share with you in a little bit how to pay this mortgage down early. There's a whole bunch of arguments why people say, oh, you shouldn't pay your home off early. Let's go through them. Number one, you get a tax deduction. You know, people will go on and on and on about this, especially accountants. Oh, don't pay off your mortgage early. There's no point in putting extra principal towards your mortgage. It's a great tax deduction. Now, let me get this straight. I should work for years to pay interest on a mortgage so I can get a tax deduction. I'm confused here. Do I want my life or do I want a tax deduction? See, I want my life. Again, let's go back to the American dream. When you don't have debt and overhead, you don't have to work and make money. You may need money for food and certain expenses, but you won't need money for the bank. The sooner you get to be debt-free like the McIntyres, the sooner you get your life back completely. You get the freedom to do what you want to do when you want to do it. If you want to keep working, great. You'll have extra money to do extra things, but it's your choice. And I think that's a huge, huge issue. Now, another thing that people will tell you, well, with rates so low, geez, don't put money down on your mortgage because what you can do is you can put it in the stock market. And historically, the stock market has averaged higher rates of return than real estate. Really? How about the people who put money in the NASDAQ at 5,000? Even with this recent bull market, they're still down 60%. See, I don't think that argument flies. I hear all kinds of financial advisors, oh, you're better off, don't put the money in your mortgage, let's put extra money in mutual funds. Really? You know, it all depends. What I know for a fact is this. You can't live inside a mutual fund. You can only live inside a home. And when your home is owned by you and it's debt-free, that's a great place to live. I just am a big believer in real-world finances. Now, there's another guy out there right now. He's very well known. He suggests to people that they get 40-year mortgages, that they pay for their home over 40 years, that they barely pay any extra money on their principal, and they put all their money in mutual funds. Well, you know what? That's a really important thing to say when you run a brokerage firm that makes money selling mutual funds. One of the things that's always shocked my clients is that when clients would come into my office often one of the first things we did when they were getting ready to retire is we actually had them pay off almost all their mortgage. And one of the questions I would ask them is, how would you feel if you were debt-free? They go, oh man, I'd feel great. Would you sleep better at night? No question. See, debt-free home ownership, you sleep better, you feel great, there's less pressure on you. Now, you don't have to do this. If you want to go have a 40-year mortgage and never pay it off, that's fine. I'm just telling you as a financial coach and financial advisor, in the real world, what I've seen happen is when people have less debt or they're debt-free, they stop working. I think it's a nice option to have. The last argument against having your home paid down early is liquidity. Well, geez, if all my money's in my home, I can't get my hands on that money. Well, first of all, that is not true. It's never been easier to tap the equity in your house than it is today. There are banks that will actually give you a credit card to tap the equity in your home. I don't suggest you get those credit cards, but they are available. You can refinance your home in days today and pull equity out of your house. That's a bad argument. Now, I'll give you the last argument. This is the one that I would make about not having your home paid off. Being quasi-paranoid, this is me personally. I've owned homes in a few places that, one could be actually concerned about having it completely paid off, and here's why. One of my homes that I owned was in San Francisco, and I owned a home until just recently in the marina. Now, I have no question in my mind that long-term owning real estate in San Francisco, the only place it can do is go up. But in the marina where I owned my home, the last time there was a major earthquake in San Francisco, that area was seriously devastated in certain pockets. In fact, I actually owned a home that was built on an area that had been wiped out by the last major earthquake. Now, I had earthquake insurance, but one could argue that you wouldn't want to have that whole home completely paid off because even with earthquake insurance, there's usually a 10 to 20% deductible. So even if I had millions and millions and millions and millions of dollars sitting somewhere in the bank, I still wouldn't pay that mortgage completely off. I'd probably leave 10 to 20% on that mortgage just in case of emergency. Now, here I am today in New York City. I just bought a home in Tribeca, which is in downtown New York City. Again, what's New York City's problem? Well, we know it's terrorism. So I'm not sure if I had a home in New York today, I would completely pay off that mortgage. Again, it comes down to logistics in terms of where do you live. Now, I've got friends that live in other areas. I was just in Alaska, in Juneau. I don't think there's going to be any terrorism in Juneau. I was recently in Bend, Oregon. I don't think there's going to be any Osama bin Laden's in Bend, Oregon in the near future. At least I certainly hope not. In fact, I hope they don't come anywhere in the United States. But there are certain areas in the United States where these are not issues that you have to worry about. Okay, so now we're at the point that I really love to talk about, which is the secret of debt-free home ownership made easy. I want to go back to the 30-year mortgage because, again, I think there's a very good chance that you may have a 30-year mortgage if you have a home, or you may still get a 30-year mortgage if you have a home. 30-year mortgages, again, are great for a couple of reasons. Number one, they lock in the rate for 30 years, and number two, it is a lower monthly payment than if you did a 15-year mortgage, so it gives you a lot of flexibility. The key issue, in my opinion, however, is don't pay for it over 30 years. Because again, on the average home, you're going to be spending well over $100,000 in interest payments if you have a 30-year mortgage. I like to help you save over $100,000 right now by listening to this system. So here's the system. I want you to think to yourself right now, bi-weekly. What do I mean by bi-weekly? I'm going to give you a very simple example. Say you spend $2,000 a month right now on your mortgage. If you took your mortgage, you spent $1,000 on your mortgage every 2 weeks, you know what would happen? You'd take a 30-year mortgage and you'd pay it off, depending on the interest rate, in less than 22 years. So let me give you again a specific example. I want to go back to that $250,000 loan I talked about earlier. If you have a $250,000 loan, normally your monthly payment on that mortgage at 8% would be roughly $1,834.41. I said roughly. Actually, that was pretty specific. But let's just pretend, for the sake of argument, it's $1,800. If you took that monthly mortgage and instead you paid it every 2 weeks, specifically $917.21, or you rounded it off to $900. So instead of paying $1,800 once a month, you're spending $900 every 2 weeks. Here's what would happen. On that mortgage, you'd have it paid off in 22 years, and you would save over $119,000 on interest payments. Did you just follow that? Let me just do the basic math again. You got a $250,000 mortgage. Instead of paying roughly, what did I tell you, $1,800 once a month, you would be spending $900 every 2 weeks. Doing that would pay your mortgage off 8 years sooner. You'd lose almost a third of the mortgage, and you'd save $119,000. Now, did you catch that? Now, why did that just work like this? Here's why. There are 52 weeks in the year. By making a mortgage payment, cutting it in half, paying it every 2 weeks, what ends up happening is you actually make an extra mortgage payment during the year. That's how the mortgage gets paid down earlier. Now, let me tell you a couple advantages to doing this. First of all, in the real world, most of us get paid. What? Once a month? No, we get paid every 2 weeks. So you can actually set up your mortgage to be paid just like you're being paid. Makes it easy, right? How would you make it even easier? You can do a bi-weekly mortgage plan. Now, let me quickly again go through the benefits and then how you can get one. The benefits are, it saves you thousands of dollars on your interest payments. It's a forced way to save additional dollars. It makes your cash flow easier because you're now paying for your mortgage when you get paid. You don't have to worry about paying your mortgage late because it's automated. And the last thing, it cuts years off your mortgage. Again, in this case I just gave you earlier, 8 years off your mortgage. Now, how would you do this? There's a lot of ways to do this. One, you can go back to your bank who has your mortgage and you can ask them, do they have a bi-weekly mortgage plan? In other words, can you take the mortgage that you've currently got, your 30-year mortgage, and can you pay them every 2 weeks? The answer probably is yes. There will be a cost to do it, however. You got to ask them what the cost is. The typical cost to set up these plans right now is running a couple $100 up front, and then anywhere from $4, $5, $6, $7 a month to do this. Now, I'm going to go over that in a second, but before I do, I want to tell you something else. Most banks today are outsourcing this process. There is a company called PayMap. You can go to www.paymap.com. They have created what is called Equity Accelerator. Equity Accelerator because it's helping you pay off your home early and build equity in your home. They are the company that is handling this process for most mortgage companies today. In fact, you may find that your mortgage company actually refers you to PayMap to do this. Now, I called PayMap before I came into the studio, and here's what they're charging. They're charging a setup fee of $295 to do this right now, and $250 per transaction, so that's $5 a month. There's a phone number for PayMap. It's in your workbook, but I'll give it to you. It's 1-800-209-9700. Their website is www.paymap.com. Here's the thing. Let's go through this. Reasons not to do it. Here are some of the arguments against not doing a bi-weekly mortgage plan. The costs are crazy. All right, just went wild on you there, but here's the thing. I hear people just get all up in arms about the cost of this program. $295, $250 per transaction. That's terrible. You'll see these things in the newspaper. It's like only a journalist can come up with the reason why you shouldn't spend $250 per transaction. I want to do the math for you. Okay, let me show you something. Let me share with you why this isn't that expensive. Let's go back to the example of that $250,000 mortgage. If you used a company like PayMap and you spent $295 to do this and you didn't move, you actually lived in your home for 30 years and you used PayMap the entire time and you paid them $2.50 a transaction so that the home was paid off in 22 years, here's what would happen. You'd save $119,000. Now, what would it cost you to have run that program? On the low side, it would have cost you $2,000. So now do the math. $119,000 minus $2,000. You got $117,000 in savings. Now, let's pretend you found a really expensive company, a company 5 times the cost of PayMap, and you spent $10,000 to do a bi-weekly mortgage plan over the life of the loan. And you saved $119,000, but there was $10,000 in cost. you still come out with $109,000 in savings. Now again, why would anybody argue against this? It's just amazing to me. They argue against it because they say to you the following: well, you don't need to hire somebody to do this. You can do it yourself. That's not true. Not true completely. Let me explain to you. You can't just take your mortgage right now, cut it in half, and send a check in every 2 weeks. Why can't you? Because the mortgage company, your bank, won't take a check from you every 2 weeks. They'll only take that check, that processing, if somebody else is doing it. Because the other companies aren't mailing the money in, by the way, every 2 weeks. They're mailing it in lump sum batches. And that's very important to understand. The banks don't want you putting in the money every 2 weeks because it costs them more to process it. So you can't yourself do this. You have to hire somebody to do this. Number two, another reason to not do a biweekly mortgage plan is that someone says to you, well, you know what? You could accomplish the same exact thing by making an extra payment on your mortgage every month. So let's say your mortgage was $2,000. You could just apply an extra 10% to your mortgage. You could send in $2,200. That is true, folks. You can do that. And you can automate that, which is what I'd like to see you do. Whatever your mortgage plan is set up, you should always make it automatic. Because remember, that's why we're calling this the Automatic Millionaire. But if you do this yourself, you have to make sure, that's the key thing here, that extra $200 goes towards the principal. Now, I've got news for you. Banks screw this up all the time. Whenever you send an extra principal payment, you have got to check your mortgage the next month. Because what they do all the time is they take that extra principal payment that you sent in manually and they stick it in a holding tank. They don't pay down your principal. They set it aside. They don't notify you of this. In fact, they put it in what's called an interest account. Interestingly enough, when they put your money in the interest account, they're not paying you interest. They're looking at it as an overpayment on your interest, and they're just sticking it aside. Now, I got to tell you something. This is the ultimate banking scam, and it goes on every single day. I watched a show about 10 years ago on 20/20 or 60 Minutes, I forget which, but it talked about how banks screw up your principal payments on your mortgages. And I had bought a piece of real estate with one of my best friends who was a mortgage broker. And I said to him, Andrew, have you checked our mortgage lately? Because I just watched this show and we had been making extra payments on our principal. I said, have you checked? He's like, oh yeah, of course I checked. I said, no, really. Have you checked? Because I just saw this show about how they take your extra principal payments and they stick it off in a separate account and they don't credit you, and we really should double check. Well, we went back and double checked, and you know what we found out? 9 months of extra principal payments that we had been making manually and had been sitting in a little holding tank, not paying any of the principal down. Nobody had told us, just over there, just waiting for us to tell them what to do with the money. Now, here's the part of the story that blew my mind away. We had to prove to them that during those 9 months, we had made extra principal payments. Now, we had written it on the checks, we had attached a note, but we had to supply them with the canceled checks to prove that they had been cashed and that there were extra principal payments that had been added. They went out of their way to make the job difficult for us. Again, this is why it's not always that easy to just say, well, yeah, make an extra principal payment. The other thing you can do is at the end of the year, you can simply make one extra payment. If you make one extra payment a year on your mortgage, you'll accomplish exactly the same thing. You'll take a 30-year mortgage and you'll pay it off in 22 years. But let's be realistic. What happens at the end of the year? Again, you got the holidays, you got Christmas, you're spending a ton of money, you may be saving for retirement, you won't have that extra month of savings set aside. And it won't have been automated. So again, then you have to start budgeting, which we've already got rid of the budget. We threw that budget away. Going back to the bi-weekly mortgage plan, it's automated, it's simple, it's realistic, it's for savings. You should look at it. That's all I'm suggesting. Just go check it out, see what you think. All right, now the last question I get asked before we head into the action steps is this. You know what, David, I'm probably not going to live in this house for 30 years. In fact, I may only live in it for 5 years or 7 years or 10 years. Does it make sense to do a mortgage plan like this? My opinion is yes, and again, I'll tell you why. Making these extra payments towards your mortgage, all you're really doing is you're accelerating your savings. This is a forced process to accelerate your savings. You can always go back and get this equity out of your house. It's just one simple way to automate your way to greater wealth and forced savings. Okay, we're here at the end of the session. Good job. I want to go through the automatic millionaire action steps. Here's the first thing I would do. Whether you own a home or not, I would go get this free report from Fannie Mae. And hopefully by the time you get this program, they still have this free report. Right now, it is called Opening the Door to a Home of Your Own, Choosing a Mortgage, Knowing Your Credit, and Borrowing Basics. You'll find the details in the workbook. Give them a call. Order that. I had them send that to me. I think it's a great report. You should check that out. The second thing I would do is I would go to the website, which eLoan has. I'd go to eLoan.com, and I'd take a look at the mortgages. I'd see what can you afford based on your situation right now. Take a look at what you can afford. I'd also go to bankrate.com. They've got a great website, great calculators. You'll find the mortgage calculator for Bankrate on their website. You'll also find a mortgage calculator on my website. You can go to finishworks.com and check that out. If you've got a home right now and a 30-year mortgage, give PayMap a call. Again, it's www.paymap.com. Tell them how much your mortgage is. They'll run an illustration for you showing you exactly what doing a bi-weekly mortgage plan can do for you. The last thing, if you don't own a home, decide today, when are you going to buy your first home? We put in the workbook a little commitment sheet there for you. Write down, insert your name, will buy a home by, and put the date and sign it. Again, make the commitment to yourself to take action. You did a great job here today. I'm proud of you again. I look forward to the next session where we're going to tackle the issue of credit card debt. If you have credit card debt, you want to listen to this session. Even if you don't have credit card debt, you should still consider listening to this session because I'll go through all types of debt. That could be car debt, etc. So check out the next session. Looking forward to coming back with you. Have a great day. Hi, well, welcome back. This is David. I'm here today with the Automatic Millionaire Program. We're going to talk about today the automatic debt-free lifestyle. Now, this is going to be a unique session because for some of you, as you listen to this program, I know you're in credit card debt. How do I know that? Well, the average American family right now has reportedly over $8,400 in credit card debt. This is really an amazing statistic. It just came out of USA Today. Right now, college students who are graduating senior year have 6 credit cards with nearly $4,000 in credit card debt. You know, people go, I can't believe that. I recently did a speech at Santa Clara College. 4 college students. The average person in the room was a sophomore. They already had 3 credit cards. So again, I know that a lot of you who are listening to this program, you have credit card debt. This is a problem. We will tackle it in this session. And it's really important to say something right now. I know that if you have credit card debt, you may have to reevaluate the sessions before. Like, how much money should you pay yourself first if you've got credit card debt? Let me address that issue up front, all right? Whatever amount of money you decide that you're going to save to pay yourself first, here's what I suggest. If you have credit card debt, whatever that percentage is, let's go back to the 10% number because it's easy to work with. If I've convinced you to pay yourself first 10% of your income, half of it, 5% specifically, should go into your retirement account for the future. I call that pay for the future. The other half, 5%, should go into pay for your past. That's your debt. Again, let me do one more example. Let's use dollar amounts. Let's say you're saving $200 a month. $100 would go into your 401k plan or your IRA account. $100 would go to pay down your debt. Now, earlier we talked about your security account. What do you do about that? If you've got debt, we want you to build your security account, remember, up to 1 month of expenses, then pay down the debt as fast as possible. Okay? So Again, credit card debt, half of whatever you've agreed to pay yourself first is going to go to the future, half's going to go to pay down the debt. Once the debt is then paid down, you'll go back towards working to the goal to build your emergency basket. All right? Hope that made some sense to you. So now one question in your brain might be this. Well, wait a minute. I've got credit card debt, David, that's costing 18% interest. I know I can't make that kind of rate of return in my 401k plan. Why would I put money in the 401k plan before I pay down my debt? A couple reasons. The biggest mistake I see with people who give financial advice is they tell you, take all of your money, all of your energy, and just go to get out of debt. Here's the problem with that. Realistically, if you have a lot of credit card debt, it is going to take you possibly well over a year to get out of credit card debt. It could take you 2 or 3 years to get out of credit card debt. If all you're doing is taking your hard-earned dollars and trying to get out of that debt hole, you will be depressed. I mean, you just got to tell the truth. It is a negative thing to pay off credit card debt. It is negative energy. It is depressing, and you will not see a lot of progress. On the other hand, if half of your money is going towards debt, you're shrinking your debt pile, and half of your money is going into a retirement account, you're seeing part of your financial situation improve. That improvement keeps you motivated. Now, I'm not talking about this from theory. I learned this from working with clients one-on-one. When I had my clients put all their energy into paying down debt, what I saw firsthand is that as the months went by, they started losing interest. So when I switched to this idea that 50% goes to pay for the future, 50% goes to pay for the past, they stayed on track. Now, back to the 18%. I agree. If you've got an 18% credit card, that's not a good rate. But the key thing here is we can do something about it. In this session, I'm going to teach you how to get those rates renegotiated. So you'll learn how to deal with that issue as we continue on. So now let's talk about something. How did you get into credit card debt? See, everybody goes to attack the problem. Well, here you're in credit card debt. Let's get you out. But first of all, let's take a look at how it happened. And I'll start by looking at me. How did I get myself into credit card debt back in college? Remember I talked about how I was $12,000 in credit card debt by the time I was a junior? How in the world did that happen? Well, the way it happened to me may be very similar to how it happened to you. It snuck up on me. I went to college down in Southern California. And when I went to the dorm the first day of college, I got my student ID. And after I got my student ID, right next to the little table where they gave you your student ID was another table. And on that table, they had a bunch of gifts. They had a bike clock. Oh, I had a bike. I could use a bike clock. They had a clock radio. Well, geez, I'm about to go into my dorm. I could use a clock radio. And they had a dictionary. Now, what all-American college kid wouldn't like a bike clock, a clock radio, and a dictionary? And they said, all you got to do is give us your student ID and sign right here. So I did that. Well, guess what they gave me? 3 credit cards. So I go upstairs to my dorm floor. I got my clock radio, my dictionary, my bike clock. I'm all excited. Everybody's like, hey, where'd you get all the free stuff? Oh, they're giving it away downstairs. A week later, the credit cards show up. You know, whatever I had. I think it was Visa, MasterCard, American Express. They all show up, and it's party time, right? Because guess what? I'm not the only kid who's 18 at college now on my dorm floor that got all those goodies. We all got the credit card. So I want you to imagine this now. And I don't know, maybe this has happened to you, maybe not. Here we are, 18 years old, right? We think we're smart, but we're not. We've all got credit cards. What do you think the first thing is we did with these credit cards? Remember, I got the credit cards for emergency purposes only. I was only going to use them in case of emergency. Immediately, we found an emergency. We had to go to the local bar. It was called Traditions. And I'll never forget this. We went out and we had a great time. And then we, of course, took those credit cards. What did we do? We played a game called Credit Card Roulette. And we pulled the credit card out of a hat, and that person got stuck with the bills. Well, look, obviously, not a good habit to get into. As time went on, freshman year, I've run up my debt now. The credit cards, which only started with $500, which I didn't think I could get myself into too much trouble in, guess what happened? As soon as I filled up the credit cards, you know what they did? They sent me an additional extension. They said, congratulations, David, you've done such a great job. We've increased your limit to $1,000. Remember, only for emergency. Next thing you know, I've used $1,000. Now what starts happening? I'm on every single mailing list in the world. These credit card applications are showing up at the dorms, just like they're probably showing up at your house. And before you know it, I've got more than 3 credit cards. I end up having like 5 or 6, just like the national averages that they talk about. Now remember, only in case of emergency. Am I using these credit cards for emergencies? No. Now I'm going on vacations that I can't afford with my friends for spring break. Now I'm buying clothes I don't necessarily need to compete with my other friends so I can look just as good as they look. Now I'm out buying new bikes. Now I'm out going out to fancier dinners. I'm in college, living beyond my means. Now, am I the only college student that did this? No. Have you possibly gone through this? Yes, right? It's a trap. Okay, so I don't know if your situation was similar to mine. I don't know how your credit card debt snuck up on you. What I do know is this. Credit card debt holds us down. I made it a goal to get out of that credit card debt. I'll never forget as those credit cards started showing up at school for me. Now here I am, I'm a junior and then I'm a senior. This is not where I wanted to be living my life. I remember actually being almost dizzy as I would open up these bills. And I remember all the effort that I had to go to get out of these credit card debts, to pay them off, working extra hard just to get out of credit card debt. And I also remember trying to be disciplined, telling myself, you know what, I'm going to go out to the stores, but I'm not going to use my credit cards. Well, that approach didn't work. I remember putting my credit cards and leaving them at home. Well, that approach always didn't work because sometimes I'd go back and get them. The only thing that ultimately worked for me? Stop carrying credit cards. Today, I carry an American Express card because it requires me to pay it off every single month, and I carry a debit card. I have not been in credit card debt since the age of 23. So, I have since that nightmare of an experience, I got myself out of debt, I found out the only thing that works long-term for me is to not carry credit cards and to pay my bills monthly. But I want to go through with you now a specific plan that you can use to attack your debt. Are you ready? Good, then let's go. All right, this is what I call Operation No More Debt. Let's go to step 1. Step 1, you have to stop digging. I can't stress it enough. Go back to me for a second. Here I am in debt. I just kept getting it worse. You have to stop digging. If you've got credit card debt, you need to take those credit cards and honestly, you need to cut them up. You need to bury them in your backyard. I don't care if you got to put them in a bowl of water in your freezer. I've had people tell me they did this. They took their credit cards, stuck them in a bowl of water, and froze it. That way they're forced to literally thaw the credit cards out before they can use them. Whatever works for you, you got to make it easy for yourself to not use them. Now, it's an interesting thing about credit card debt. People are sometimes proud of this. I used to do seminars, and I'd say, how many of you have a credit card debt problem? And I'd have people come up to me, and they go, oh, I'm in credit card debt. David, I've got $20,000 of credit cards. Really? You got $20,000 in credit card debt? Yeah. Let me see your purse. How many credit cards do you have? Oh, they take them out. Here, 9 credit cards, and they're laughing. I used to have a scissor at my seminars where I would actually cut up their credit cards, but I did that a couple of times to people who volunteered. I actually had one woman almost in tears. I realized, okay, I'll stop doing this in seminars, but the point, the idea is this. If you were an alcoholic, if you had a drinking problem, and you walked up to somebody with a bottle of vodka, and you said, you know what, I'm an alcoholic, and you're carrying a bottle of vodka, what would they do? They'd take the bottle of vodka out of your hand and they'd throw it in the garbage, right? Well, with credit cards, it's the same thing. If you know you've got a credit card problem, then why are you still carrying them? You got to stop digging, okay? Now, that was all psychological. Let's go to action-oriented things. All right, step 2. Step 2 is a really important step, renegotiating the interest rate on your debt. I have to tell you that this one idea for the entire audio program, if you just do this one idea, it pays for this audio program potentially in the first month, maybe in the first week. The idea I'm going to give you is so simple. You may have heard of it, you may have not heard of it. I recently did this on a radio show, but I'll share that story in a second. Here's what you want to do, okay? Very simply. You want to pull your credit cards out of your wallet. I want you to line them all up, and I want you to figure out what interest rate are you paying on each and every credit card, all right? So if you've got a MasterCard in your wallet, I want you to find out what is the interest rate. I don't want you to guess. I want you to pick up the phone, and I want you to call MasterCard, find out the interest rate. If you've got a Visa card, call them. Ask them, What is the interest rate you're charging me? I want to know the effective rate. Make sure they're quoting you the real rate. A lot of times they quote you the rate over prime. If prime's at 4% and they quote you 6% over prime, you're actually at 10%. You need to know the effective rate. Now here's what you're going to find out. On average, you are probably paying over 17% right now on your credit card debt. Now, I don't know when you're listening to this, so it could be different. But the key thing is that what you're paying is probably twice as much as you should be paying. So let's use today for an example. Right now, when I do television shows or radio shows or live money makeovers, my experience has been this. The average person I meet with who has credit card debt is being charged between 17 to 22% interest right now for the credit card debt. Now, that is a huge ripoff. And here's what you can do in a matter of minutes to get your interest rate lowered. Once you know what the rate is, I want you to go to the following website. Go to www.bankrate.com. Click into the area that shows credit cards. You'll see what the going offers are right now on new credit cards. Then go to another website, lowermybills.com. Now you can go to my website, finishrich.com. Both these websites are linked from my website. Again, why do I want you to go to these websites? Because I want you to see what the going rate is right now for new credit cards. Or just open your mail this week because you're going to be getting offers in the mail. Right now, as I talk to you this moment, the rate on new credit cards that are being issued is 0% interest or anywhere from 0% interest to 6%. So again, that's a great rate. And many of these credit card companies are offering this right now for 6 months to a year. So if you've got a rate, let's say, of 17%, when you could be getting a 0% interest rate, that's a bad deal. So here's what you do. You call your credit card company up and you tell them, look, Mr. and Mrs. Jones, whoever you're talking to, you say, I want to speak to a supervisor. They'll say, why? Ma'am, listen to me. I want to speak to a supervisor. Don't try and negotiate your credit card interest rate with the first person you call. So you'll call your credit card company. Again, back to Visa. You'll call Visa. Somebody's going to answer the phone. They're going to ask for your credit card number. You're going to say, I want to speak to a supervisor. A supervisor will get on the phone, and you will say to them this. You are charging me 17% interest rate. Your competitor today mailed me an application. Look at the competitor who's offering it. You went and you did the research. Give them the name. Say, whoever it is, MasterCard, has offered me a credit card at no percent interest. In order for me to continue to work with you, Visa, you need to lower my interest rate right now while I'm on the phone. I want you to lower my rate to below 6%. Now, you don't have to throw out there what you want them to lower it to. You may let them offer you something. Will they really lower my interest rate just by asking? The answer is unequivocally yes. Because number one, they know that you can move your credit card debt to somebody else. And they don't want to lose you. It's extremely expensive to acquire a customer. It costs them, in many cases, well over $100 per customer to get you. That's why the credit card companies send over 1 billion, that's billion with a B, pieces of mail a year soliciting you to become a credit card holder. So they don't want to lose you. And if you've been paying your bills on time, I promise you on the phone, if you talk to a supervisor, you got a really good chance of getting your interest rate lowered. And hey, guess what? They won't lower your interest rate. You've already done the research. You can move your credit card debt to another company that will give you the lower rate. Now, I was recently doing a radio show with Ron Owens in San Francisco. He's probably the biggest radio host on the whole West Coast. I was telling him, just like I'm telling you right now, here's what you can do to lower your interest rates. And he said to me at the break, he's like, is it really that easy, or are you just saying that for radio? I go, it's really that easy. Literally 10 minutes later, we get a live phone call, because he takes call-ins. We get this live call-in. The guy says, David, I pulled off the side of the freeway with my cell phone. I've been listening to you. I've been listening to you and Ron talk about this. I pulled off the side of the freeway. I called my credit card company, and in 5 minutes on the side of the freeway, he was right near the Caldecott Tunnel, they lowered my interest rate from 7% to 5%, just like you said. Now, I may be motivating you so much that you want to pull off the side of the road right now and do this. I don't think that that's a good idea. It's not always safe. Do this when you get to work. Do this when you get home tonight. But it truly is that easy. And this is very important because no matter how much credit card debt you have, the lower the interest rate, the easier it is for you to pay off your credit card debt. And that's what we want. We want to make it easier for you to pay off your debt so that your debt stops snowballing, if you will. There's this phrase where it's like a snowball, it just keeps getting bigger and bigger. It's the interest rate that causes that to get bigger and bigger. If you've got $10,000 in debt and it's growing at 20% a year, no matter how much money you spend to pay it down, you're always fighting that battle. It's always getting bigger instead of getting smaller. One of the questions you may have is, right now, if the company I'm trying to renegotiate with won't lower my interest rate, if Visa says, nope, sorry, we won't do it, and I really have this application at home that's 0% interest, is there any reason for me not to just move my credit card debt? Maybe. It depends. I'll give you an example. Let's say that the application that says 0% interest also tells you that at the end of 6 months, if you haven't paid off your debt, they're going to hit you with interest payments for those 6 months after those 6 months are over. Just follow that? Probably not. It's confusing. Let me say that again. Let's say that you're 0% interest for 6 months. At the end of 6 months, some of these credit cards say things like, if you haven't paid it all off, we will go back and charge you the interest rate for the first 6 months. So again, that's a scam. You got to really read the fine print before you transfer your debt. Okay, so now that we've looked at how to renegotiate your interest rate, let me give you another secret. When you're renegotiating your interest rate, you can also get the credit card company to consolidate your debt. I'll give you an example. Let's say you have $2,000 on Visa, you have $1,000 on MasterCard, and you have $500 on some other credit card company. Well, you're talking to Visa, and you say, you know what, you're charging me 17% interest. I'll move over all my credit card debt to you. I've got $3,000 in additional credit card debt with all these other credit card companies. I'll move it all over to you if you'll give me a rate for 6 months of 6%. They love that because now they're picking up additional debt. They'll be more than willing to lower your interest rate. They'll be more than willing to lock it in for a period of time. Again, so much of this is just learning how to ask. This is the kind of stuff that should have been taught to you in school, but again, nobody's teaching this stuff, right? So it's learning how to ask these questions. So it's a great thing to consider consolidating your debt, and I'll tell you why. If your debt is consolidated, it's easier to pay it off, right? I mean, first of all, you're only getting one bill, so that's helpful. Second of all, you can often get the rate lowered by consolidating all your debt. And the third thing, it's the power of focus. You know, one bill, one rate, that's the enemy. That's what you attack versus having 5 different credit cards and trying to juggle them all the time and worry about them. You've also got less of a chance of getting hit with late fees because if you're doing everything automatically the way I suggest, you can actually set up your bank or your online bill payment company to pay your credit cards on a specific day, and you're only having to pay one credit card. Fewer things will fall through the cracks. So now we're on step 3. I call this paying down your debt systematically. I've got a nice little phrase. I call it DOLP. D-O-L-P. DOLP stands for Dead on Last Payment. Now, this is a very simple idea that if you're not going to consolidate your debt, you've got to have an attack plan for which credit cards you pay off and in which order do you pay them off. Now, in your workbook, you'll actually find a little section on DOLP that I suggest you go back and look at. There's a worksheet to help you fill out, basically take your credit cards, line up how much debt you've got, line up the interest rate, do a quick calculation. By using the DOLP chart, you can then determine which credit cards to pay off in which order. Pull out the workbook, take a look at the DOLP category because it will help you focus on which credit cards to pay and in what order to pay them off. And now for step 4, we're going to take a look at finding out your FICO score. This is critical, all right? Here's what I want you to do. I want you to go online to a company called myfico.com. That's www.myfico.com. Myfico.com is run by a company called Fair Isaac. Now, Fair Isaac's an amazing company. What Fair Isaac has been doing for years is keeping track of our credit records. They take the 3 major credit card companies, Equifax, Experian, and TransUnion Corporation. They pull your records. They look at your debt. They see how fast you pay your debt off or if you pay your debt late. They take a look at your overall debt structure versus your income. They got all kinds of systems in place to score your credit record. When you go to buy a home or get a home loan or even apply often for a credit card, What they do, these companies, is they go and look at your FICO score. And FICO has a score based on you. It is like your financial GPA. Now, the question I have for you right now is, do you know what your financial GPA is? Chances are you don't. This score has always been private. The only way you could ever get these scores is if you could get your mortgage banker to give you your score. In other words, for a long time, the only people who could get access to these scores were the banks. Now this information is public. Of course, they charge you for it. So you've got to go to myfico.com and buy it. When you go to myfico.com, you can get your report run. Right now, it's about $12.95. If you want a more thorough report, they have different levels that you can go into. But for $12.95 online, you can get your report instantly in minutes. Now, this is a very important thing to see because not only does it give you your score, but because it consolidates all of your information, you're able in a matter of minutes with one little report to see everything you've ever done financially. It's a little bit scary. It's like getting your financial transcripts. They'll have every credit card account you've ever opened. They'll have every single time you've ever made a late payment. Everything that needs to be known about you will be on this report. And the report tells you why your score is what it is. And it tells you what you can do conceivably to get your score up. FICO scores range from 300, that's really bad credit, to 850, which is basically the perfect borrower. About 720 is average, which to say is if you've got a score of 720, you've got a really solid FICO score. When you go to their website, they'll show you where the scores are, what an average score is, what a bad score is. And I'll tell you, this is so simple to do. A true story, I was by the pool with my wife. We were in Hawaii on vacation, and we got into an argument because I asked her if she had paid a certain bill before we left, and she said, no, I brought the bills with me. I said, well, have you mailed the bills? Because bringing them with us to Hawaii, if we don't mail them, doesn't help us. And I was like, we're in the process of getting a new mortgage. We can't afford to have any late fees. And at that very moment in time, I was writing this book called The Finish Rich Workbook. And I was writing a whole section about myfico.com, and my wife looked at me and she said, well, let's just go online right now and find out what our credit scores look like, and I'll prove to you that my credit score is just fine. And so sitting by the pool with our laptop, we literally went to myFICO, ran our credit scores, and God bless my wife, you know what? Her credit score was just fine. Michelle's credit score was only like 2 points below me, and I had to buy her a drink by the pool. But we did it all by the pool. We actually refinanced our home by the pool, too. Today with technology and the internet, this stuff is so easy. You literally can do this from anywhere. So you do want to go do that. I can't recommend it strongly enough. Again, go back to myfico.com, check it out. No one here is paying me to recommend this. It's just the one place you want to go to get this done. Step 5. Stop all those credit card applications from filling up your mailbox. If you are sick and tired of getting new credit card applications, here's what you can do. There's a website called www.stopjunk.com. You can also call the National Opt-out Center, which is 1-888-567-8688. Once again, that's 1-888-567-8688. Now, again, if you're in your car, don't worry about it. We put this in the workbook again, too. But the fastest way to get yourself off of these mailing lists is to ask to be taken off the mailing list. Another thing, when you get a call at home, if it's from a credit card company, and you don't want them calling you, you just tell them, take me off your call list. Put me on the do not call list. Legally, they have to stop calling you. Step 6, let me just quickly talk to you about debt counseling. How do you know when you need debt counseling? It's a question I get all the time. The answer is this. Often if you think you need debt counseling, you need debt counseling. If you're having a hard time making the minimum payments on your credit cards, now at 0% interest rates, this better not be hard for you. But if you're having a hard time making the minimum payments on your credit cards, you've got a problem. You can go to the Consumer Credit Counseling Services. They are the largest organization in the country. They're the most well-known. Their website and their phone number is in the workbook. Again, it's Consumer Credit Counseling Services. One more organization you can go to if you got a lot of credit card debt is MyVista, MyVesta. Great organization. Works with people who have a whole lot of credit card debt. All right? 2 organizations for you right there. Okay, we're at the last step of this session, and that is make it automatic, right? We're at the Automatic Millionaire program. We want to make paying off your debt automatic. The way the credit card companies get you is they ding you for late payments. This is the ultimate scam. If your credit card is due on the 25th of August and your bill shows up on the 25th of August, often they don't credit it until the next day, and they'll hit you with $30 in late fees, and they'll hit you with extra interest rate fees. It's all one big giant scam. You want to make sure you're paying your credit card companies early. Don't go the last day. Best thing to do, figure out what day your credit cards are due. If they're due on the 15th, set your bank up or your online bill pay company to automatically pay your credit cards at least 5 days, in my opinion, before the credit is due. That way you know you won't get hit with these late fees. By the way, if you get hit with late fees, again, it comes down to negotiations. Pick up the phone, call your credit card company, tell them you're furious that you always pay your credit cards on time, you can't believe they penalized you with this late fee, that you want the late fee credited back. If they won't credit them back, you're going to move your credit card debt. You will find that they will credit you back in almost all cases. In fact, I've been able to go back and get up to 6 months of fees credited back that I found out about before. So you just have to ask. All right, so let's cover cars here. Very important. Those cars, what should you do? Let's go through them real quickly. If you are out of debt, should you pay cash for your cars? It really depends. I would say no, you shouldn't pay cash for your cars. Why should you not pay cash for your cars? Because cars are the worst investment you could ever buy. If you buy a brand new car and you drive it off the lot, the moment you drive it off the lot, it's gone down in value at least 30%. Did you catch that? Let's say you buy a $30,000 car. You drive it off the lot, you turn around the corner, you bring it back. They're going to give you $20 grand for that car. That is not a good investment. So when you go to buy a car, I'm all for using other people's money. If you can get somebody else to give you money to buy that car, like right now, the car companies are dying to sell cars. If you can get somebody to give you money to buy your car, give you the actual loan to buy the car with a low interest rate, I would go that route. The smartest thing you can do, however, if you're going to buy a car, is to buy a car that's at least 2 years old. And I'll tell you why. There was a huge movement in America to lease cars in the 90s. A lot of those cars were on 2-year leases. So what happens is these cars come back to the dealership. They're almost brand new. They don't even have a lot of miles on them. But you can buy that car for half the price of buying a new car. That's a really smart thing to do. The other question I get a lot on radio shows is, David, what about leasing a car versus purchasing a car? You know, a lot of people will tell you, oh, no question, you should always purchase, not lease. There is no such thing as you should always do something, and here's why. If you're in business and you can write off your lease, if you drive less than 10,000 miles a year, you need to talk to your CPA about this. But in many cases, you can write off almost 100% of your lease if the car is truly for business usage. So provided you're not putting a lot of miles on your car, you can get a great deal on a lease, drive a brand new car every few years, and really not pay for it because you're getting to write it off. Who doesn't a lease work for? A lease does not work if you're putting a lot of miles on your car, because most leases, once you've driven the car more than 10,000 miles, they start hitting you with penalty fees upwards of 5 cents a mile. So if you're driving a lot of miles, there's no way a lease is going to work. Then you need to buy the car. And when you buy the car, again, I would look at buying a car that's at least 2 years old. Now people go, yeah, but it doesn't smell brand new. They've got this special spray now. You can get it at a car wash place. And you spray it in your car. It smells just like new. Spray some Armor All on the tires and some Armor All on the seats and the dashboard, and nobody will know the difference. All right, so there you go. We've covered a lot of material in this session. Again, I want to say good job, and I want to congratulate you. I'm proud of you for sticking through it. I know we've covered some incredibly powerful ideas that when you go use them will have an immediate impact on your life. Let's give you the automatic millionaire action steps, the things you want to go do right now. Okay, here we go. Later when you get home, when you've got time, I want you to look in the workbook and take a look at those websites. Go to myfico.com. Make an appointment with yourself to go to myfico.com and run your credit report. The next thing I want you to do, call your credit card companies, renegotiate your interest rate. And the last thing, if you've got a lot of credit cards, what I want you to do is this: cut them up. Okay, one last thing. As a bonus to you, my gift to you, go to my website, finishrich.com. You'll find an entire chapter based on credit card debt that you can download for free. It comes from my workbook called the Finish Rich Workbook, which was a national bestseller. But there's a whole chapter that I put online. You can actually download it for free. My gift to you. Enjoy. Until I speak with you again, have a great day. We're coming back for the last session, which is session number 8. Can't wait to be back with you again soon. Have a great day. Wow, well, welcome back. Okay, can you tell I'm a little excited? This is David Bach. I hope you're excited. You know what? This is our last session together. And I've been saying congratulations each day that you've shown up to listen to the next session. But I really want to say to you today, congratulations. The fact that you went all the way through this program, that you didn't get bogged down in the details, that you took all the action that you've taken, it's very possible that your entire life already has been changing financially. So, well done. By now, I am sure you've made some big changes in your life financially. You're probably starting to see some serious results. And you know what? I just have to tell you something. This has really been some special time together. I really appreciate you letting me into your life, you giving me the time and the trust and the commitment to use these tools in the Automatic Millionaire. And again, I told you in the first session I wanted to hear from you. So let me just say that again. I want to hear how this program has impacted you. If you go to my website, www.finishrich.com, you can contact me at that website. You can also email me. Here is my special email for people from Nightingale Canete. You can email me at success@finishrich.com. Again, that's success@finishrich.com. Put in the subject line, Nightingale Canete, the Automatic Millionaire. I'll know it's coming from you. I want to hear how this program has impacted you. I also want to know if you've got other suggestions, because I have to tell you, the only reason the Automatic Millionaire program even exists today, the one you're listening to, is because the readers of Smart Women Finish Rich and Smart Couples Finish Rich came back to me over and over and over again to the point where I had thousands of requests for a simple program. They kept saying, David, teach me how to make it simple. Teach me the secret to getting rich. That's what inspired me to create this program. So now as we're in the last session together, I want to read you a quote. Here's the quote. It comes from Winston Churchill. We make a living by what we earn. We make a life by what we give. So as we come to our last session together, I think that's a really perfect quote to start with, because the idea behind this session is this. Make a difference with automatic tithing. That's the name of this session. Now, you might think, wow, why is he ending this program with the idea of tithing? Well, first of all, and what is tithing? You know, if you're a religious person, you absolutely know what tithing is, because they hit you over the head with this stuff when you're in church or the synagogue. But the key behind tithing, it's a very, very, very old tradition, is this idea that a piece of what you sow, you give back. In other words, as your income comes in, you give some of your income back to the world to help it. That can be your church, your temple, your community. You're helping people in need. Now, there's an interesting thing about this concept. As I've studied over the years, people who are really wealthy. I mean, I'm not talking millionaires. I'm talking people who are worth $100 million or more. A lot of people who are billionaires. When you try and find what is the common denominator behind billionaires. Now, again, this program is called the Automatic Millionaire. I'm not calling it the Automatic Billionaire because that would seem too big. But what is the common denominator among billionaires? Here's what you find. Most people who became billionaires, that's billion with a B, started tithing at a very young age before they became rich. So before they became rich, before they had financial abundance in their life, there is so much written, documented proof that these people gave money at a very young age. I'll give you an example. John Templeton. You may or may not know John Templeton, but John Templeton is regarded as one of the greatest investors of all time. He ran the Templeton Funds. And John Templeton is a billionaire. This is the story. I haven't heard this from John Templeton himself, but the story that is reported is that when John Templeton was earning as little as $50 a month, he was giving half of his earnings to charity. So even when he was living barely above poverty level, I mean, John Templeton didn't start off a billionaire. He started off from scratch. When he was just getting started and he was married, he was still giving half of his paycheck to charity. John Templeton is an amazing man. He's obviously done a lot of good in the world. And I'm not suggesting to you you need to go pay 50% of what you make to charity, because that is extreme. I'm not even going to tell you what percentage you should pay to charity. I think that's for you to decide. The message in this session is this. The idea of tithing is the idea of abundance. The key to abundance, however, is the way you create it. Now, what most people do with tithing, and I've been guilty of this myself, is that they get to the end of the year and they look at what they've got left over, and then they give. They give because of tax deductions. They give because it's the holidays and there's guilt. They give because somebody asked, but they give after the fact. In other words, just like most people save, they get to the end of the year, they see what's left over, and they give to charity. A better way to give, in my opinion, is make it automatic. You decide what percentage of your income you want to give. It could be 1% of your income, but you choose a charity, you choose an organization, and you make the process of giving money to that organization automated. When it's all said and done, even though this program is called the Automatic Millionaire, there's a lot more to life than money. I think money helps, no question. You know, people go, do you need money to be happy? Well, I don't know. I think it's easier to be happy when you have money. I can tell you one thing, without money, you can certainly be miserable. But the bottom line is this. Your approach to becoming an automatic millionaire, you've already got it set up. It's going to work for you. You can get rich without helping other people. There's no question. It's just a mathematical formula. You can pay yourself first automatically, and you can get rich, and you can never help a soul. But how are you going to feel inside? See, I would tell you there are a lot of people who are rich, but they don't feel rich inside. And what good is that? What good is it to have money and feel cheap inside? Not feel like you're coming from a place of abundance. In fact, what happens to some people, because they spend their whole life watching where every single penny goes, they spend their whole life scrimping to get rich. They're so not in a mode of giving that when they become wealthy, they really aren't, they don't even feel abundant. You know, what fun is that? What fun is it to be rich and then have no abundance in your life? So I think one of the things you can do before you're rich is create a feeling of abundance. And the way you create that feeling is you start giving a piece of your income to help other people. Now, again, you know, I've always believed you got to walk your talk. And I will tell you, when I went out and wrote the book, The Automatic Millionaire, this really helped me focus on walking my talk more when it comes to tithing, because I really do believe in what I'm telling you. But I will tell you honestly that tithing for me has been something that I've always done backwards. Just like I've focused on paying myself first, for the last 15 years of my life, I focused on paying myself first. I did not automate my tithing. So guess what? That is now changing. We are now giving a percentage of my company's gross income to charity, so that when the money comes in, we have set it up to automatically give a percentage of that income right out the door the moment the check comes in. Just like we pay ourselves first, we're now paying money right out the door back out to charity. Now, again, it doesn't matter what the percentage is that I'm using. You could use 1%, 2%, 3%. A lot of churches may recommend 10%. And let me just say something about that. I do see people who are giving 10% to their church and saving nothing, or 10% to their temple and saving nothing. That's a challenge, because then you're giving everything away and you have no financial security. There's a reason I put tithing at the end of this program. The importance of tithing is the spiritual abundance it's going to provide you. But I do want you to have financial security. I do believe that when you have financial security, you'll learn how to become more abundant, because you'll have more freedom, you'll have more time. When you have more time, one of the things you learn how to do is focus on things besides yourself. Now, I'm sure you're already focusing on things besides yourself. Financial freedom gives you even more time to do that. And when you think about tithing, what it does is it puts you in a proactive place every month, every time you get paid, to think to yourself, who do I want to help now? Now, as I talk about tithing, one of the things I know is that, you know what, truthfully, you probably already are giving money to charity. How do I know that? Because Americans were very generous. We're a very generous people. The statistics in 2001, the last time they had recorded data, was this. Americans gave over $200 billion to charitable organizations. We are the most giving people in the world. In America in 2001, approximately 93 million adults did some type of volunteer work, volunteering on average 4 hours of his or her time per week. And that is just astounding. I don't know where these people are finding all that time, but it's certainly impressive. Certainly after 9/11, we saw just enormous amounts of people come out of the woodwork, giving money to charity, giving time to charity, reconnecting with their community. So the good news is, as Americans, we're very giving. What I want to go through right now with you, specifically, is how could you create a tithing program that's automatic? And that's what we're going to do right now. So here we go. Step 1, commit to tithe. I think the best way to commit to tithe is just like you did everything else. Decide to make it automatic. So just like you decided to pay yourself first and you chose a percentage or a dollar amount, just like you decided to do your security basket and you chose a dollar amount and you automated it, you want to do the same thing with charity. Now, whatever the dollar amount is, let's just use $100. Let's say you want to give $100 a month out of your paycheck to charity. In your workbook is a little tithing commitment sheet. You can fill it out. It basically walks you through putting down your name, putting down the date, deciding what percentage of your income you want to tithe, and signing it. Okay, that's going to be one of your action steps later, but I'm just telling you that it's there. Step number 2, again, I want you to make it automatic. So step number 1, you're going to commit to tithing. Step number 2, I want you to make it automatic. Now, of course, charities are smart. Just like the government and just like Fortune 500 companies, charities have figured out the best way to get people to give money regularly is to make it automatic. So most charities today will be more than happy to take your credit card number or take your checking account number, automatically take the money out of your checking account or automatically take the money off of your credit card. They'll automate the process for you. They love to do this. That is, in my opinion, the best way to do it. I wouldn't put it on your credit card. I'd automatically have your checking account direct the money to the organization, or see if payroll deduction will do it, or use your online bill pay again to make it so that the money is going automatically from your bank account to your charity. Ideally, do it the same day you get paid. Okay, now the next step, step 3, make sure before you give the money to charity that you do some research. There are so many charities today that you just want to make sure that if you're going to give your hard-earned dollars to charity, you want to make sure that your money is going to the cause you believe in. A good rule of thumb is that you'd like to see the charity that you're giving your donation to provide 65% or more of your donation to the actual cause. This is really important because there are a lot of charities that call you up and solicit your donations, and 90 cents on the dollar is going to administration costs and only 10 cents is actually going to the charity, and that's a disappointment. So how do you make sure that you're using a charity that's legitimate? Again, in your workbook, I've given you some websites you can go to research charities. I'll give you a couple right now. One of the websites you'll find there is give.org. That's www.give.org. They're run by the Better Business Alliance. Check them out. Go to www.guidestar.org. Again, in the workbook, you'll find a list of websites to help you do your research. The question to always ask a charity before you give money to them: what percentage of the money is going to the organization that they're asking you to solicit funds for, and will they give you written documentation to prove they did that the year before? If they won't, don't work with that organization. Find a charity that will. Step number 4, it's really important that when you give money to charity that you keep track of who you're giving it to, because you can get a deduction on your taxes when you give money to charity. Now, the IRS has all the information you need to know about giving money to charity on their website. If you go to their website, there's a report, which right now is report number 526, called Charitable Contributions. You can actually download that from the IRS website, which is irs.gov. Again, don't worry, I put this information in the workbook for you. All right, so make sure you keep track of your charitable contributions. If you give a donation less than $250, the IRS requires you to keep the written documentation. In case you get audited, you're going to need to prove who you gave the money to and what you gave the money for. You'll need something like a canceled check, or you'll need your credit card statements to prove that you did this. If it's more than $250, the IRS right now requires you to provide written proof and documentations with your tax returns. Also, you should be aware that not all charitable donations are 100% deductible. As an example, say you spend $500 on tickets going to a show or a charity event. You won't be able to deduct all of that cost, and usually the organization will tell you exactly, if you spend $500 on an event ticket, what percentage is actually deductible. Step number 5, I want you to find out about donor-advised mutual funds. Here's what these funds are. They're really cool. In the workbook, there's 3 companies. I'll tell you who they are. Fidelity, Charles Schwab, and T. Rowe Price. I put those in the workbook. 3 established donor funds that are worth considering. Now, it's important to say, as I do this recording, it does require $10,000 to invest in these mutual funds. Here's how it works. You'll find the companies, the websites, and the phone numbers in the workbook. But in essence, a charitable donor-advised mutual fund allows you to put your money inside this mutual fund, get an instant taxable donation. You'll actually be able to write this off on your taxes. The money is diversified. It's managed professionally, and then later when you're ready to put the money in the charity, you contact the mutual fund company and they move the money from the mutual fund to the charitable organization. Now, what's nice about that is that let's say you are doing well financially and you decide that you want to put away $10,000 in the mutual fund. You get an instant tax deduction, and now you can let that mutual fund be managed and grow, and maybe 5 years from now that $10,000 will grow to $20,000. Then you can decide who you want to give the money to from a charity standpoint, and you can have them actually issue out a check to the charity organizations. Again, 3 companies I listed, Fidelity, Schwab, and T. Rowe Price. You'll find information on those funds in the workbook. Before I head into the action steps, the automatic millionaire action steps of your last session here, I just want to say this. Again, tithing's one of those things that you can go, I've heard about it, and all these things make sense. David, I trust you. I intellectually understand it, but you can also blow it off. And I just want to say one more time to you, even if you only gave 1% of your income, the good that you would do in the world is huge. The good that you would do for yourself is enormous. Because even if you just gave 1% of your income to charity, to community, what would happen is you would start to feel richer inside. There's a feeling of abundance that comes from giving a piece of who you are on a consistent basis to others. And the more you do that, the more you grow. And I got to tell you something. Yeah, the Automatic Millionaire, this is a program that probably hooked you because of the title and because of the money. But I know for a fact that you wouldn't be here on this session, this committed, if it wasn't about more than money for you. You're somebody who's committed to personal development, personal growth, constant learning, constant improvement. You are one of the few. And you can be a leader, not just in your home, not just in your office, but in your community. And one of the ways you start to lead is through tithing. And as I head into these action steps, again, I'm going to go through a list of things you can do. Seriously consider that. Consider being a leader. Here's what you can do right now to lead. Number 1, automatic millionaire action step is this. Decide today on a percentage of your income to tithe. 1%, fine. Second step, make it automatic. Figure out a way to make that tithing, whoever you're giving the money to, automated. That way you'll do it. Step number 3, share this idea with somebody you love. Seriously. The power of tithing is the power of community. If everyone that we knew was giving 1% of their income back to society, back to the community, we would live in a totally different world. Not just a world that's wealthy, but a world that's rich inside. And you know what? Again, the Automatic Millionaire program, yes, it's been about money. Yes, it's been about automation. But you know deep down inside that it's been about more than that. One of the greatest reasons to achieve wealth is to help other people. And I hope inside you'll take this idea very seriously and you'll take it to heart. Wow, I can't believe it. These action steps, you're done. It's session 8. We just finished the last set of action steps. And that means we've come to the end of the program, which is, it's a little sad. I mean, I've had so much fun being here with you. I hope as this journey that you go through goes on, there'll be a chance for us to meet in the future. Here's what I want to do. Before we finish, I want to share with you a story. It's a personal story. And it's about my grandmother. It's a story I don't tell to a lot of people, but I want to share it with you because it really kind of ties all of this together. Unfortunately, a lot of people ask me, how is your grandma Rose Bach? My grandmother Rose Bach passed away. She passed away back in 1997, right before my first book, Smart Women Finish Rich, came out. But my grandmother Bach didn't pass away suddenly. She had a stroke. And my grandmother Bach, if you read my books and you could hear in some of the stories I've told earlier, she really was my mentor. She was very much my first coach. And the week before she passed away, she had had a stroke, but I got to spend time with her in the hospital. As my grandmother was lying in the hospital bed sick, I didn't know she was going to pass away, but there was a feeling in the air that this could be her deathbed. And I remember my grandmother pulling me aside, reaching on my sleeve, if you would, because she was struggling. She couldn't talk real well. Sometimes when you have a stroke, it's hard to communicate. But she was able to say the following to me. She said, David, in my life, I've had very few regrets. She said, I've lived a great life, a totally full life. She said, I had a great marriage to your grandfather, Jack. I raised a wonderful son, your father, Marty. I got to be close to my grandchildren. She said, I lived a really full and meaningful life. She said, when your grandfather passed away, I could have given up, but I didn't. The last 17 years of my life, I've been down in Leisure World. I've made lots of new friends. But she said, if I have any regrets, it's this, and I want you to listen carefully. She said, in my life, I can count on one hand amount of opportunities that came my way where I really reached a fork in the road. She said, I was going down a path, and I could see the fork. On the left side was a very safe approach to life. She said I could go down that path and I could see the outcome and I knew how things would turn out. It wasn't guaranteed, but I could tell that if I went down that path, the chances are things would be pretty good. She said on the right side of the road was more risk. I knew if I went down that road, I'd have to take a chance. But I could also see on the right side of the road, there was more opportunity. There was greater goal. But it was risky. And she said a handful of times in my life that I can remember like it was yesterday, I always went left. And she said inside of me was a little girl saying, Rose, go right. Take the risk. But there was also a big girl inside of me saying, Rose, go left. Take the safe route. You can't afford to do something new. Go the safe way. And she says in every case, that handful of times, I let the big girl take over for the little girl inside of me, and I went left. I went the safe route. And she says, I'll never know what would have happened if I had let that little girl inside of me come out to play, and I had taken more risk. And so as she told me that story, she said, David, that big girl is inside each and every one of us. You've got a little boy inside of you that wants to come out and play, and you've got a big boy inside of you that's holding the little boy back. Let your little boy come out and play. She said, if I can give you one gift before I die, it would be this. Take more risk with your life. Then you'll never regret wondering what could be. And I get chills as I think about that, because we've all got that little girl or little boy inside of us that wants to come out and play. And we've got that big girl or big boy inside of us that holds us back. The person that got you to buy this program, The Automatic Millionaire, and got you to listen to this program day after day, that's your little boy or your little girl that wants you to come out and play. Now, as you go into life, let's face it, there are a lot of big girls and big boys out there, not just inside of us, but in our society. You've got parents that tell you why things won't work. You've got coworkers that tell you why things won't work. You might have a spouse telling you why things won't work. You've got all these big boy, big girl pressures trying to keep the little boy or little girl inside of you from coming out to play. Don't let it happen. This is your chance. This is your turn. I've given you some incredible tools that you can use. Take my grandmother's advice on her deathbed and let your little girl or little boy come out and play. And as you go on that journey we call life, and you let her out or you let him out and you go out and you play in the world and you take some more risk, I want you to know that my thoughts and prayers are with you. And I hope as this journey through life continues, there'll be a chance where we get to meet face to face, where you come up to me at a seminar and you say, David, I went through your program and here's what happened. I hope I get to meet you again. Send me an email, again, success@finishrich.com. Let me know how you do. God bless you. Enjoy your journey. Live and finish rich.
What do you really want out of life? It's a big question. In many ways, it's a very personal question. But when you get right down to it, as different as we all are, the things we're searching for in life are essentially the same. You want to be happy. You want to feel good. You want to enjoy the time you've been given. You want a job you really love. You want the relationships in your life to be healthy and enriching and wonderful. You want enough money so that you don't have to worry about money. You want to develop the skills to do something meaningful with your life, something that contributes to the world in a positive way and fulfills your sense of purpose. By listening to this program, you've discovered that information does exist to help you become skilled in one area of your life. Now you can get the information to become skilled in absolutely anything. Even your spirituality can be strengthened by developing the right skills. And skills, quite simply, are the secret to success. Ask anyone who has ever achieved their dreams. They'll tell you that skills are the key. Many people never learn these kinds of life skills because they're not taught in school. You have to go out and get them on your own. But where do you go? The fact that you're listening to this program now means you're already part of the way there. Why not go all the way? We are the Nightingale Conant Corporation, and for over 40 years, we have been the world's leading producer and publisher of powerful audio information for personal development. But we're much more than just a company. For tens of thousands of satisfied customers around the world, we're their partner in success, a one-stop source for ideas, information, and inspiration to create an extraordinary life. No matter what you want to accomplish in your life right now, we have a program that addresses your needs and interests. Whether you're looking to redesign your business, master powerful investing techniques, conquer procrastination, build a better vocabulary, enhance your conversational skills, or raise your consciousness spiritually. Our vast audio program library contains hundreds of titles covering every subject in the personal development spectrum. Our authors are world-renowned experts in their fields. And our information is delivered to you via the most powerful and convenient method available, audio. Audio learning is today's fastest growing media for training, education, and self-improvement. And the reason is simple. Audio programs give you the one thing you need more than anything else, time. Unlike books, classes, or even internet research, which force you to find or make time for learning, audio programs actually put more time into your life by turning the hundreds of hours a year you spend driving, commuting, or just lying around into valuable opportunities to build skills, master new ideas, and increase your knowledge. And because audio programs are able to deliver information on a powerful subconscious level, learning is almost effortless. The average person spends at least an hour a day in their car. That's at least 7 hours a week, or even more, 365 hours in a year. That's incredibly valuable time you could now spend learning, listening to a powerful Nightingale Conant program. You could literally turn your car into a university on wheels. However you happen to come to our family, you've received a great gift. Many people never discover this information, but somehow, for some reason, it did find you. Now, you can become the author of your own destiny by developing the skills that will help you create the life you want. And you can do it with the power of audio learning from the Nightingale Conant Corporation. Call us now today toll-free at 1-800-525-9000. That's 1-800-525-9000. And talk to one of our program consultants. They can help you find the perfect program for your current interests and needs. You can also visit us on the web at www.nightingale.com. That's www.nightingale.com. happiness, satisfaction, a great family, good health, real career fulfillment, financial peace, a strong, focused life purpose. You know the things you want out of life, and you know how to get them. Take that next step. Call 1-800-525-9000 or visit us at www.nightingale.com.
Hi, I'm David Bach. All right, I want to welcome you to the bonus session. This is called Getting Your Financial House in Order. Now, I don't know when you'll be listening to me right now. You may have taken this out before you've even gone through the program. Maybe you're listening to this as you're going through the program, or maybe you're doing this last. Whatever the case may be, I want you to know why I'm giving you this tool. I'm giving you this tool for the following reason. Over the years as a financial advisor, what I learned from experience working with so many people is that most of us at home have a really messy, sloppy financial house. We don't have our finances all organized at home. We don't have nice file folders all color-coded and put in one file drawer where we can find all of our financial documents. For most people, what we've got is what I call the Nordstrom's shopping bag approach. We put all of our stuff in a Nordstrom shopping bag, or you're putting everything in one big file box. And at the end of the year, you got to try and find your documents. This leads to a lot of stress. So what I've done over the years is I developed a system. I call it the Finish Rich File Folder System. I originally developed this just to help my clients get organized at home, so that when they were home and their statements came in the mail, they'd have a place to put everything that would make their life easy. So on a moment's notice, they could find any financial document they needed literally in a matter of 60 seconds. Now, I want you to imagine, how great would that be if you had one file drawer in your house where everything in your life that's related to your finances could be found in 60 seconds. What's beautiful about this is it doesn't take a computer software program to do it. All you need is a file drawer and some file folders and a pen. All right? That's as much technology as you need. So now here's what I want you to do. You need to go get your workbook that was enclosed with the Automatic Millionaire program. And I want you to sit down and turn to the Finish Rich File Folder System. All right, so right now, turn me off. Go find the workbook if you don't have it in front of you. Bring it back, and then turn me back on, and we'll get started. All right, I want to welcome you back. You've got the Finish Rich File Folder System in front of you. There are 13 file folders I need you to create right now. Now, again, the Finish Rich File Folder System is completely self-explanatory, but I just want to go through a couple things here. Let's take a look at the first one, tax returns. People always ask me, how many years of tax returns should I keep? It depends on who you ask, but I recommend 7 years. Quite frankly, I would never throw out a tax return. Even though the IRS is realistically not coming back and auditing you 20 years later because legally they can always come back and audit you if they think there's a form of fraud. So I would keep all your tax returns. But in your Finish Rich File Folder System, I'm recommending that you keep 7 years of tax returns in that file folder. It's easy access. All right? File number 2 is the retirement accounts. Anything related to retirement, that goes in here. That includes 401k statements, IRA statements, bank IRA accounts, anything you can think of that's related to your retirement accounts. It's coming in the mail. All of your statements should go in here. File folder number 3, Social Security. By now you should have received your Social Security benefit statement. This is where you should be putting your benefit statements. If you haven't received one, you need to call Social Security and have them mail it to you. Make sure you check your Social Security benefit statements because you only have a limited amount of time that you can go back and fix a mistake. You should look at this every single year. All right, label number 4, your investment accounts. Again, very self-explanatory. Anything related to investments goes in this file folder. Label number 5, your checking accounts and your saving statements. Self-explanatory. This is where your bank accounts go. Again, put everything in here. Label number 6, all household accounts. This includes your house title, your home improvements, house mortgage. Very important that you keep track of everything. Have a separate file folder for each category. So home improvements, anytime you're spending money in your home, this is where you'll put the receipts. This is very important because the cost basis of your home is increased based on how much money you spend fixing it up. When it comes time to sell your home, having all those receipts are very important from a tax standpoint. Label number 7 is the credit card debt file folder. This is really important. I want you to have this say debt in capital letters. I would even consider getting a red file folder or using red ink. I don't care how many credit cards you've got. If you've got 30 credit cards, you want a file folder for each credit card so that you've got a separate file folder for each statement. This is a very important folder. If you have a lot of debt, you need to be watching this closely, paying attention to this, and obviously shrinking your debt by going through the session that we've done on debt reduction. Label number 8, file folder number 8 is other liabilities. Anything that you can think of where you may owe somebody some money, that can go in this file folder. Number 9, insurance. File folder number 9, everything related to insurance. That can be your home insurance, your disability insurance, your car insurance, your jewelry insurance, your health insurance. Everything that's related to insurance goes in this file folder. Label number 10 is your family will or trust. Now, if you haven't done a family will or trust, you really need to, and I cover in detail in all of my books, Smart Women Finish Rich, Smart Couples Finish Rich, and the workbook, why you should do a will, how to do a will, or whether or not to do a trust. Put a folder in here anyway, even if it's empty, because it will remind you that you need to go and get a will done. Number 11, this is your children's accounts. If you don't have any children's accounts, you can skip this one. If you have children accounts, then you should put everything pertaining to your children that you would want somebody else to know about if anything happened to you in this file folder. You can also put the investment accounts or college savings accounts in this file folder. Number 12 is the Finish Rich Inventory Planner. In the workbook, I've given you an entire form and system to organize your net worth. You can put everything down on paper, where all your money goes, what your net worth statement is, all there for you. You're going to find here the tool that I used with my clients to help them figure out their net worth, exactly how much they're worth. This is a very powerful form. You want to fill this out every year and update it. If you want, Xerox them out. That way you can use them over and over again. Use pencil. That way you can update it each year. If you want Xeroxed out of the workbook, you've got my permission. Then put that right in your file folder. Finally, the last file folder is where does all the money go? Now, you learn in this program I'm not a big believer in budgeting, but you still want to know where all your money goes. So I've given you a form that you can use to fill out exactly where all the money goes. In your workbook, fill that form out. Again, if you want, Xerox it out, use pencil, put that in your file folder. Every year you should update that. All right, that's it. We're done. Congratulations. This is a great exercise to do also with your spouse or significant other. If you haven't done it with them, try and get them involved in the process. Congratulations. I don't know how long this took you. I've had some people tell me they were able to get it done in half an hour. I've also worked with clients where it's taken them all weekend to do this. So either way, whatever your situation was, I hope you feel better. I'm sure you do. I bet it's a weight off your shoulders. Excellent job. Pat yourself on the back. I'm proud of you.